Once again, good morning everyone and a very warm welcome to the inaugural Workplace Bullying and Culture Shift Summit 2025. It's truly inspiring to see change makers gathered here today, both in person and joining us via live stream from across the country and beyond. Workplace bullying, as you would know, remains one of the most pervasive and underestimated challenges in modern organizations. It's an issue that affects not just individuals, but entire teams, cultures, and ultimately the performance and integrity of businesses. But today isn't about identifying the problem. It's about shifting the culture. From silence to accountability, from fear to empowerment, and from compliance to compassion. The theme of this year's summit, Shifting from Awareness to Action, reflects exactly that. It's about moving beyond recognition to tangible, lasting change in our workplaces. This event would have not been possible without the vision, courage, and determination of its founder, Mabore Sithole. Mabore has been a tireless advocate for psychological safety, ethical leadership, and human-centered organizational culture. Her mission to create spaces where difficult conversations lead to real transformation is what brings us all here today. So before we dive into what promises to be an eye-opening and deeply meaningful day, let's take a moment to acknowledge her for creating this platform and for her unwavering commitment to changing the world of work and conversations at this time. Okay, before we start the program, I would like to make a few announcements. Once again, a special welcome to our live stream attendees. You are welcome to participate in the chat. Questions will be read out at the end of each session, dependent on time. The program today will run up until 4:30 p.m. There will be 5 minutes between each presenter. There will be refreshment breaks between 10:15 and 10:45, 12:40 and 13:20, and 15:10 and 15:30. The toilets, if anyone's looking for it, it's straight out the auditorium doors to your right. And there is an open Wi-Fi which you can connect to. It's guest at Maslow. So to everyone that's here today, thank you for being part of the movement. Your presence here shows that culture change isn't just possible, it's already happening. Let's begin today with an open mind, brave heart, and shared commitment to creating workplaces where everyone feels valued, respected, and safe. Welcome to the Workplace Bullying and Culture Shift Summit 2025. And with that, I would like to hand you over to our first speaker, Mabore Sithole. Mabore is the founder and managing director of Full Potential, a boutique consulting firm specializing in learning and development, transformative learning simulations, leadership coaching, and diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. She is also the author of Breaking the Cycle of Workplace Bullying and the visionary behind the Workplace Bullying and Culture Shift Summit, dedicated to creating safer, more empathetic, and high-performing workplace cultures. Welcome, Mabore.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Are we excited to be here today? The problem with you is that we're pop. You always want to be seen. That is what my line manager once said to me in a meeting in front of my peers. For those who may not know, wapapa is a Sotho slang expression. It means you're too forward. You always want to be noticed. It carries a deep, dismissive, shaming tone, the kind that is meant to put you back in your place. Do you know that kind of, you're too much, you're too forward. Yeah, so we need to put you back in your place. In that moment, I went numb. I couldn't feel myself. After a while, I had to pinch myself to see if it was really me sitting there. I felt like a 3-year-old little girl, small, powerless, exposed. I sat through the rest of the meeting in silence, ashamed to stand up, ashamed to face my colleagues, ashamed to even exist in that space. That day, I went home not as a professional, but as a broken human being. And yet, the next morning, I put on my blazer, painted on a smile, and showed up again. Because that is what so many of us are taught to do. Endure, survive, and pretend. My husband always says, when I come home and I was distraught, he would say, but you must go, you must go and tell them that, because he's in the arts industry. So he'd say, you must go and tell them that they can't do this to you. And I'm like, the environment is not like that. So he says, then you're all pretending to each other. So, yes, we wake up, we put on our blazer, we paint a smile, and we pretend. But here's the truth. This was never just about the one manager's words. The real wound was the system that allowed the silence, complicity, and humiliation to become normal. Tando, can I have water? And that is why I'm standing here today. Because no leader, no employee, no human being should have ever been made to feel that their presence, their voice, their very being is too much. Because that's what they tell us, we are too much. Workplace bullying is not about being too sensitive. Do you know about you're being too sensitive? Workplace bullying, it is not about your personality clash. It's not a personality clash issue. Because for me, in many instances, I thought it was, And to a great extent, you end up believing that maybe I'm too much, maybe my ideas, maybe I'm not from this world. And I think the most painful thing about workplace bullying is that the person being bullied end up blaming themselves. That's the first place to start. It is a systemic failure, and it carries a cost we can no longer afford. This was meant for me to say good morning, but I think I've done that. I'm so happy about, the brave change agents that are here today. And I'm excited that we are starting this journey together. Today, we're not just attending another conference. Oh, can I have a clicker? Today, we're not just attending another conference. We are writing history. This is the first Workplace Bullying and Culture Summit, the first of many. We are not going to stop until the culture changes. And I'd like to emphasize that we are not here to tick a box. If you have been in corporate long like I was, Sometimes we end up doing things just to tick a box. Today, we are not here to tick a box. We are here because lives, businesses, and even societies are being torn apart by something too many still dismiss as just an HR issue. Workplace bullying is not a minor incident. It is not a personality clash, as I said. It's a systemic failure, one that carries human cost, organizational cost, and, as I said, societal cost. And I know this not as a researcher only or a leadership coach, but as someone who has carried the scars of bullying in my own career and chosen to transform that pain into purpose. Every story of workplace bullying begins in the same place with a human being. I want to tell you about Lerato. Every Monday morning, she sits in her car in the office parking lot, holding her steering wheel, whispering to herself, just breathe, just survive the next 8 hours, because her manager has turned staff meetings into public arena of ridicule. Slowly, Lerato's sparks dimmed. She stopped contributing. She stopped smiling, then stopped believing in herself. Have you ever experienced a colleague that you can see that their light has dimmed? Another one is Elias, a mining supervisor underground, mocked daily in front of his team because of his age, until his silence becomes his survival strategy. His family doesn't see the bruises, but they feel his absence, his irritability, and his emotional shutdown. Let's look at Faith, a brilliant young graduate who walked into her first job with hope in her eyes, but after months of exclusion and constant undermining, she resigned. She doesn't leave the company, she leaves her dream. And her trajectory of her career is affected. Neuroscience tells us the brain's pain center, anterior cingulate cortex, registered bullying the same way it registered a broken bone. Bullying is violence. Violence that doesn't leave bruises, but leaves scars. And when the workplace becomes battlefield, humanity is the first casualty. Now, let's talk the language that many people in the room probably understand, but maybe even our executives and CEO would understand better. The numbers. Bullying is not free. It is sabotage hiding in plain sight. When talent like Lerato, Elias, and Faith disengage or walk out the door, organizations pay the bill. Turnover rises, the best talent leaves first. Presenteeism spreads. People show up physically, but mentally they are absent. How many of us are familiar with this? Yeah, I know only the people that have left corporate will raise their hands. Absenteeism and medical claims escalate, costing billions. Innovation dies. Because where fear rules, ideas don't survive. Replacing a disengaged employee can cost up to 200% of their annual salary. And why is that? You're not just paying recruitment fees. You're absorbing months of lost productivity, costly exit, team disruptions, onboarding delays, and maybe reputational fallout in some instances. And remember, a disengaged leader doesn't sit in isolation. Their apathy cascades downwards, draining the energy and the performance of their teams. So multiply that across divisions, across industries, and the picture becomes clear. This isn't just a turnover issue, it's economic bleeding. Bullying isn't a people issue, it's a performance crisis. And every CEO who ignores it presides over silent financial sabotage. But here's the most sobering truth. The harm doesn't end at the office door. It travels home. It is the father who withdraws from his children at dinner, the mother whose anxiety makes her short-tempered with her family, the young professional who spirals into depression. It burdens healthcare systems. It fuels cycles of gender-based violence. That's why we have the GB Fund response here today to come and, let's explore that interface and let's see how we can integrate that into our approaches in the organizations. When we normalize bullying at work, we normalize cruelty in society. And when leaders dismiss bullying as isolated incidents, they become complicit in the erosion. If bullying exists in your organization, if you're a leader and bullying exists in your organization, just know that it is not about difficult people. It is evidence of a broken system. It is a culture that was either designed that way or tolerated that way. In most cases, it's tolerated that way. The summit is not about proving that bullying exists. We know it does. This summit is about accountability. Accountability to measure bullying as rigorous as we measure profits. Accountability to track psychological safety as a core KPI. Accountability to dismantle the culture of silence. I'm recovering from a very, very terrible flu, so pardon me. If we can dismantle the culture of silence, we would have taken 10 steps forward. Because under the culture of silence, bullying festers and festers, and we just hear the smell, right? The truth is accountability cannot happen without a voice, and that's my point exactly. Yet too often people remain silent, not because harm isn't there and it doesn't exist, but because speaking up feels dangerous. And we know it is dangerous. I'm reminded of an incident where we were doing a culture transformation initiative. And at the workshop, someone spoke about me. And the facilitator decided, no, I have to go and tell Mabor, which was the right thing to do. I had to sit and think deeply about what I'm going to do with that information. Because here we are, we're saying we are transforming a culture. We want to dismantle the culture, the culture of silence. And when people start speaking out and they speak things that we do not like, what do we do? It was a tough one for me because those were not nice words. The things the person said were not nice. But I had to decide that I'm not going to do anything about it. I invited the conversation. So I must sit through it, the ones I like and the ones I don't like with that at all. But yeah. So when speaking feels dangerous, becomes a challenge. There's nothing we can do in terms of, workplace bullying. That is why we created your digital bullying ally, a first of its kind platform that ensures every employee has a voice. It offers a safe and empowering digital space where every voice can be heard. Employees can record their experiences, reflect through quick emotional well-being check-ins, and access curated tools and resources that guide them from recovery to resilience. With anonymous peer circles, they find solidarity and healing, while confidential support is available wherever the weight feels heavy. At the same time, the organization receives anonymized cultural insight that illuminates hidden patterns and inspire accountability, ensuring that real change takes root. We are going to be doing almost like a semi-launch of the app today. So later in the day, there will be a demonstration of how the app works. Because breaking the cycle of workplace bullying requires not only courageous leadership. See, now I forgot to move. How do I move? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because breaking the cycle of workplace bullying requires not only courageous leadership, but also practical tools that protect the vulnerable and hold the system accountable. Even with the tools and systems in place, harm will continue to happen. And when it does, the real test of leadership begins. So what? What happens after the harm has been done? Is trust gone forever? Is dignity lost for good? Personally, having gone through a very difficult bullying experience, I don't believe that. I don't believe all is lost. I don't believe all is lost for the bully. I don't believe all is lost for the person being bullied. Our current responses are very reactive. We wait until somebody has been bullied and the harm has happened, and then we do something. And what do? We punish the bully. So we are reactive and then we are punitive. And we are hoping, or maybe praying that the culture will change. It won't change, because people know that if you do this, this is what's going to happen. So we believe at Full Potential that we must rebuild the culture. Half the time, the people that are bullies are performers. I'm not saying all the time. Half the time, they are, driving performance. It's just that in the way that they are driving performance, they leave everybody bleeding. So, are we prepared to lose that talent because we don't want to do the hard work? So we developed a framework to help leaders and organizations rebuild trust, restore dignity, and reestablish psychological safety after workplace harm. I've just put it in a table format for IP issues as well, because we're still in the process of registering. But I also want you to kind of have a feel of what the framework is about. We call it the Brave Reset. It is brave because it demands honesty, humility, and accountability, not denial, not silence, not a checklist of compliance. And it is reset because once harm breaks trust, the only way forward is to rebuild the culture on new, healthier terms. It rests on 4 pillars. Firstly, you have to recognize the harm. So you must call bullying bullying. You can't call it something else. And we like to call it personality clash. I said it before. Another one that I think it's like a safe place for most managers is tough management style. I'm tough. And I always say, you can still drive performance. You don't have to name call me. You can still drive to performance. You don't have to belittle me in the process. It requires that we honor the lived experiences, Because what we refuse to name, we cannot change. The second pillar is about restoring dignity. It requires more than policy. It requires space where people are truly seen, heard, and acknowledged. That's why I didn't do anything about the person that name called me. They need to be heard. There is something in what they are saying. If you can listen carefully. In our case, it was a resistance to change. And so do you punish people for resisting change? We all know we don't do that. So when we restore dignity, that is why we have what we call healing circles. They are so powerful. This is facilitated space that allow those who have carried the harm to share their stories and invite leaders and peers to listen without being defensive. Dignity can not only be restored when we listen to victims only. It is also when bullies are invited to account and to grow. There's always something beneath the surface with everyone. And this is a space where we go into the surface and help those leaders. So we have a victim healing circles, and we don't know what to call it yet. We're still looking for the right name. For now, for the purpose of the conference, I'll say bully healing circles. We've partnered with Healing SA in terms of driving this, because they are the experts, so we are the experts in, the content around and frameworks around bullying, but in terms of healing and facilitating that, they are the experts. I can see I'm being told that my time is up. So the third pillar is rebuilding systems. So let's not have policies for the sake of having policies. And managers must no longer be rewarded for results that comes at the cost of dignity. And silence can no longer be the culture, our voices must be. And we must build accountability into the systems and not leave it to chance. The fourth pillar means embedding psychological safety, inclusion, and respect as a non-negotiable. If you are a leader and we have measurable KPIs on psychological safety, the framework commits to walk the journey with you, but you must bring yourself to the party. You must bring yourself to the table. We cannot afford, the kind of systems that we have now, where leaders do not come and account. It looks like the culture reset looks like teams where people speak up without fear of humiliation. Have you ever been in a meeting and you know you must speak? And you can see that my contribution will channel the direction, but you are afraid. You are afraid of the response. And sometimes it's non-verbal response, that you will get. It looks like meeting where every voice is invited. Not just the loudest, There are different types of people, and we must allow even the quiet ones to be able to, bring their voice, because they do have a voice. The fact that they're quiet in personality doesn't mean they don't have a voice. But if our systems doesn't allow them, to raise their voice, that becomes a challenge. It looks like leaders who model dignity, not domination, And it means measuring trust seriously as we measure profit. Because without trust, profit is fragile. A chance. Sithola a chance, you know. So that is what it matters. The brave reset moves leaders and organizations from compliance to acting and from denial to accountability. And that is why we are having this conversation. Now, I ask you, when history looks back, how will you be remembered? As the leader who ignored silent harm? Is that how they're going to remember you? Or the leader who confronted head on? The true cost of workplace bullying is too high for us to look away. But the potential of workplace rebuild on trust, safety, and humanity is too great for us not to act. This is why we are here. This is why this summit exists, not just for conversation, but to ignite a movement of leaders who will confront harm, rebuild trust, reset our workplaces with dignity and humanity. At full potential, we are ready to walk this journey with you, ready to support leaders and organizations who are brave enough to reset. So with courage, with honesty, and with hope, I invite you to join me as we officially begin the inaugural Workplace Bullying and Culture Summit. I thank you.
Thank you, Mabore, for those inspiring and thought-provoking words. Our next speaker is Mabatu Tlale. She's the Chief Human Capital Officer at Zeda Limited, which is a dynamic HR leader known for driving people-centered transformation and cultivating inclusive, high-performance workplace cultures. With deep expertise in strategic leadership and organizational development, she champions innovation and employee empowerment across all levels of the business. Welcome, Mbate.
That was a good attempt of my name. It's Mabatu. Good morning, leaders, colleagues, and fellow change makers. And it would be an injustice if I don't greet in my grandmother's language, Sipulana Tamani, Lituri. My name, she's probably proud of me wherever she is. My name is Mabatu Tlale, and I stand before you not just as the Zeda Human Capital Officer, commonly known as Avis Budget. Those are the brands that you would know about us. We operate in 11 countries in the sub-Saharan Africa. But I stand here as a woman whose life has been shaped by both hardship and hope. I'm a proud mother of 2 thriving teens. I'm a wife of 18 years to a man who still adores me. I don't know how he's done that. One of 4 very supportive siblings, and someone whose journey has been nothing but linear. I hold 3 academic qualifications, and I'm about to bank 1 in Masters in Labor Law. But my most profound education has come from life itself. I'm looking for pockets. I'm a girl that likes pockets, and I'm not finding them. I often think back where it all started. As a little girl under a tree using pieces of bread to erase pencil markings. Running through the dusty streets of Shatale Pushback Ridge in Mpumalanga. At lunchtime, rushing home to enjoy a meal that my grandmother lovingly made for 11 grandchildren. Yes, there were 11 of us at some point, and adults. So probably around 1920. But she was able to sustain us. These memories are one of my most cherished. My biological mom passed away when I was 4, 5, and around age 6, 7, my dad got us a godsend stepmother who we cherish and love. She took us to Soweto with promises of a better life. I graduated in record time, secured a job before graduation day, and climbed the corporate ladder faster than I could have imagined. And yet, despite all the progress and the beauty, there came a moment when I contemplated on ending my life. Why? Because even the strongest of voices can be silenced in toxic environments. Moving to Soweto was anything but smooth. I had to repeat a grade, not because I lacked intelligence, but because I couldn't speak Sesotho, Zulu, English. I only knew Skulana. And when I finally moved to a multiracial school the following year, I was suspended and later expelled. I pride myself with that. I don't know why, it just makes me feel naughty. The first time it was due to a false accusation that I had lice. So I had my afro. There were issues at the school, and they accused me of having lice, which the doctor invalidated at a later stage, but they still kept me home. The second time, I was accused of calling my white female teacher a racial slur, the K word. I've been warned by my team not to say it. At that point, I hadn't been exposed to apartheid, didn't know what the term meant, and certainly didn't understand the dynamics at play. My English was extremely limited, and at home, we weren't even allowed to say "fotek" to the dogs. So how can this young girl use a slur, such a slur? The expulsion was later overturned, thank goodness to my dad, who came through rushing to solve the situation. But more importantly, it was my voice. Though shaky, it was determined to speak the truth. I didn't really understand the accusation, but I knew I hadn't done anything wrong. That moment taught me something profound. Even when your voice trembles, it still carries truth. And truth, when spoken with conviction, has the power to change the outcomes. It was the beginning of my journey into a fearless leadership, not the kind that shouts the loudest, but the kind that listens deeply, stands firmly, and creates spaces for others to be heard. As I grew, I realized that psychological safety isn't a buzzword, it's a lifeline. It allows people to speak up without fear, to challenge without retaliation, and to show up as their full selves without apology. And when we fail to create that safety, we leave room for bullying, exclusion, and silence. The kind of silence that costs organizations talent, trust, and transformation. That's why today I'm not just here to share my story, I'm here to challenge us as leaders to make psychological safety a strategic imperative, not a side chat with human capital on the side, but a boardroom priority. I began my career as a teller, full of hope and pride. Within a year, my curiosity and ideas caught the attention of an executive, Shah, who promoted me into a role where I had zero experience. But my voice landed me that role. The act of trust sparked something in me, a belief that courage and curiosity opens doors. But success wasn't without storms. In a later role, at another organization, I was wrongfully suspended because of a subordinate's misconduct. She had implicated me in theft. And though due process was followed and the experience was humiliating, I was cleared. But imagine this. I was paraded through the department as a thief. Who steals from finance? You're a leader. How did you allow this to happen? I was eventually reinstated with a cold email apology, one that even got my gender wrong. That day, something in me shifted. I wrote back, not just to the sender, but to the group CEO, to the group risk, to the group FD. Anyone that had a group next to their name got my email, demanding a proper apology. I did get the apology, but the scar was already there. However, my voice matured. Eventually, I moved to what, for the most part, people would say it's greener pastures. And I'm grateful for the experience for the most part. I later moved into HR, a career move I had not planned. but was invited into it because of my passion for people. I became the voice for the voiceless, challenging unethical leaders and broken systems. I eventually rose to an HR executive role. But what happens when a protector needs protection? I was bullied by my line manager, excluded from meetings, undermined in front of my team, discussed behind my back, manipulated and isolated. I spiraled into depression. I think I'm getting a bit emo as I reflect back. I actually thought I'm over this, but yeah, thanks, Mabori. But I think it's important that I share. I felt like a failure, a leader who could protect everyone else by herself. So I chose my mental health. I chose to leave. It was one of my hardest decisions in life. Who leaves a job without a plan, without knowing what you're going to do? But it was important at that very moment that I make a conscious decision to save Mabatu mentally. The opportunities would come, and they did come. The fighter in me could not survive the gaslighting and the invisible harassment. I felt alone and I felt defeated. However, the choice to leave became my rebirth. When I re-entered the corporate world, I did so strong, with my voice restored and my purpose renewed. So I thought. But again, I got intimidated. This time, for defending an employee unfairly targeted simply because she was white. Funny how earlier on, I was targeted because I was a black female and accused of a racial slur against a white male, later a white female. With this individual, I had done my due diligence. I had called external chairpersons to sit over the matter and she was found not guilty, and I stood my ground that she's not guilty. And I didn't do this once or twice, I did it 3 times. I broke the law. Someone who understands the labor law, I knew you can't test someone more than once. But I did it just to make sure that we were clear and not making an emotional decision. I was then summoned to a very long boardroom for an interview. An ambush designed to intimidate me. I was asked whether I understand the racial dynamics of South Africa. My boss sat silently across me, powerless. They asked me, "Do you not know whom the people belong to? And who do you think you are?" I paused. And in my heart, I answered, "I know exactly who I am." I left the room scared, but with my dignity intact. And I vowed never again to remain silent in the face of bullying, because bullying is complicity, and complicity corrodes culture. Workplace bullying is not rare. It's a leadership crisis. 30% of employees experience it. 60% witness it but stay silent. 75% of cases go unreported. 45% of victims suffer stress-related health issues. And bullying increases turnover by 25%. These aren't just numbers, they are people. I was one of them. And perhaps some of you have been too. In South Africa, bullying often intersects with race, gender, and culture, making it even more urgent for leaders to show up differently, to lead with courage, and to stand against it in all its forms. And this is why I'm proud to work for Zida, whose very purpose is connecting humanity. At its heart, standing against bullying is exactly that. Restoring humanity in how we lead, treat each other, and build workplaces that are not only productive, but also dignified and safe. Simon Sinek once said, "Leadership is not about being in charge, it's about taking care of those in your charge." And that's where true leadership begins, with authority, not with authority, but with care. And when we stop asking, how do I get people to follow me? And start asking, how do I create spaces where people feel safe enough to show up fully, speak honestly, and do their best work? This isn't just a feel-good concept. Google's Project Aristotle named after Aristotle's belief that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, sets out to uncover what makes some teams to thrive while others struggle. The answer wasn't the smartest people in the room or the greatest strategy. It was psychological safety and that deep sense of trust that says, here, it's okay to make mistake. Here, it's okay to challenge. And it's okay to be human. When leaders create that kind of an environment, performance takes care of itself. Innovation flows, people stay, culture transforms. And that's the heartbeat of fearless leadership, leading with empathy, courage, and care. So my takeaway, or the first takeaway, is that we need to cultivate psychological safety as a leadership practice. Create spaces where employees feel safe to challenge, to innovate, and to fail without fear of retribution. This isn't about being soft, it's about unlocking performance. Psychological safety is the foundation of innovation and trust. The second one would be reframe workplace bullying as a strategic challenge. Bullying is not just a bad behavior, it's a strategic risk. It erodes trust, it drives attrition, and damages brand reputation. If we wouldn't ignore financial fraud, why would we ignore emotional fraud? The cost is just as high. The third one, and last, build fearless, high-performing teams. Fearless leadership is about empathy with backbone. It's inclusion, accountability, and courage in action. When leaders show vulnerability, they give permission to others to be human too. And that's where real performance takes root. I'm going to give you a call to action. To every leader that is in here today, your title is not your shield. Your silence is not your strategy. If you ever looked away from bullying because it was easier, I urge you to look again. If you ever felt powerless, remember that your voice is your power. Your dignity is non-negotiable. To live psychological safety, not just preach it. To embrace Zita's purpose in your own way, connecting humanity through how you show up as leaders, co-leads, and humans first. Because when we lead with courage, we don't just change workplaces, we change lives. The litmus test for leadership is, what kind of legacy will your leadership leave? Is it one of silence, or is it one of courage? Do people feel safe to challenge you? Have you ever ignored bullying because it was politically safer? I'm going to leave you with a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. In closing, thank you so much, Mabore, for courageously sharing your story and stepping into uncharted waters. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to your opening. Your words have validated my own experiences in ways I didn't expect. I'm truly grateful that you invited me to share my story, and I wish you every success in this journey. You have my full support. From the very first time I bought your book, you know, I've been screaming at the top of my lungs on social platforms where it is practically possible, because we do need to be having these conversations. When we silent about it, we're actually perpetuating bullying. And thank you to each of you for lending me your ears, your minds, and hopefully your hearts. I hope my story has inspired you to show up differently, to be leaders who don't just occupy positions but transform lives. And may we all in our leadership journeys truly honor the purpose of connecting humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabatu, for sharing your story with us. I'm sure it resonates with many. We do have a panel discussion next, so we're just going to set up for that. Please give us a few minutes. We will be back at about 9:25. Before I go, are there any questions for Mabore's opening? I know lots of people want to speak to her, but do you have any questions for her where she can answer it now? Are there any questions online? Perfect, thank you. We will be back shortly. Complexities of life without losing themselves. Walking through the journey of life with them, equipping them to take charge of their personal growth, leadership development, as well as emotional well-being, so that they can live their best lives. He is joined by speakers such as Lutando Moyaki, Tandi Nzamande, and shortly, Petro Kruger will be joining the panel as well.
Awesome. Good morning to the incredible change agents in the room. I'm going to ask you to please do me a favor. If you can take your right hand, put on your left shoulder, your left hand on your other shoulder, and give yourself a 30-second hug just for being here. It's called self-love. Self-love. Come on, 15 more seconds. For some of squeeze yourself tight. For some of us, it might be the only hug we get today. Awesome. And loose those hands and give yourself a round of applause for being here. And then lastly, I'll ask you to look at the person sitting on your left and right hand, and I'm glad to be seated next to you as an agent of change. Agent of change. It is such a great joy and honor for us to be part of this incredible summit where we are being empowered. And one of the beautiful things I love is the fact that the individuals in the room are actually the people who can make the necessary changes in building a healthy culture. So part of the panel that we will be facilitating is culture by design, not by default. And just to set it up for ourselves before I introduce our panel, one of the things you know about default settings, when you buy a phone, it comes with standard default settings. But over time, you personalize it. You change the wallpaper, depending on how fancy you are, you begin to organized you are, you begin to literally make it to you. And that's part of the intention of the conversation we're gonna have, because oftentimes when you walk into certain cultures, you find yourself having a default culture of how things have always been done. And most of the pushback comes from individuals who are like, things have always been this way. Because culture speaks to a combination of what you create and what you tolerate. And from a leadership part, that's what we'll be talking to. What are some of the things that we shouldn't tolerate as leaders, which work against psychologically safe cultures? There's a beautiful statement made by Umabato, which I just want to reiterate, which really struck me. Even the strongest of voices can be silenced in a toxic environment. Isn't that true though? And imagine then being a leader, you've got strong voices, powerful voices, but the culture is suffocating those voices. So part of our panel then will double click on how do we then build positive cycles as organizations and institutions. One of the key things I just want to double click on within setting the scene for our panel discussion is culture busters and some of the common culture busters that we find in organizations. I'll mention four in the interest of time. Number one is a team member who routinely violates a value. Because part of our role as leaders is to ensure that the values which inform the behavior of the organization are clear. But if you allow a team member to routinely, because sometimes it's not a protruded, consistent. I was talking to one of our daughters and they were saying, where are you going? So we're going to a workplace bullying. They're like, oh, I thought bullying is actually for school. I was like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna be students and learners who will be in the room. Because you're never too young to be bullied, nor too old to be bullied. Yes, you grow up, you go to work. In fact, my daughter always accuses me of bullying her when I don't give her something that she wants. So the question then would be, how do we then reprimand some of those team members who are violating the values that are going against the culture we want to build? Secondly, not executing on your culture plan. One of the things Mabure spoke to is how it's a strategic imperative. It needs to be part of our strategic planning where we build it as a KPI. And if you don't implement and execute that, it will work against the culture you want to build. Thirdly, unresolved conflict and gossip and unproductive negative talk between team members. Because if you do not build culture and systems around that, that can easily put fuel in a toxic environment. And then lastly, managers and leaders who violate systems, where not only the team member, but the manager himself, the protector, as the previous speaker spoke to, what do you do if they are the ones who are actually the bullies? What do we do? So with that being said, allow me this morning to welcome our incredible panel. I'm glad to see that Petro has also joined us. I was trying to buy you time. I'm excited for this incredible panel that we're going to have incredible experts in their own right who will be joining me. We are joined by Uthandi Nzimande, who is the current CEO of the GBV Response Fund. Can I ask us that we give her a round of applause as she comes to the floor? Thank you so much. We are also joined by Luthando Muyake, who is the IR specialist at Discovery. Can I please ask that you also give him a round of applause as he comes? Yes, you may please and take me seated. I'll join you shortly. And then lastly, we have the one and only Petro Kruger, who's the founder of Voice. Can I ask us to give her a round of applause as she comes to join us? Awesome. So the intention then, and greetings to all those who are joining us online as well, is for us to have a conversation, at least maybe lend one mic that will revolve, or just share as the amazing panel that we are. So I was actually asking our panel earlier on just to get a fun fact about them outside the work that they do. I'll also ask them just to introduce themselves in depth in terms of the work that they do and why are they so passionate about this topic that we are speaking to in terms of culture being by design and not by default. So I'll start with yourself, Thandi, who spoke to how besides the work that she does, she's an avid reader and she loves spending quality time with her family. Maybe to introduce yourself and to, in a few more seconds, just to share why are you passionate about this conversation we're having.
Hi everybody, I'm Uthandi Nzimande. I am the CEO of the GBVF Response Fund. The work I do takes a lot out of me. It is really important work because it means when you are essentially, maybe to link it to this environment, bullying half of the population, we are losing the productivity of that half of the we're losing all that potential. That is something that I do not believe we can afford. And so I step into that space to do what I can to assist in that space. And to survive that space, I read and I spend time with my family. And one of the things that is more adventurous than I would have thought in the reading space is that I belong to a reading club of Zambian women, a virtual reading club.
That's awesome.
Which I found my way there in some interesting way. It just gives, a little breath to life. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's incredible. I'd like to learn more about the Zambian Reading Book Club later in the day. Thank you so much. And then Luthando, yourself, if you can kindly share. I know part of what you said you are passionate about outside being recently admitted at the High Court is cycling or motorbiking. So he's a biker. Outside the work that he does in court, he's actually a biker. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you everyone. So I'm an employee or industrial relations specialist at Discovery, the group. And I think I found my initial passion in labor law shy of about 12 years ago, in essence. And I think it's just been an interesting journey from there on. I mean, I've chaired hearings, I've facilitated processes, and I've presided over cases internally and externally and consulted in numerous instances. But I think more than anything else, I think what I enjoy the most in the labor law field is teaching people, because I find that people are not aware. You understand, from leadership right down to the most junior staff member. And I mean, it goes without saying, we know where we come from as a country, we know where we want to get to, we've got the right policies and laws in place, but the implementation has proven to be difficult. So in essence, just when you talk about bullying, and I mean, it can never be read in isolation, because it comes from the Employment Equity Act, and it speaks about prevention of harassment and bullying in the workplace, and it's also got its own plethora of issues under it. So you can't read it in isolation, and it's nice when you deal with cases, when you deal with people, when you teach them about their entitlements, their rights, and obviously liberating them in their difficult struggles within the workplace.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I absolutely agree that awareness is one of the key things, which I know will find expression in the conversation. Thank you so much, sir. And Pedro, I didn't get your passion project outside the work that you do. Please do share it as well with the team that is joining us this morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a privilege to be here. Here as, I think, a survivor, and not only I'm not only passionate about it because I survived it, but because workplace bullying is happening so much, so many times for so many people. So I call myself the founder of Voice. I'm the proud founder of the organization of One at this stage. And my passion for this topic really started after I've experienced quite a couple of years of bullying and not realizing that I was bullied. So that awareness, not realizing that, so it's really my life mission to speak up. Speak up in both ways. Firstly, to create awareness for the bullied, that there is something like you being bullied. Bullied is not only just on school grounds, it happens in the workplace as well. People stay people. I used to be a teacher, and I always say that a school is just a community in the small, and all the walks of life, people of children, you get those people in life. So you get them in the schools and you get them in life. So I think that's when my passion started about this. It took me a long time to realize what happened to me, but also after listening to, I was cycling one morning, and while cycling I decided, it just came to me to say that what happened to you, and it was after the fact, you were bullied. And then I started reading up on it, and I made contact with Mabori and so forth. So yeah, this organization of One, my dream is to build it out and to really create awareness. I'm not an HR person. My bullying experience was not in HR. It was in the operational sphere, and I think the impression that I get is people that have the courage to speak out just normally comes from an HR background. And I just think it's so important that operational people also say, this is enough.
Yes.
This is not the way that we need to treat people, because the emotional damage that is done is huge.
It's huge, absolutely. Thank you so much. Can I please ask that we give our panel a round? Thank you so much. Just one rule of engagement in our panel. I'm going to ask, I love when facilitating to use the term yes or the word yes. Can I get a yes from the room? Yes. Can I get a bit more volume on the yes? Yes. Thank you so much. So if we say something you agree with or identify with, please say yes. Awesome. Oh. Thank you so much. You know, alleviate the weight of speaking. And I think one of the beautiful things that I'm getting a sense from the panel this morning is also the language, because sometimes, in fact, in this room, you might have been a victim of bullying, but you were not aware. But as you are in circles like this, where people begin to express, you're like, oh, I was actually bullied, or I am actually being bullied. In fact, if we were to ask by show of hands, how many of us have been bullied in the room? How many of us are sitting next to the bully?
I'm joking. So the intention then is just to dive and tee off while others are biking, others are golfing, to tee off and hopefully land on the fairway. The first part will look at the problem and the pivot, where I'd like us just to diagnose the issue and establish the fundamental shift from the leader when it comes to bullying. And part of the process will also just engage on a few questions with the panel. Then I'll also integrate the audience in terms of a question that you might have, so that we get real-time conversation and feedback, as well as should we have any online. So obviously, beyond yelling and public humiliation, what is the most insidious sign of a default culture that allows bullying to fester, and why do leaders miss it? Besides just obviously people shouting, because sometimes it's a subtle and gradual culture which is not protruded, but it's underlying down there. Why do most leaders miss it? Maybe we start with yourself, Tandy. Sure.
Thanks. I think a lot of leaders miss it because, as you say, it starts off silently. It starts off with small acts. I call it seeds of discomfort that are sown. And when you nurture or do not weed out those seeds of discomfort,
Yes.
you create an environment which allows them that bullying. It'll start out with the seeds. It'll go on to quiet sort of discomfort of just losing the word that I'm looking for. But it's essentially that space where everything looks good. Everybody is polite, everybody looks happy, but in fact is unhappy and unable to express themselves. They don't want to rock the boat. So a lot of leaders need to be more active in seeking out and finding what those seeds of discomfort are. Looking at doing surveys or just walking the floor. Walking the floor, talking to people. Asking what suggestions do you have about improving the environment? So nothing that necessarily puts anybody on the spot, but begins to unearth, those conversations begin to unearth those seeds of discomfort.
Sure, thank you so much. You can please jump on. Yes, I'll cycle back to the seeds of discomfort, which I think are very key. Yes. No, fair enough. So I think we can never look at bullying in isolation. It's not necessarily between a leader and a subordinate. It's actually even amongst colleagues. Now, where it stems from is that normally, people refer each other to new entities. When you move here and you want to say, hey, there's opportunities here. But what tends to happen is that when people are referred, and in particular they are referred by leaders or people in leadership roles, is that they bring over their people directly or indirectly.
Yeah.
And by default, they bring over their old cultures, their old cliques, and in essence end up closing themselves in terms of adapting to the new culture because I'm with my people. And then those subtle things start in terms of favoritism, marginalization, and that translates to obviously simple things like promotions, rewards in that regard, because those who are part of the clique get a level of favoritism. Now, I just mentioned that bullying is not limited between leaders and subordinates, but I think amongst colleagues. And we always have to adopt a practical approach to employment relationships. I mean, we understand people get along at work, and more especially the staff level employees. They get into pool clubs together, they go partying together, they get into intimate relations together. And that has its own domino effect. When we have a fight at the club, when we have a fight at home, what happens at work? We don't want to talk to each other. We start obviously isolating the other person. When it comes to relationships, I move from one relationship to the next, and then there's shaming, there's bullying, there's gossip. You understand? And that impacts on staff sentiment in the long run, because people don't want to come to work, they don't want to engage with other colleagues. And that also involves the employer. So when I done my introduction earlier on, I said, you can never look at this in isolation and simply say bullying. It's bullying, harassment, and sexual harassment, which creates liability for the employer in terms of Section 60 of the Employment Equity Act. Because what it does in terms of that law is that it almost places the employer as if they were physically there when the bullying was happening in terms of the joint and several liability. So we also have to look at where the problem stems from and the subcultures that exist.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And yourself, how within operations, as you mentioned, would you say leaders usually miss it, where they do not pick it up because it's not protruded?
In my experience, bullying is happening mostly in exclusion. In the world that I come from, there was a lot of accusation. No, that's the wrong word. Amalgamation of different organizations. And as he said, some cultures coming over and over, and now you find yourself in a situation where you have 2 or 3 or 4 organizations with different cultures, and the organization that see themselves as the main don't want to hear the opinions of the other roles, which can be good or bad, but it's an opinion. But then instead of speaking about it and building on it and build the best for the bigger company, the people that actually don't say what some of the team wants to hear just get sidelined, pushed aside. And I think that is why I didn't realize I was bullied, because I was pushed aside and not included into decision making, and decisions were made that didn't make sense to me at all. And I spoke up about it, and the more I spoke up, the more I was excluded. So I didn't, in my introduction, tell you what voice stands for. So it also came to mind the one day, for me, voice is the violent oppression of the intellectual capacity of excellence. Because that is exactly what it is for me. It's that oppression of people with excellent ideas that is just being pulled down. Just sit in your corner and be a gopher. I don't want to hear from you. We do it my way. And unfortunately, there's a culture out there, and one of the worst things that I heard in the last couple of weeks, I spoke to a former colleague, and I mentioned this word, bullying, and her response was, yes, but bullying works. And I was like, no, it doesn't. It's not sustainable. Yes, maybe for a short term, but it doesn't work. It's not sustainable. It breaks people.
Breaks people. Yo, imagine someone boldly saying that it actually works. And I think that's the biggest problem. One of what Mabure speaks a lot when she does a keynote, it's a pandemic. It's literally a pandemic. And imagine some people who are thriving on it. And for them, that's their leadership style. Which then will speak maybe to allow you to double click on it. For us, how then do we move from being bystanders and to being agents of change? You spoke about those seeds of discomfort. You spoke about those cultures, subcultures. How do we as leaders move from just seeing and observing this style of leadership to intentionally building psychological safety within the communities where bullying won't be tolerated?
Sorry, I just wanted to slip this in quickly.
Sure.
Mabure and I once called it, we don't have a leadership crisis, we have a boss crisis.
And I think that it speaks also to the saying of how people don't quit their job, they quit their boss. They leave their boss. So how do we then move once we've identified these seeds of discomfort, once we've seen these subcultures, from just observing it, how can we be active agents of change where we can stand and not tolerate such behavior?
I think the crux of it lies in what you tolerate.
Yeah. Yes.
So,
Yes.
so making sure that everybody understands and perhaps building up on the understanding and knowledge of what bullying looks like in the first place as you start to build a different culture in your organization. Taking people very seriously when they come with complaints and investigating those complaints, regardless of who is on the other side of that complaint. Calling people out when they make those jokes. I was only joking.
Yes.
You guys can't take a joke.
Yes.
Those people need calling out.
Yeah.
They normally are the ones who will grow into the biggest bullies.
Yes.
And I think visible accountability. So taking the next step when something is wrong. When I have done something wrong, my team member comes up to me, then they must go up to the chairman. It doesn't matter who's sitting in the seat.
Yeah.
That accountability must be taken to them, and they must be held accountable. I think at the end of the day, what you're looking to create is an environment where everybody feels like they can raise issues at any point and with anyone.
Yes.
One of the actually very nice ways of doing that is having check-ins,
Yes.
because that's a space of vulnerability. And so people will speak about what's top of mind for them, what might be bothering them, what might be exciting for them. So it's an open space, not just for complaining, but for communication,
Yes.
which is, I think, one of the most important things.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Calling it out becomes important, even if you have to CC everyone as a group next to their email. It's very important. And I love that because part of what you're speaking to is when people see something being done about it, it encourages even those who are silent. So it's important for us to model it as leaders. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Yes, I think my immediate response in terms of how do we change this, I mean, it's actually not rocket science. First things first is to treat people like human beings,
Yeah.
because that's exactly what they are.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate that we're sitting now in this day and age and people still can't understand that simple concept.
Yeah.
The other thing, in echoing my learned colleague's point, is that there's still this unfortunate reality when people raise issues and complaints, in particular if they are against their leaders. The immediate response is that no, because they're the MD, they'll never do that. Do you understand? And there's still this level of protection for perpetrators. And it's ironic, and they say this happened, and there's a level of protection that's given to the other individual. And you have to explain to whoever's dealing with the matter to say, just because the other person says it didn't happen, doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yes.
And I just want to digress slightly, but coming back to the point, to say it's quite interesting when you look at cases like the Makanda case, where it was quite clear from the courts. They said what's important in any complaint in discrimination, because this forms part of discrimination in the broader sense, is that what you need to look at is the reliability, the credibility, and the probabilities of each party's version. There doesn't have to be video footage and recordings. You understand what the person says compared to the other one, and testing it obviously in the legal channels is enough to suffice to say something did happen and something has to be done about that. And I love how this particular law has been drafted when it talks about prevention and elimination of bullying in the workplace, because it says prevent and eliminate.
Yes.
Don't find ways of covering it up.
Yes.
You understand? Yes, there's room to conciliate, but in most instances, there is no room to conciliate. Yeah, and I'll hold it on that point.
Brilliant. Yes. Love that. Prevent and eliminate.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, yes, ma'am.
For me, there's actually only one thing where all of this start in preventing, and that is making bosses realize that they're bosses, they're not leaders. Because many of them think that being a strong manager is being a bully. And as much respect as I have for courts, for that, that's down the line. The damage that has been done by the time that you get to the CCMA, where you wait for a year for a date, or the Labour Court where you wait for 5 years for a date, the damage that's been done by them is so severe. So for me, I really feel passionate about it, that we need to get into boardrooms, because also a lot of bullies, it's learned behavior. It's not people that is inherent psychopaths. It's learned behaviors. That's the behavior that they see, and they think that works, but they're never long enough in an organization to see the long-term impact of the way that they operate. So, and that's why I want to speak up about this, and to just make bullies realize that I'm a bully and I need to change and only then they will start to speak up and to stop the silly jokes, and to I had a situation where I actually had a manager that said to me, nobody catches my jokes, and I was like, okay, but your jokes is humiliating. But when you're in a position where you are in need of a job, and you're dependent on monthly income, and you have people that you have to look after, you can't actually say anything. And so, yeah, for me, it's getting the bosses to realize that they are bullies.
Thank you so much for that. Can I get a yes?
Yes!
That is so true, because creating that awareness, you spoke about social learning, because most of it is actually learned. And you'd find in organizations where it's been happening for so long that anyone who comes in emulates the behavior that's being done at the top. And I think for us, maybe to double click on this and to give it a bit of language from your own experiences, one of the questions we had from the audience, just to integrate it as well, would speak to reflecting on your own experiences. What's one behavior you once thought was normal, but now that you know better, you can see is a red flag for a toxic culture?
Perhaps it's a difficult one for me. Nothing jumps into my head straight away. But maybe I'll go with the discomfort is normal in the space. And accepting that discomfort rather than challenging that discomfort. And I'm no longer at a place where I'm happy to be uncomfortable. To make somebody else comfortable. So calling that behavior out again, that's where I've moved.
If I would ask you to be a bit more vulnerable, if you would allow, what example in a previous maybe environment would you find yourself where something was done that made you uncomfortable or caused discomfort to you? Maybe not to you, but something you might have observed.
I'll speak about something that was uncomfortable, and it's an example that happened at the point where I was ready to call it out. One of my bosses had a particular way of describing people. You know, if the people are well liked, they're fantastic, they're great, they're, you know, all the great terminologies. And then there were certain people, and it was groups of people, so it wasn't individual, that were always the bad group. They could never do anything right. And that was not actually based on fact. So if I could link it to fact, then I address that.
Yes.
But this was not linked to fact, so I addressed that. And it caused difficulty in the relationship for quite some time. But it was a principle I was happy to be uncomfortable about, rather than sitting in a space where others were being denigrated for no good reason.
No good reason. Oh, thank you so much for that. Can I get a yes? Yes!
And the reason I'm asking this is because one of what we're speaking about is psychologically safe spaces. And I think this conversation is allowing us to actually reflect on such, which is part of leadership, being able to have uncomfortable conversations that will build into a healthy culture. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think your question was twofold. So I'll start with the latter part, my personal experiences. So I'm an IR specialist, so I'm usually in the middle or the mediator. So not really one that I can say, I've had my own personal experiences. Sure. But going back to the former, I think there are two things that I want to touch on. One, what I've also experienced, and it still ties into the bullying, is that the common mistake that I see, and I don't want to be misquoted, is that there's this logical assumption that top performers are designated as leaders. And it's not the case in all instances. You understand? Because you find that someone's a top performer, immediately they're promoted and they can't lead people. And I think there has to be a way in which employers identify who are the leaders. Might not necessarily be the top performer, you understand? But it's important because that translates into their leadership style, how they treat people in particular within the workplace over and above that. Then I think the second thing is over and above that, and I just lost my thought for a second there, is that the unfortunate reality that we're still faced with, and it's important, is that, most victims, and I want to call it discrimination because I don't want to be limited to bullying, is that don't want to come forward. And unfortunately, us as people who are tasked in a leadership position tend to keep secrets. So someone will say this is happening, or I heard this, and we will say, but the person doesn't want to take it up. Unfortunately, tying into that liability is that we can't afford to keep those secrets for logical reasons, because once we become aware, we need to act on it. And also, there's also the nefarious part of it, whereby, someone will say something happened, I was harassed, I was bullied, and all of that. And then come a day when their employment terminates, maybe for conduct and all of that. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to say, but the employer was aware of what is happening to me. Then we digress from the actual issue at hand, and there will be liability for the company. So don't ever put yourself in a position where you keep secrets that can be used against your employer, in particular when they involve any form of discrimination or bullying. Yeah, those are the 2 points.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the one thing is what I've experienced is this rule by fear. Where you sit in a boardroom and there will be a review meeting and a person will give their results for the month, and the group of 3 managers will sit in front and attack that person like in, are you stupid, blah, blah, blah. And that creates fear. So the next person that comes up to speak is like and people go to, I can now call it review meetings, whatever it's called in whatever meeting, they will not sleep the night before that kind of a meeting because they don't know, and they would have prepared as good as they could. Maybe have to present a financial model. And then this boss will have one question, he doesn't look at the bigger picture, which this person have spent 2 nights on. Doesn't look at it, and it just drills down to that, and he instills the fear to such a point that the poor presenter just keep quiet, and then we get to keeping quiet. And if that is the culture in the organization, it's that rule by fear culture, and from there. So again, that's where you need to start. That's what needs to be called out. And if you're in an organization where that comes from the top, unfortunately, you're either going to have a group of people standing up together,
Yes.
or I don't have the answers. I just know that we need to get the answers.
No, that's so true, and I think the rule by fear, which you're speaking to, it really, in an environment or culture where fear is prevalent, it's hard for you to rise to your full potential. You always short circuit, even though you know what needs to be done, your competence is challenged because you're not too sure, is it right, is it not? There's something I think Mabure said or Mabato earlier on around leading with care, which brings out the best and allows individuals to flourish. And I think that's one of the things that will assist to work against the fear, to lead with care. Before asking why didn't you do that, just seek to understand before being understood, which I believe will assist in the process. Just before I allow the question maybe questions from the audience, if we do have any, I want us to speak to the high performer. I think one of the, which was spoken to earlier on, which I know for most of us here do understand that the high performer usually contributes a great deal to the problem of bullying. Can I get a yes? Yes. I know you try to be modest, about 50%, but almost always it is the high performer who contributes a great deal. And I just tried to put a bit of language to it in terms of the weak points of a high performer in organizational culture. While their output is impressive, high performers can unintentionally create tension or imbalance if not guided well. As you spoke to that, because sometimes someone is a high performer but they're not a leader. So they can't lead teams, they can't lead people. They can meet targets but at the expense of emotional damage to the team. And they get an applause because the targets are being met, but the collateral along the way is quite huge. So the unfortunate thing, which is a weak point, is they are perfectionists, they usually burn out, they push themselves hard, and sometimes don't understand why the team is not operating at their speed. They don't collaborate a lot because sometimes they don't want to hand over responsibility because they're not too sure what will you contribute to their quality. And that then makes the team feel incompetent because we know what we do. We're being paid to do this, but you want to do it all by yourself. And but the other side, they're like, hey, at least you did it. At least you did it. All that's there. And lastly, undermining psychological safety. When high performers are overly dominant, competitive, or dismissive, others might fear speaking up. And this then becomes a problem. So the question then to the panel would be, how do you coach a leader who's reluctant to address a bully because that person is a high performer? What's your best one sentence rebuttal to that excuse?
So I'll start with my best one sentence.
Yeah, sure.
The best orange in a bag can still spoil the bag.
Yes. Can I get a yes?
Yes. And then I think on
Can I please
the
ask you to repeat that again?
the best tasting orange in a bag, when rotten, can still spoil the bag. So I almost started speaking without the mic. I think in the same way that we want the bully to show compassion, and this may not be the popular view in the room, the starting place is to show them compassion. It's to speak to them, to say to the person who is leading them, speak to them. What is going on? Why are they behaving like this? Have a compassionate conversation with them. You show the leadership in this space. You are the leader. If they need coaching, bring in the coaches. At the same time, they need to be aware that there are legal consequences to their behavior. So yes, we treat them like a human, because that's what we all are. Can't remember this. But at the same time, there are liabilities. that we need to be mindful of. And they need to be aware of all of that. But they need to feel supported to change their behavior, not penalized. Don't emulate what they do. Yeah.
Thank you so much. The best orange, when rotten, can still spoil the bag. Brilliant. Yes, sir. That's your one sentence rebuttal.
No, not rebuttal. I think when we talk about supporting leaders in addressing bullies, I mean, let's accept most people are conflict averse. People don't like confrontation, in particular at work. I mean, we've got an existing issue around the risk and the liability for the employer. So, I mean, I'll try to give a practical way of resolving it. And maybe it might not attract the most favorable views. One, if there's a leader who can't address a subordinate or someone who obviously is a bully, outsource it, obviously, within the company. You've got your IR, your HRs, and obviously they can sit in and all of that. But, and that's the immediate because of the risk. Because when people start resigning, people start committing suicide because of that bully, it's a problem for the company. Because the family comes in and says, we want our child, what happened to them? But then in the long term, for that particular leader, it can be made part of their performance metrics.
Yes.
To say staff sentiment is part of your performance measure and see how that works and obviously guide them and obviously make sure that they have the right resources in terms of coaching and guiding them in future. So that would be the practical solution in my view.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Petra?
Thank you. For me, it is, what is a high performer? That's my first question. And how do we see a high performer? Is a high performer only the guy that contributes to the bottom line? And is that sustainable? Because people leave bosses, and the high performer can only perform with a team. Nobody can perform on their own, and that high performer is going to lose his or her team around them. So, are they then really a high performer? Is it worth then from the leadership of the company to protect them and say, no, it's okay, he does good, he brings in the production? Is that sustainable? I don't think it's sustainable. And then to go back to what he said is then to start doing the coaching and approach them at first with compassion, because as I said earlier, I think it's learned behavior in 95% of the time. And the other 5%, get rid of them.
Get rid of them. Wow. Can I get a yes?
Yes.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is up. Is that a question?
It's a question.
Thank you. If I'm getting a question from yourself.
No, he's gonna. Priyanka must
I'm seeing two hands, okay. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi. Thank you. Unfortunately for the people online, I'm going to take their questions now because the panelists cannot engage with them.
Okay.
But you guys can definitely speak to the speakers outside in the foyer. We do have 3 questions actually from Palesa. One is, how does one recover from being victimized? 2, what are the steps to take to heal? And then Petra, this is for you. She says, often it's the sole high performer that is victimized. In that instance, is it best to just leave? So the camera's right there. You can speak directly to our live streamers.
Sure, that's a tough question. And I think in many instances, people will say, it's your, and I've heard it many times, it's your own mental health, just leave. But unfortunately, we are not all in a position just to leave. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to stick it out. To survive it, I think the first step is to really start looking after yourself. Start to see a life coach yourself, that you can start to get past that point of, it's my fault, I'm the bad one, I'm doing things wrong. The life coach once taught me this method of, in the morning when you wake up, go and stand in front of the mirror and look at yourself and tell yourself, I'm okay, I'm proud of you, you're good, what you do. Just that self validation, thank you, that's the word. That's our validation, just for yourself. Can you leave? That's the decision that you need to make. And if you cannot leave, which is in many, I think most of us is at most 3 pay slips away from bankruptcy. So for us, it's not that easy to leave. I think it's important to start just encouraging the people around you and do what you do to the best of your ability, and keep on with that. The opportunity will come. And it might happen, as it happened in my case, that the police in the organization can't stand it, and eventually they work you out. But then there's always grace, and there will be something to catch you. But if you can, for your own mental health, go. If you can't, believe in yourself. Know that you are worth it. You are worth something, and you are probably targeted because you are a leader. You are not the one who's staying silent.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Petra. Can I ask maybe Tandi to take the first question? Please repeat it for us.
Sure. The first question is, how does one recover from being victimized?
Sure.
Sure, it's at least personally, I found it to be a long road to recovery. I don't have a quick response to that. And I think it starts with what Petra was saying about reminding yourself about who you are and standing strong in who you are and what you can live in. And then the all sorts of things that at least I did. I would play the music that my child says, oh, that's the music without words. Classical music for me was loud, though. And then gospel. Journaling was big for me. Being outside. I don't exercise much, more walking, but if you're a gym bunny, whatever your exercise is, and dancing. I love to dance. So what I did was I looked for the things that fill my cup, and I went to get them very deliberately. But it's a very long journey. And of course, professional assistance, counseling, psychology, and making sure that still your stuff is being dealt with.
Yeah.
So don't leave that alone either. Thanks.
It's brilliant. Thank you so much for that. And as you said, it's a long journey, but the next step is to take it now. Because the longer you prolong it, the longer it goes. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Please, the second question, if you can please repeat it.
No problem. It's how do you heal from it? What's the steps to take to heal?
Yeah, I mean, as people, we all have our respective journeys, and healing can come in a number of ways. Some people find comfort in family, some people find comfort in tradition, some people find comfort in medical wellness. I think for me, we shouldn't even be talking about recovery, because there's obligations on the employer to be proactive, not reactive in these instances. 1, have clear policies. 2, educate people. 3, be able to obviously direct people in terms of the right channels, in terms of wellness, provide additional support. This is not a tick box exercise when it comes to discrimination. Just go to wellness and they'll deal with it. No, you obviously have to have people who are well trained to deal with such instances, so that we get to a point where we're not even talking about how do I recover. Yeah.
Wow, that was incredible. Thank you so much to our panel. I believe this discussion has added value to us. And for all of us as change agents, as we leave this place, let's go out there and not allow culture to be by default, but let's design healthy and positive cultures. Thank you so much. May you please give our panel a round of applause.
100% sure, because honestly I've learned a lot, and I think this conference or summit, it's something that we need as people in corporate or any organizations, workspaces. We really do need that. We've discussed things that we don't actually talk in workspaces because we're probably uncomfortable, we're scared, but definitely it's something I would recommend because I've learned a lot, and I feel that the next person coming in next year will definitely learn a lot. It has definitely gave me a different perspective and an insight. Now that I know what I know, I have a voice of my own, definitely going back and helping my own organization to understand that bullying in workspace is toxic, and we can find ways on how to work around it. And with the information that I got today, I think I have a feedback that I can take back. We can work around what I've learned, and definitely it will be a life change decisions that we take in our workspaces to make difference. I think it's finding my voice. I think that's something that I'm going to take away, because you really never know when you're bullied until you actually learn from other people's experiences, because sometimes we doubt that we actually are bullied because maybe we think it's just I'm the problem, where else you actually not. So I think I found myself, and I will believe in myself. Should something or my instincts tell me that this is bullying, definitely taking it. My voice. I found my voice. Now I'm going to speak up. I'm going to be vocal. I'm going to stand by my truth.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Next, I would like to introduce to the stage our next speaker, Radhi Vandia, the South African president and owner of IPA SA and Through Vision Consulting. She is a respected leader in employee wellness, organizational psychology, and workplace culture transformation. She is passionate about creating psychologically safe, resilient, and thriving workplaces through strategic well-being and people development initiatives. Welcome, Radhi.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, there's a few more people coming in. I'm just going to give you a few minutes to come in because I want to start off with an exercise. But I'd like to just clarify something. I'm the president of IPA SA, so not the owner. It is a NPO, which is an organization that is the association that looks after the membership of all employee well-being practitioners in South Africa. I am the owner of Through Vision Consulting. And the reason I need to clarify that is the presidency goes from member to member to member. And I'm only the president for the next year. So I just want to clarify that aspect. Okay, so Through Vision Consulting for me is through vision, only through vision. Can we see our own potential and get to our passion and live our passion? So part of that is obviously understanding what's actually happening to us as individuals, as employees, as leaders, as well as our environments. So I was very honored to get the invitation from Mabore because not only have I experienced bullying myself, but I've been through various different stories within the workplace, coming from the profession of psychology and EAP work, and worked with many different companies looking at both the issue of bullying, but also solutions. So I'm hoping that some of my experience can assist in understanding what this issue is, bullying, but at the same time understand how EAPs can be of assistance. And I know many organizations see EAPs as a tears and tissues, and I'm hoping to change that perspective. Okay, so I want to start off with an exercise. You know, all wellness people ask you to close your eyes. So I'd like you to close your eyes. Nobody's looking at you besides me. And I want you to remember a time when you were or a person close to you was being bullied in school or at the workplace, if you haven't had that experience at school. Reason why I want you to close your eyes is because I want you to remember how you felt. As you're remembering how you felt, think of what happened in your body. What were your thoughts? Now that you've been there, how did you behave? Or how did your behavior change? What did you do about the bullying? What were your experiences with those people around you enduring that bullying? And just to end off, I want you to tell yourself, it's over. You're here now. And let's learn from that experience. You can open your eyes. The reason why I want you to do that is we want to talk about bullying, but we forget that it actually is a physical experience we go through. Yeah? And if you haven't been bullied, but you have a loved one or a friend that has been bullied, I want you to empathize with that as well. A colleague, a friend, a loved one. Okay. So let's look at that physical experience that actually happens. So from a wellness perspective, we have to go to the biology and the psychology of it. So what actually happens in our bodies is that when we're under stress, we trigger something called the parasympathetic nervous system. Okay? So the reason why I asked you, how did you feel? The feelings that usually come to the fore is my heart rate increased. I was anxious. I couldn't breathe. Okay? All of that triggers biological responses. So sometimes biological responses are good when it's a good stress, yeah? Usual mental health people will say, saber-toothed lion comes out, caveman runs away, because you either have a fight, flight, freeze response. You've heard that before. Okay, but what actually happens is when we are in fight mode, certain things in our body occurs. Your tummy shuts down, you don't need food, you need to garner some energy, so you get what you need from your body to run, yeah? You freeze in certain situations is a danger zone, yeah? So your sympathetic nervous system will help you fight flight, but the freeze response is when you shut down, yeah? So I want you to keep this in mind, because if you think about bullying and mental health, bullying happens over time. Okay, so remember these physical things. It's happening all the time, and it's happening at intervals, because the minute you see the bully, that's what happens. So what kind of happens if we stay in the process is that sometimes we also experience burnout. What is happening is not only do we experience the stress stage, we go to the chronic stress stage, then to what you call a burnout stage. And in burnout already it's quite critical. But because like, I forget your name, Pietro said, you can't go anywhere, you need a job. Yeah? So it becomes a habitual burnout. So this is what's happening in your mind, your body, and now it's affecting at how you actually interacting with the world. Because when you're in burnout, some people will say it buys into what the bully is saying. Oh, that person can't function. That person is stuck, or that person can't really give much to the team because they've eroded who you really are over time. Okay, so I am throwing a lot of concepts out there because we have little time, but I want to spark some interest in going down the rabbit hole, if you want, in later discussions. So who's at risk of being bullied? I heard the performer earlier, but it's not just the performer. It's somebody that's known to be trustworthy. It's somebody that's independent and imaginative. It's somebody that has high moral standards. They're going to hold the ethics in the team. Willingness to share their knowledge and expertise. So it might put somebody at a disadvantage and they might feel insecure. So all the good traits you think you're bringing to the workplace might be a trigger for a bully. Yeah? So why does a bully become a bully? Okay, firstly, it's power and control. Secondly, it's lack of empathy, so they never learned to be empathic. Or it's mimicking behavior, and Pietro spoke about that. They want to show what they've learned. Yeah? Social dynamics. Okay, if the environmental factors is toxic, then you're gonna want to also play in that space because they want to be accepted. Personal issues, so maybe their personal life is not that great and they're bringing it to the workplace. Lack of boundaries, or revenge or retaliation. All of that plays out in the workplace in various different ways. You would experience it as they blame others, they externalize their rage. And remember, rage does not have to be very overt. It's microaggressions. That's how we experience them in the workplace. They have very little or low capacity for empathy, or they can't see another person's point of view. They're unable to take responsibility of their own mistakes or negative feelings or push it onto you or the team. They put people down. They also quite empty, angry people, if you think about it, because they're feeling insecure with little or no self-esteem. They exhibit patterns of abuse with other people in their lives, so it's not just at the workplace. And they have difficulty in changing their behavior. They're troubled. They need support too. And I know that's not a popular way of looking at it, but the previous speaker alluded to it as well, but they do. Yeah? I apologize, my headings are not there. It copied over wrongly, but the first one is the screamer. So this is the types of bullies in the workplace. The screamer is that loud person, ego issues. The second one is the schemer. So they make up stories, create gossip, undermine people's trust. The next one is the freezer. Okay, so they have the authority over something and they just put everything short. They play favorites. Yeah? And the last one is the belittler. And the belittler will gossip, undermine you, manipulate situations. And I never like to talk about just the categories. There's some actions that we can take as individuals if we are confronted with those, because we're about solutions here. So I'm not going to go through everything because of time. But if you want to talk about one particular one, I'm open to that. You're gone very quiet, eh? Is it too much information all at once? The third one. Freezer. Sorry, and the last one is belittler. Just helps us manage it a little bit better when we can name it. So who is the victim? Based on what I just said. What we see is threat, anger, retaliation, gossip, and the victim. Yeah. But there's so many people, and I mean, I heard it earlier. I did come a little bit late, my boy. But I did hear earlier that sometimes we don't even know that we were a victim. Yeah? Because there's so much under the iceberg that we experience, but we don't name it. So any one of us here could have experienced this type of behavior and put it as normal. But bullying and victimization is basically unsolicited conduct. Where's the legal person? He can verify me. Unsolicited conduct which is persistent or a single series of incidents that demeans, humiliates, or creates unreceptive and threatening environments. I like it when it sounds so legal, don't you? Because it really gives us a sense of empowerment so we can do something about it. So, the impact. What is the impact? And I think lots of people feel like the impact is just on that victim or the accused. I think we also need to think about the fact that the team is watching this, whether they're complicit or not. Yeah? But the organization plays a big role as well. And lots of people think EAP, or Employee Assistance Programs, only deals with the victim. And what I want to do today is to flip that, because EAP is actually trained to see systems. Majority of the EAP practitioners are not just psychologists, they're social workers, and they are systems thinking. And they do a lot of community work in terms of their training. And if you look at this as a system and a community, then there's other ways of working with it. So let's look at the community and how they experience it. The effect of bullying on the workplace, you usually will see higher sick leave or absenteeism or presenteeism because of the chronic burnout. Lower staff morale due to negative or fearful environments. Lack of communication between employees because now everyone's walking on eggshells. Breakdown of trust, we're talking about a psychological trust. And it's not just the psychological trust of the victim with the perpetrator, but it's the whole team that starts feeling this. Constantly working in fear of protecting oneself. So we're living defensively. And then increased stress levels. This is where people will start talking about toxic workplaces. Yeah? So I love the culture discussion earlier. So we mentioned coaching for bullying. I know this is the busiest slide I've ever done in my life. But I just want you to understand what we do when we coach the bully. The process. Yeah? So just focus on the red, don't worry about the blue, black. If you want detail, go into the blue, black. But essentially what we would do with the bully is create some sort of self-awareness and understanding within them. Okay, so we'll do assessments or we'll get them to understand their triggers and try and develop some empathy within them. Yeah. Following that, we would look at skills development, something that they might not have within the self-assessment that we've done. Is it communication skills, or do they learn to need to emotionally regulate? Maybe they don't know how to de-escalate their anger, for instance. We would teach them those kind of things. And then obviously healthy conflict resolution. But we also then need to see behavior changes. We don't just teach them, we need to see it happen. Yeah? So we would go into setting goals to change the behavior. We then look at positive reinforcement as they are changing their behaviors. Then we also need to look at accountability and support. How do we hold their new behaviors accountable and provide support in that? And when we say we, I'm talking about the coach together with the organization. And that's why culture is so important. And then organizational measures. One of the better programs that I'm dealing with is it's a multidisciplinary team with IR, EAP, HR, change management, and culture, all of them on the same committee, looking at bullying and harassment, ensuring that the policies talk to the practice, ensuring that after the grievance procedure, the bully does get referred for coaching, those kind of things. So it's a whole systemic thing that we need to look at. And then lastly, personal development, because it needs to be an ongoing process. So yes, I know we need to deal with the victims, and EAP I think is very good at that, because when something happens, they send them for counseling. But I think we forget that EAP, from a coaching perspective, can assist with bullies or changing bully behavior. So just for the organization then, bullying does cost lives and livelihoods. So if we're looking at employees that are being exposed to bullying, they're 2 times more likely to face anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts. So it's a hidden mental health crisis. And that's why EAP is so interested in making a dent in this phenomena in the workplace. It costs the organization trillions, if you think about it from a mental health perspective, if you take into account depression and anxiety stats in South Africa. So like I said, EAPs are too reactive. We come in too late. Why? Because people think it's a tears and tissues. They would only refer the victim, and that's after the effect. It's after we find out. So we don't need just post-incident counseling. We need to treat it as a systemic issue, not just an interpersonal issue. So the organization I spoke about that's doing it proactively is we're going on road shows throughout the country. It's a national organization where we've all, the multidisciplinary team, talking about bullying and harassment from the various different aspects. The legal person is talking about the Labor Relations Act and all the policies that people have at their disposal to use to report it early. Whereas the clinical people are saying, hey, wait a minute, you're not actually recognizing that you are being bullied, and catching it early. And then also we need to look at how do we get early detection and data sharing amongst departments. So we need to say, how is the grievance stats influencing the proactive stuff that's happening in wellness or in culture and all of those things. So we need to use our data adequately. Because the price of silence is increasing. There's reputational harm. So it goes beyond metrics. This is human suffering. So we need to look at early risk screening. A lot of education that goes into it. Transparent reporting, people need to see the statistics. It needs to be within our statistics to EXCO, for instance. You must have a metric for it. Trauma-informed leadership training, how do managers identify that people are actually experiencing this? And I'm saying leaders at all levels, because sometimes bullying happens at the middle level. A senior leader can look at that, And then joint accountability matrix is important, like I said. We need courage-driven, trauma-informed EAPs. So we want EAPs in our organizations that's not just looking at the reactive services. Ask your EAPs, what prevention can you come with in terms of bullying? Remember, EAPs are sitting in the back office thinking that we need to have confidentiality. And yes, we need to have confidentiality when we are talking one-on-one, but we need to be making a big scene in terms of issues that matter. Yeah? Partner with HR and leaders, so we need those disciplinary teams. Empower the whistleblowers. Take our power back. And protect dignity at work. So whatever we could do from a campaign perspective or just lifting people up, we need to be looking at those kind of initiatives. And then lastly, we need to break the cycle of workplace bullying. Because policies alone and counseling on standby is not going to do it. It will come from our willingness to move beyond silence as leaders. And we're all leaders. Yeah? So I'll ask if you have any questions. I know I went through it really fast. It's such a vast topic. And to go into detail is sometimes difficult. Yeah, sure.
So on the counseling of police, how do you approach it? Is it an organization referring them as an outcome of an inquiry maybe? Or is it someone voluntarily coming in and saying, I think that would really help me? And if it's the latter, how much does it help?
Yeah, so I think the latter is very, very minimal. That is after bullying campaigns. I know Transnet, for instance, I don't know if anyone's here from Transnet, a few years ago, had this campaign. I thought it was amazing, this campaign. In the bathroom, there's an outline of a person, and when you wash your hands and you look up and you're in that outline, it says, are you a bully? Yeah, I thought it was such a phenomenal campaign. And somebody like that could have the insight maybe would say, yeah, maybe I need to have a look at who I am and come for coaching or counseling. But majority of it actually comes from the grievance process. So it will be a referral or an outcome of a hearing.
And what has been the success of that? How many of them have you seen turning? Because if I'm coming out from a grievance process, I'm probably still in denial. Are they accepting that they are?
Yeah, I don't have statistics as such because it's a very new phenomenon.
Okay.
But from my personal experience, having coached people, I see a success. It does take insight. So if that first phase that I spoke about, the self-assessment, understanding yourself, works, then the coach will tell you the can. So the person must want to change.
How do EAPs create trust? I know in my own situation, the last, the HR called me and said, this is the EAP number, this is the number for EAP, but that's the last people I would have phoned to get help because
you don't think it's confidential?
You don't think it's confidential, it's part of the company. You don't know if it's part of the whole campaign against you.
Yeah.
What is the right way for an EAP center to create trust that employees do feel comfortable to go and talk?
Thank you, Petra. It's sad that people don't feel like they can trust an EAP. So it depends on the type of EAP that you have. Okay, there's different forms of EAP. If it's purely external, the level of confidentiality is easy, right? Because they just give statistical feedback. If it's purely internal, I'm not saying that it's not confidential, but like you say, there's the dilemma of they employed by the company and so are you. But the ethical aspect of any EAP, the cornerstone of EAP is confidentiality. So even though they are part of an organization, ethically, they sign just like a doctor signs a ethics document, you need to keep confidentiality. So the EAP will give trends or broad feedback, but not actually what happens in the actual, unless you give consent. Okay, ethics behind it. I know that it doesn't always exist. There's people that might not keep that. But then I'd like you to report them to myself, as in EAP, IAPA, because we can then, hold them to the ethics. But I think the best way is just to ask them, how does it work? I would even say everything is in your power. You can say, I don't want this person, I want another counselor. So when you actually call into EAP, and it's usually a toll-free number, if it's a toll-free number, then you know that it's external. You have the power. You can say, I don't want Pietro, I want Mabori. I don't think she understands me adequately. Counseling and coaching is about fit. So if you don't fit with that person, ask for somebody else. If it is internal, ask immediately, how does it work? Call in, ask how does it work, and how will you keep my confidentiality? It immediately puts them on, I need to be careful, yeah. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Good morning. Radi, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yeah.
My name is Luandile. So I'd like to find out maybe what's the key takeaway from your presentation this morning. And I'm asking because I've absorbed there's a lot of nuggets that came out of it. And I'm glad you addressed the point around, because your busiest slide to date, it was about coaching for the bully, right? And it's something that even Mabori mentioned right at the start around, we don't always have to focus on the person who's experienced the harassment, but the bully also can be approached from a humane perspective and just helping them out and valuing them as well. And it's carried throughout so far. And until you said that EAP from a coaching perspective can assist with the bully, and just positioned how the focus is not really overwhelmingly on the bully, but of course the default for an EAP, for example, for a referral to an EAP will be for the victim or for the harassed person. But I almost then got concerned just with the way so far the focus seems to be on the bully and helping the bully and coaching the bully, and I'm all for that. But I'm careful to strike the balance between, taking the bully on board, but also making sure that the person who's been harassed has been fully assisted as well. And maybe just lastly, sorry, I'm being long-winded, but the preventative aspect, can you share a bit more about that in terms of how EAPs need to move from being reactive to being preventative? Because some of us are really interested in that. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Like I said, the time is limited, so I try to push everything in. It does not negate the fact that we are predominantly seeing the victims. I think I just wanted to allude to the fact that we should be focusing on the cause or the people bringing it into the system. I also wanted, if you ask me what the point was, is for us to see it as a systemic thing. It's not just one way of looking at it. In terms of preventative work, to do a lot more awareness talks on what is bullying. And like I said, almost sharing the fact that people are being bullied without knowing that they're being bullied. So those kind of awareness sessions in terms of how it's impacting on people, the mental aspect of it, and not leaving at just education of how it's affecting us, but then what are the practical tools to get this thing out of our workplaces. How we partner with IR or HR, how change management can come in, how can culture contribute. I did a lot of work with a leadership finance bank recently, where we went on a whole couple of months of leadership excellence skills reworking how they live the values of the organization. Because when we do that kind of work, the culture negates that those kind of people don't stay if they don't want to change. Okay?
Radhi, I'm sorry to stop you there.
Sure.
The people can engage with you in the lunch break, but I do have 2 questions online.
Sure.
One is from Lebokang, which she says, recommendations of EAP service providers with preventative programs, please. And then another one from Nwandle is, how do you deal with bullying when it's actually your boss and they are holding everything, even HR and EAP units?
Okay, I'll start with the first one. In terms of the preventative stuff, it starts with awareness sessions like creating psychologically safe environments, stress management, something as basic as that, because they're going to say, wait a minute, why am I overly stressed? Or why is this department overly stressed? So we can subtly get in terms of creating that awareness so that people then build up to the knowledge that, wait a minute, something's wrong here and we need to address the underlying issue, which is bullying. When it is your own boss, that's a bit of a difficult one. It would usually mean that we would encourage a company to do a whistleblowing thing. If there's no whistleblowing, then can we then have the discussion with the boss's boss? Yeah, and that's sometimes a bit difficult as well. I mean, I went to the extent personally of my boss was a director at that stage, so I was senior management. And I literally, because I'm as empowered as I am, said, listen, I quoted the Enneagram. I said, you are an 8, which is great because you're an active controller. You do so much for the organization and you brought in so many millions, but you're creating havoc in my team. And that means you're operating from the shadow side of your 8, which is an active controller. And she said, that's who I am. Live with it. Yes. And you know what? If you address culture, she's gone. So there's other ways, and maybe I'd say to Lebogang, as you say,
yes,
don't do it by yourself. Ask for assistance. Call your EAP, call a friend, whoever is empowered in the organization to hold their hand in that process.
Okay, thank you, Radhi, for speaking with such passion and clarity. I think that's it for online.
Thank you.
And the rest can see you in the foyer.
Thank you.
I would like to introduce our next speaker. She was part of the panelists earlier on, Thandi Nzimande, the CEO of the GBV Response Fund, a dedicated leader in the fight against gender-based violence and driving strategic initiatives to support survivors and strengthen community response systems. Welcome, Thandi.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Priyanka, I'm going to need your help. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Again, this is my privilege, and what a responsibility, actually, to be here today discussing an issue which I've already shared is a very personal issue for me, and also a very significant systemic issue that we're dealing with. The intersection of workplace bullying and gender-based violence it just goes without saying that it is a hugely challenging space for us. Across South Africa, and indeed across the world of work reflects the world we live in. It is in our offices, our factories, our boardrooms that have been spoken much about, our minds and our shop floors, where power, opportunity, and dignity intersect. And it is there too that power, opportunity, and dignity are stripped, misused. Opportunities are withheld, and people suffer at the hands of leaders, and indeed their peers, as somebody had said earlier. When we speak about bullying, harassment, and gender-based violence in the workplace, we are not only addressing moral and legal violations, but we're also addressing a business risk, a human rights issue, and a national development priority. Today, I want to speak about how systemic and sustained approaches anchored in leadership, accountability, institutional frameworks, and survivor-centered practices can help to transform the workplace from a site of vulnerability into a space of safety, respect, and productivity. Just going into a bit of context and the reason why we believe that this is a really important imperative for us to focus on. In fact, South Africa as a country has taken decisive steps towards transformation in this particular space. We have ratified the ILO Convention 190.
Yes.
Marking, the yeses in the room, marking a historic and milestone, affirming every worker's right to a world of work free from violence and harassment. Yet ratification is only the beginning. The challenge before us lies in translating that law into lived experience. Because despite policy frameworks and codes of good practice, workplace and GBVH remain pervasive. Often normalized, silenced, or dismissed. Personality clashes, culture fit issues, discarded. We have to be clear. Workplace bullying and harassment are forms of violence. They corrode mental health, as Radi was saying, drain productivity, and compromise safety. And their impact is measurable, from absenteeism and staff turnover to legal costs, brand damage, and in fact, apart from loss of trust, Radi had a significant list of the impact of workplace bullying. In economic terms, the ILO estimates that direct and indirect costs of violence and harassment in workplaces, including absenteeism, productivity loss, staff turnover, and legal proceedings, can amount to 1 to 3% of national GDP. That is huge. That is a cost to all of us. But beyond these numbers, the human cost is incalculable. When an employee feels unsafe or humiliated, innovation suffers, collaboration suffers, commitment suffers, and ultimately, as Radi also said, I'm going to be repeating a lot of what Radi said. I think it's natural in the space. Yeah? Ultimately, the organization itself suffers. Turning to who is vulnerable, we must also, have I lost my place? My apologies. There we go. Turning who is vulnerable, we must also confront an uncomfortable truth. Not all employees are equally at risk. Women, high performers, young workers, LGBTQIA people, persons with disability, migrants, and those in precarious or lower paid roles are often very vulnerable to workplace bullying and GBVH. Then we come to identity characteristics, be it race, gender, class, sexuality, ability. All these to who is targeted, who is believed, who is othered, and who is protected. Bullying in the workplace is often invisible until its consequences become undeniable. It takes many forms: verbal abuse, exclusion from opportunities, humiliation, gossip, professional sabotage, and is often rooted in power imbalances and prejudice rather than mere personality clashes. We see age-based bullying. We see younger workers, particularly those entering the workforce for the first time, dismissed, patronized, excluded from decision-making, facing ridicule under the guise of, come on, toughen up, take a joke, you're learning the ropes. On the other end of the spectrum, you've got the older employees being undermined, overlooked for promotion, subjected to ageist stereotypes about adaptability and relevance in the digital age. Both dynamics rob organizations of intergenerational learning, mentorship, and innovation. Gender-based bullying. Gender-based bullying is among the most pervasive and structurally embedded forms of workplace violence. Women and gender-diverse individuals are often subject to subtle yet persistent behaviors that undermine their competence, confidence, and progression. Research has shown that women who challenge male-dominated hierarchies or advocate for equity often face retaliation. Being talked over, excluded from key meetings, subjected to double standards in evaluations. In these cases, performance management is often abused, an insidious way of bullying. Assertiveness is labeled aggression. Confidence is penalized. Speaking out, you're not a team player. Bullying also manifests in structural discrimination, such as the gender pay gap, a persistent problem, where women performing equivalent work are compensated less than their male counterparts. Pay inequity sends a demeaning message about value and contribution, reinforcing hierarchies that breed resentment and insecurity. It is a form of economic bullying that institutionalizes inequality. Similarly, maternity-based discrimination continues to be a silent but corrosive form of bullying. Women who fall pregnant or return from maternity leave often experience exclusion from career advancing projects, assumptions about their commitment levels, sometimes outright hostility from peers and managers. Some are pressured to return earlier than when they are ready, or sidelined upon their return, with some of them even finding that the roles that they left doing no longer exist in the organization. This not only violates labor protections, but perpetuates a culture in which motherhood is actually punished rather than supported. For men, bullying can take the form of pressure to conform to hyper-masculine norms, discouraging empathy, vulnerability, or flexibility. Men who embrace caregiving roles, request paternity leave, and challenge sexism may also face ridicule, further reinforcing the toxic cycle of gendered expectations. When you look at gender identity or sexual orientation, for LGBTQIA+ employees, the workplace can be a site of daily microaggressions, mockery, derogatory jokes, exclusionary language. Many conceal their identities for fear of discrimination. Career harm, leading to psychological strain and reduced job satisfaction. Trans and gender diverse employees may face misgendering, denial of health care, lack of safe bathrooms, all of which constitute systemic harassment. Such environments not only violate human rights, but also stifle authenticity and innovation, qualities essential to high-performing teams. These forms of bullying are not isolated, they intersect, they cross over. A young lesbian employee, for instance, may face ageism, sexism, and homophobia simultaneously, compounding her vulnerability and limiting her professional growth. To counter this, organizations must implement intersectional anti-bullying frameworks that explicitly address age, gender, and sexual orientation. This could, for instance, as we mentioned earlier, include psychological safety pulse checks. Do you feel safe to speak up? It could include training managers to recognize and interrupt bias-based bullying. I was very happy to hear about the work you were doing, Radi, at the financial institution. That sounds spot on. Establishing anti-retaliation and equal pay policies that ensure fair compensation and protect complainants. Creating employee resource groups that provide safe spaces for dialogue, mentorship, and solidarity. Psychological safety is not built by policies, unfortunately. Their policies are an important first step, but it is what happens after a complaint has been brought to the fore. Who is believed and what action follows? A culture that protects the most marginalized sets the standard for everyone else. That is why systemic change requires that we move beyond compliance and towards equity, designing policies and cultures that recognize difference, not as a weakness, but as a strength. We turn to one of the projects that are underway in terms of looking at gender-based violence and harassment in particular in the private sector. The Private Sector Coalition on Gender-Based Violence and Harassment, convened by the GBVH Fund, Response Fund, in collaboration with the Presidency, the ILO, UNFPA, and the JSE, was established to drive this transformation. This coalition is not just a platform, it is a movement of accountability and leadership. It recognizes that the private sector employs over 70% of South Africa's workforce. and therefore holds immense potential to shape cultural and systemic change. The coalition calls on companies to move from compliance to action, aligning with the three-step framework of prevention, i.e. building awareness and zero tolerance in the environment, protection through clear policies, confidential reporting, survivor support, and follow-through through enforcement, which ensures that accountability, consequence management, and leadership oversight. This is where the GBVH maturity model becomes critical, providing a structured and measurable framework for companies to assess where they are, identify gaps, and take deliberate steps towards improvement. The GBVH maturity model serves as a comprehensive framework designed to help organizations strengthen their approach to addressing GBVH within the workplace, the supply chain, and the communities in which they operate. It seeks to promote accountability, drive systemic change, and embed GBVH prevention and response into the organizational culture, which is why Radi, that point you made about culture resonated so much with me. Because in a space where there is zero tolerance, a lot of other things then can change. Through its structured methodology, the model enables organizations to evaluate their current efforts, benchmark progress, and take measurable actions towards sustained impact. The maturity model guides companies through a clear and progressive journey from basic awareness to sustained implementation and continuous improvement. It helps companies. Through this model, companies are encouraged to ask, do our anti-harassment and anti-violence policies exist and function effectively? Are our reporting systems confidential and trusted? Do survivors have access to psychosocial support? Are our leaders trained, equipped, and accountable? Are our suppliers, contractors, and community engagements aligned with our zero tolerance commitments? By following this model, companies not only strengthen internal accountability and leadership, but also align their efforts with the ILO Convention 190 and Pillar 1 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, focused on accountability, leadership, and coordination. This alignment reinforces their commitment to build safer, more equitable workplaces and communities. So beyond the ILO C190, we've got a number of other frameworks that we can rely on, some of which were actually mentioned earlier by Lieutenant. So the ILO provides obviously a very robust foundation affirming the right to a world of work which is free from violence and harassment, but it does not stand alone. Companies can draw from a range of complementary international, regional, and national frameworks to strengthen prevention and accountability systems. For instance, we have the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. These principles clarify that businesses have a responsibility to respect human rights, prevent harm, and provide remedies where violations occur. This includes protecting employees from bullying, harassment, and gender-based violence. Integrating the UNGPs into corporate policies ensures that workplace safety is treated as a human rights obligation, not just a compliance issue. We've got the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. In particular, SDG 5, gender equality, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. These goals call for the elimination of all forms of violence in the public and private spheres and the promotion of safe workplaces. Companies aligning their ESG reporting to the SDGs can demonstrate measurable commitments to gender-responsive and violence-free environments. We've got South Africa's Code of Good Practice on Prevention and Elimination of Harassment in the Workplace. Yes. Lutando made mention of that one. Issued under the Employment Equity Act, this national framework provides detailed guidance on preventing and managing harassment, defining it broadly to include psychological, racial, sexual, and cyber-based abuse. It mandates proactive risk assessments, awareness campaigns, and survivor-centered grievance mechanisms. We also have the UN Women's, this one will sound a bit odd, it's the UN Women's Empowerment Principles, WEPS. A voluntary set of principles offering practical guidance again to businesses on promoting gender equality and ensuring safe, respectful workplaces. Principle 3 is explicit about calling for health, safety, and freedom from violence for all women and men in the workplace. And then we have the ISO 45003 standard on psychological health and safety at work. This international standard provides a management system approach to identifying and controlling psychosocial risks, including bullying and harassment. Adopting ISO 45003 can help companies embed well-being and prevention measures within their occupational health and safety spaces. Together, these frameworks all provide a very comprehensive ecosystem of guidance, accountability, and continuous improvement. They help businesses move beyond compliance into cultures of care and prevention, where protecting human dignity is inseparable from protecting business value. Ever since I started working, we have seen the progression being made as companies take more and more responsibility for employees into the supply chain and indeed into the communities in which they operate. At the heart of all of this is leadership. Because no policy, no framework, no model can succeed without the conviction of those at the top. It is in the day-to-day decisions of leaders who they promote, what they tolerate, what they reward, that the culture of a workplace is defined. A CEO who dismisses a bullying complaint sends a message. A manager who ignores sexist jokes sends a message. A company that quietly settles matters without addressing systemic failings sends a message. And yet, so does a company that listens, acts, and learns. So does a leader who says, in our workplace, everyone is safe, everyone is respected, and everyone belongs. Leadership accountability must therefore be institutionalized, integrated into performance systems, governance frameworks, and ESG reporting. Because addressing GBVH and bullying is not an HR issue. It is a governance issue, a business sustainability issue, and indeed a moral imperative. It is about embedding gender equity, diversity, and positive masculinities into the DNA of our corporate cultures. We talk about building survivor-centered systems. A survivor-centered approach means that our workplaces must do more than just react. They must care. It means they have confidential and accessible reporting channels, so employees can speak up without fear. It means they have psychosocial support services available, including trauma counseling and legal referrals. It means they have reintegration programs, ensuring that survivors are not re-victimized and sidelined when they return to work. And in fact, there was a program that Mabora was mentioning that does precisely that, which we'll be hearing more about a bit later. We must have training and sensitization for all employees to understand their rights and responsibilities. Again, a point that was made by Lieutenant. Such systems are not only compassionate, they are strategically smart. A workplace that protects its people protects its productivity. It protects its brand. It attracts and retains talent. It fosters loyalty and innovation. Investing in prevention and response is therefore beyond risk mitigation. It is smart business. It reduces absenteeism, prevents costly litigation, strengthens team cohesion, and enhances overall performance. As we do this, we drive cultural and systemic shifts. True transformation requires a cultural shift. Policies without culture, as I've said, are completely meaningless. Training without accountability is just theater. We must reimagine workplace culture, one where respect, dignity, and equality are not compliance tick boxes, but lived values. This requires addressing harmful power dynamics, very difficult but very important, toxic competitiveness, and the normalization of aggression that too often masquerades as strong leadership. It requires fostering positive masculinities, encouraging men to be allies and advocates, not bystanders or perpetrators. It requires embedding gender equality into every aspect of the organization, from recruitment and pay equity to promotion, senior management, and board representation. Only then can we truly say that we are building workplaces that reflect the society we want to live and thrive in. The business case for change is clearly evident. Every incident of bullying or harassment represents lost hours of productivity. It represents increased absenteeism, higher staff turnover, potential reputational damage, and potential legal costs. Studies have shown that workplaces with high levels of psychological safety and inclusivity report up to 20% higher performance and 50% lower turnover. I just want to come back to that 20% higher performance. It may not sound like much in this kind of context, but just think what a 20% increase on your salary check. Will that be meaningful?
Yes.
And so it is that if we are gonna achieve 20% higher performance from doing these things, we can make a significant difference. Toxic work cultures have been linked to burnout, depression, disengagement, all of which also have tangible financial implications. In other words, a safe workplace supports profitability. The business case goes even further. Globally, Research by Deloitte, McKinsey, and the World Economic Forum continues to affirm that companies that actively invest in gender equity, inclusion, and safe work environments outperform their peers. Inclusive companies are 1.7 times more innovative, attract 3 times more qualified talent, and experience revenue growth rates up to sometimes 30% higher than those with homogeneous, unsafe or exclusionary cultures. A psychologically unsafe workplace, on the other hand, erodes value. When employees spend mental and emotional energy just protecting themselves from humiliation or intimidation, they cannot channel that energy into creativity or productivity. Silence and fear leads to mistakes, missed opportunities, and disengagement. Investors and consumers are also increasingly placing companies under scrutiny for their social footprint, particularly under the ESG reporting requirements. Workplace safety and gender equality are often included as risks affecting access to capital, investor confidence even, and brand equity. We see multinational clients and supply chains requiring reporting now from companies demonstrating that they are operating ethically and uphold worker dignity. Procurement policies are beginning to favor partners who can demonstrate compliance with ILO C-190. Thus, addressing bullying and GBVH is not simply a risk mitigation, but definitely a competitiveness edge in an evolving and highly competitive global marketplace. Preventing GBVH is not about compliance. It is about sustainability. It is about resilience. It is about performance. It is about ensuring that our businesses remain attractive to talent, trusted by consumers, and respected by investors. When workplaces are safe, workers thrive. And when workers thrive, businesses grow. Yes. We are fortunate that in South Africa we have we are hosting the very first G20 on African ground on the continent. As we look ahead, we really have an unprecedented opportunity to influence global trends and frameworks in addressing violence in the workplace, advancing gender equity, and promoting positive masculinity. This moment invites us as a nation and as the private sector to showcase how safe workplaces can drive positive social and economic outcomes. It is a chance for us to amplify the lessons emerging from initiatives right here in South Africa, such as the National Strategic Plan on GBV, even the very fund that I work for, the GBVF Response Fund, in terms of the exemplary models that we have developed in South Africa. That would position South Africa as a thought leader for integrating gender equity, safety, and accountability into the global business agenda. By embedding positive masculinities, intersectionality, and respect-driven cultures into our national and corporate priorities, we can shape the discourse at the G20 to recognize that preventing violence in workplaces and communities alike is not just a moral and human rights imperative, but a foundation for sustainable economic resilience. This is our opportunity to turn South Africa's difficult experiences into global influence, demonstrating that tackling bullying, harassment, and GBVH is both a catalyst for productivity and a pathway to shared prosperity. The vision of a South Africa free from GBV and workplace harassment cannot be achieved by government alone. It requires the private sector coalition and the GBVH maturity model offer us tools and frameworks, but it is our shared commitment that will make cultural transformation real. Because the true measure of leadership is not what we say in those policy documents, but how we make people feel valued, protected, and empowered. When we invest in ending workplace bullying and GBVH, we are not only protecting individuals, we are protecting productivity, profitability, and indeed our collective humanity. Let us commit as leaders, as colleagues, as global citizens, to building workplaces where dignity is non-negotiable, where respect is routine, and where safety is guaranteed. Let us choose courage over comfort.
Yes.
Let us be the ones who lead that change. And let us together build the workplaces and the society we want to exist in.
Okay, the floor is open for questions.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Hidu. Thanks for the presentation. I'm so grateful to see the leadership and the call to action that you're making at this point of time. In one of the slides, and also I've been observing and perceiving other nations and also South Africa. I'm Indian by origin. So, been in the country for more than 12 years, okay? So, I love South Africa. It's a rainbow nation, beautiful nation. So, in one of the slides, we are talking about workplace bullying as a topic, but, and under the topic of self-assessment, the maturity level, and the action plan, there was one slide that we were talking about in terms of what is happening with the workplace bullying, how it affects. So within the BRICS nations, okay, within the context of BRICS nations, not talking about the G20.
Sure.
Within the BRICS nation context, I call it India. I'm not talking about China and Russia, I'm excluding it. They're not democracies, it's a different topic. Within the democratic context, I see within the BRICS, South Africa and India, alcohol is not the biggest problem. Yeah. In India, one of the province makes close to, one province makes sales close to $5.4 billion worth of alcohol sales, just one province revenue, okay? And South Africa is making close to $9 billion alcohol revenue. Okay, so this is a foundation issue.
Yes.
Because I'm not drinking water, I'm drinking alcohol. Okay? And this goes right across the board. From the corporate boards to all to the local shop. And weekends are beautiful, Saturday, Sundays. And not all weekends are beautiful. The poverty hits the poverty. The richness will have beautiful glasses and then go for a nice bed. The working class struggles between the both. But I have seen within the BRICS nation, commonly South Africa and India has got an intense issue of alcohol consumption, which is affecting the neurons of a brain system. And it has a direct impact on your workplace, your GBV, exposes your children, family, your women, and even the grandparents at home, the elderly. And this is, I think, this is also one of the point where the economy, why struggling, keep on struggling, and it can never go above the wheels, is because of alcohol consumption. And one more point is, which I have ideally noticed, because I want to be quite neutral here, not favoring this or that, this nation or other nation, but we are a global, we are together.
Absolutely.
I have observed women, I'm a person, 50-50 or 100-100. 100 male, masculine, 100 feminine. If you say 50 feminine, I will call 50 masculine. That's it. Okay. No biases here. I'm more of a guy of a gender neutral, okay? Not gender equality, gender neutral. So in that context, I have observed a lot of women working within South Africa travel around the country, working at securities in the midnight, at the casinos, women in casinos. Women have always been vulnerable throughout the history, from the day of Bible till today, no doubt. Working at casinos, working at security, parking lots. And not all men are great, there are very few are great. So working at the midnight slots, it exposes the women to the next degree of vulnerability. And now with all the stranger men interacting with them, especially during the midnight, where there is no point. And within the government, workplace, individual, I think the government, the policy has to handle how they have to, BRICS nation especially, how, I'm sharing all this as a point, not as advisory, it's observation.
Yeah.
Government at policy level, alcohol has to be stringently controlled so that the economy can fast track. Workplace, definitely, when the society is doing well, the workplace bullying automatically fade away because the society is good, the workplace is good, and individual automatically translate. And I think for now, this is the points I observe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm sorry I had to cut you off, but you can have a discussion afterwards. I do have a very long question online for you, Thandi. It's Dr. Christina, and she says, how can we assist our country in South Africa to make the workplace bullying an agenda and a strategic priority of our president linked to GBV? This is the pandemic to be eradicated. The Code of Good Practice on Harassment as amendment in 2022 is there and governs any form of harassment. Are there any improvements in our workplace systems to address this matter?
I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer properly, but I'll give it a stab. I think the very elevation of gender-based violence and the fact that you had 400 organizations in South Africa come together to craft that national strategic plan, it means that it has got a very specific relationship with government. And fortunately, the presidency has been very strongly in support of it. And I believe that when you work on poor cultures as a whole, you will start to impact on all the discriminations. I think Lutando kept on speaking about the discriminations that we have. So gender-based violence might be a hook for certain things, but if you improve positive, for instance, if you take positive masculinities, you are asking men to behave in their best representation of self, not working from that shadow side that Raji mentioned. Necessarily, that begins to shift the culture, and it starts to exclude people who want to be bullies. And it actually starts to change those very people in some circumstances. And forget the second part of it.
I think you've actually covered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Tanya, for sharing such valuable insights and perspectives. I would like to call upon our next speaker. And she is Pumla Ngleko. She's part of Heal SA Healing Circles. Pumla facilitates transformative healing and restorative practices for individuals and communities affected by trauma. She is passionate about fostering emotional resilience, personal growth, and collective well-being through safe and supportive spaces. Welcome, Pumla.
Thank you. Good day, everybody. How is everyone today? Good? Tired? We've had a lot to take in. Thank you so much to the speakers who came before me. So much to learn, so much has been shared today. A lot to take in, a lot to process as well. I would like to open by saying the following. You know, what stood out for me or what grabbed my attention is full potential in the work it does. Okay, I'm just gonna read through what is on the homepage. Full potential is basically saying we imagine a world where workplaces are not just compliant, but courageous. We can say a whole lot of things. We can speak policy making, we can speak changes, this and that, but without courage, there won't be any change. Courage is needed, inclusivity is also needed. Because we're a very diverse nation and deeply human. I think for the most part, we run and work for institutions and we always mindful of turnover, mindful of goal setting, mindful of this and that. But we have, in that rat race, we have sort of lost humanity and the human touch. And forgetting that at the end of the day, it is the people that bring the results. We are not robots, we are living human beings with feelings. And we go through a whole lot, and yet we're still expected to come to work and to deliver. So Mabore, thank you, Siswan. Thank you so much for bringing us together today, calling us to action to say, can we sit down? Can we actually talk about this so that we can do something about it? To those who are not aware, Mabore has written a book, Breaking the Cycles of Workplace Bullying. It's actually a bestseller. It is an in-depth exploration of harassment, toxic workplace cultures, and the role of leadership in fostering psychologically safe spaces. Because turnovers and goals, work goals, should not be us sacrificing our mental health. We can still reach the goals. We do not have to trade the one for the other.
Yes.
My name is Pumla Ngleko from Heal South Africa. Heal South Africa, it is an NPC that offers free mental health counseling. We are a youth-focused institution that serves women, the youth, and also institutions. Because we've come to understand that mental health is important. It is actually even more important than your physical health. Because you can't even think of going to the gym or waking up at 5 to go jog if mentally you are challenged. And as a South African, we do not have African ways that explain mental health. The moment mental health is mentioned, that you are mentally challenged. And everyone who has a mind has a mental challenge. You might not be medicated, but you have a mind you have a mental challenge. Can I ask that we move? Oh, am I supposed to be moving it? I'm not used to doing it on my own. Paul, help me. Okay. And women are said to be multitaskers, eh? I guess I choose what I multitask. All right. Mental health in South Africa is so important. Mental health in the workplace, it is so important. So we are an NPC, we offer wellness that is accessible, culturally appropriate, straightforward for students, women, and institutions in South Africa. We are 4 years, we're fairly new. It was established at the height of COVID. We offer culturally appropriate school-based mental health support and one-on-one teletherapy support for university and high school learners. And these are the stats. Very alarming: suicide, anxiety, mood disorders, and. And this is what we find to be the barriers to mental health care. Can be personal factors, systematic challenges, cultural beliefs and language barriers, as I've said before, that when you cannot articulate what you're going through, it is even more harder to explain it, especially if your language doesn't have the words for you to explain what you're going through. You just would not know what to say because there isn't a word for it. And one thing with mental health, it doesn't choose your financial bracket, if I may, because you might be illiterate, but you are mentally challenged and you can't express yourself in English. How do you explain what you're going through? Financial and logistical barriers, as I've said. Okay. Social stigma and lack of awareness. Can we move? We run our services in many different ways. We run workshops and trainings. We've partnered with Full Potential to run healing cycles, where trainings and workshops will be formulated to assist, because I believe in the workplace we need to be trained, we need to be capacitated to actually bring about change. That will need us to take action, to actually visit your guys' institutions and to find time to actually talk about this. There is a dedicated helpline for everyone with savers. We also have the school programs. The reason why we have these school programs is because we believe in preventative work and not reactive work. Because the bully that we talk about, who is now 60-year-old, they didn't start at 60. They started at 5. Yes. So that is why we need to go to the grassroots to say, hey, we can't be talking like this. We can't be doing this. We also, I'm sorry, please, let's go back. I touched a bit on healing circles. The peer support and mindful activities. That is the healing cycles. Because what bullying does, it isolates you. It pushes you to the corner where you feel there is no one for you, there is no one looking out for you. So with the healing circles, it is our way to say, let's come to the table, let's find a way around this. All right, we live in a world where social media, everything is done online, every and anything. That is why we offer teletherapy. We counsel over online platforms as well. Can be any, we flexible. We also offer the peer support programs, the mentorship and counseling, mindfulness and relaxation. There's the stats as well, the number of people we've seen, the number of community workshops, the number of health support groups, and the number of trainings we've done for the mental health support group. And that would be our partners. And then I think I've reached the end. Before I get to bullying in the workplace, I would like to say the following. Nothing will empower us as a people rather than having an understanding that we have the final say. It can happen that I might be going through bullying, or you might know someone who is. But having an understanding that currently this is the situation I'm facing, but I have the final say as to how this one pans out. And having said this, I know how difficult it might be, because when you're faced with a situation, it's mentally, you get a blockage, you get sort of like a fog. You feel like there is no way out of this one. And that would be one, shifting their posture into ownership, owning self, leading self, liberating self, saying I have the power to shift how my life looks. It starts and ends with me. And I will not permit anyone to make me feel otherwise. All right. Bullying in the workplace, we need to get a thorough understanding of what that is. I'm just going to paint a scenario. I know the deliverables and I know the dates I'm supposed to be submitting on, correct? My boss come walking up to my office requesting work. That is not bullying. Yes, that is not bullying. And I've cancelled quite a few individuals who felt when they were supposed to deliver, they feel bullied. So I'd like for us to just break down and get a real understanding of what victimization is, of what bullying is. Because remember, when you're at work, you're an employee. The reason why you are there, that is to deliver. So when you're at work, deliver. And don't feel bullied when work is supposed to be submitted. All right, victimization happens when someone is treated unfairly because they raise their consent, exercise their rights, or refuse unethical behavior. Look at a few examples. Being excluded or ignored after feeling a grievance or complaint. That can happen when you're the one who speaks out. When you're the one who speaks the unspoken language. Everybody sees it, but nobody wants to talk about it. Being excluded or ignored after filing a grievance or complaint, suddenly feeling unfair discrimination or workload increase after speaking up. So now you're being punished for speaking out.
Yes.
Having opportunities or promotion withheld as punishment. Colleagues being instructed not to interact with you. That happens a lot. As to be careful of so-and-so is a troublemaker. Colleagues being instructed not to interact with you. In South African labor law and most others, this is taken seriously under unfair labor practices and can form part of a constructive dismissal case if it becomes intolerable. Can we also look what constitutes workplace bullying? Workplace bullying isn't a single disagreement or a bad day. It is repeated. It is targeted behavior that undermines, humiliates, or intimidates someone. It is repetitive. It happens over and over again. Common examples. Constantly criticizing or belittling your work in front of others. The previous speaker spoke a lot about this. And I've also gone through that as well, where you are belittled in front of others. Killing your confidence, making you even more doubtful of your skills. Like for instance, you know you've got this, you know you understand it, but for some reason, you are made to feel otherwise. Ignoring or excluding you from meetings or communication. Spreading rumors or gossip. I love that we are called to action. So any and everything that we've taken today, it is not only for the next person, but it is for us as well. to say any rumors or gossip in the office, you must just ask yourself, is this gonna build someone? Is this gonna help me? If it's not, then I'm not getting involved. It has nothing to do with me. It is not my business. Don't wanna hear of it. I'm not interested in it. Setting you up to fail, sabotage, e.g. unrealistic deadlines or withholding information. Have you ever had information withheld from you, information of a project that you were supposed to make it possible? It does happen. Taking credit for your work or blaming you unfairly.
Yes.
Yes, it's a resounding yes for me as well. Because when somebody presents your work and takes credit for it, it is even difficult for you to say, actually, that was my idea, that was my suggestion, because you can't even prove it. Because one, you've never presented on it, so and so is presented on it. Why is it now that you want to say this is your work? Take, the key factor is pattern. Let's look at the pattern. How long is this happening? How long has it been happening? And intent. It happens often enough to create fear. Rule by fear. Divide and conquer. Stress. There is normal stress that we all go through, but there is stress that is unnecessary. I don't know if it makes sense. And anxiety. Can we move? I know this word has been used too much, but I'll say it in a way. Narcissistic behavior at work. A narcissistic manager or leader or even colleague can also maybe stress this. Bullying is not just between maybe your line manager, it can also be amongst your peers or your colleagues on the same level as you. A narcissistic manager or colleague often needs excessive admiration or validation. Turns into a demi-doll, a semi-god in the office. Reacts with hostility when questioned or challenged. Even their body language tells me you do not ask, you do not comment. Even the body language, their eyesight tells you that I'm just gonna say this and the whole lot of you will just suck it in and just be quiet. Manipulates others through guilt and even flattery. There are some comments that are made to make you sit down and just be there. It's not really a comment that is true, or it's not a comment that reflects your work. It is just flattery to make you sit down, or subtle control. Refuses accountability, blames others for their mistakes. Refuses accountability. Everyone in the workspace is supposed to account. Even our managers, even the regional manager, even the director, and everyone must account. It cannot be that in our workspaces, everybody does however they like and they will not account. Gaslights, makes you doubt your own memory or perception. Have you ever had that done to you? Like, you know it happened. You saw it, you know, but you are then made to feel you are seeing things. And at times you also want to get a second opinion to say, Mpo, did you see that? Did you hear that?
Yes.
So you're imagining it, you are too sensitive. When combined with authority, this can be emotionally exhausting and damaging to self-esteem. At the beginning, I did say, liberate self, lead self. It starts and ends with you. Never doubt yourself. You saw what you saw. You heard what you heard. And it doesn't matter if Umpo didn't see it, it's fine. It was not directed at Umpo, it was directed at you. So if you saw it, you saw it. Okay. Steps to take if you feel victimized or bullying. Please document everything. We get so busy at work that what happened at 8 a.m. sometimes won't even matter at 5. So document everything. Document it as it happens before you even forget. 8:05 in the foyer, Mr. or Mrs. X came through and 1, 2, 3. Documented. Date, times, witness, emails. And especially if you know that you're having a problem with Mr. or Mr. X, please try and limit all communications to emails so that you can have proof, evidence. Maybe if you can avoid calls, if you can record them, because you don't want to find yourself in a situation where he said, she said, and you can't prove. At least with email, you will have proof that I did communicate this, and this is the response I got. Screenshots and specific actions. Keep this outside your work laptop if possible. That is, if possible. Please document it, because you don't want to find yourself without evidence. Stay professional. Avoid reacting emotionally or sending angry messages. And this is done to protect your credibility. Because with gaslighting and narcissistic behaviors, these people will provoke you, and you will be made to feel like you're the crazy one, whereas you're not. So remain professional, remain calm. Seek confidential advice from your HR, union rep, or external labor advisor. You can also contact the CCMA for guidance. You can also contact TLSA. A therapist will be able to assist you, to continue to find a way going forward. Especially, I love the previous speaker spoke about maybe not trusting your internal EAP. TLSA is there for that. We do not know your company, we don't work there, we have nothing to lose or gain. Address it directly if safe. Sometimes call me asking for clarity. For instance, saying, I've noticed this keeps happening. Can we discuss what's behind it? Expose their behavior. And this is if it is safe. This is if it is safe to do so. But clarity is so important. Or also to make the person aware that you are aware of what they're doing and you cannot and will not stand for it. Request mediation or HR involvement if it persists. Don't be quiet up until you get suicide ideation. We've cancelled a lot of employees who feel like taking their own lives because of work stress. And surely you cannot die because of that. I mean, defeats the very purpose. You are there to work for your family. Now you want to kill yourself. The very family will lose you. Protect your well-being. TLSA is there for that. For that, we offer free therapy, teletherapy. Journaling as well, it also helps as an outlet, or time off if it's needed. If you need to take leave, please take leave. You owe no one an explanation why you need time off or why you need time away. Take it. Yes. The organization will not bend down because you're not there. Protect your okay. Escalate formally. If informal steps fail, use official grievance procedures. We all know them. But if you're unsure, always contact your HR business partner to say, what is the process? Should 1, 2, 3 be happening? What can I do? And escalate externally, CCMA, Labor Department, or legal counsel if necessary. All right, we are now gonna do a quick self-check. Because I do not know who's in the room today and what you're going through. Maybe ask yourself the following. On any and every issue that you might be going through at your workplace, whatever that is. Is this pattern repetitive, targeted, and unreasonable? And this can also be you talking to your colleague, partner, anyone who might suspect they're being bullied. This would be you helping them to self-check. Because what it does, it plays sort of some games in your mind. You end up doubting yourself. Is it affecting my work? Because what it does, it plays on your confidence, and it affects your performance. And that is it affecting your work. And also your mental health. And when your mental health is affected, then it's, have I been isolated, ignored, or publicly embarrassed?
Yes.
If yes, this is not just conflict, it's mistreatment that you are right to address. Colleagues, this brings me to the end of what I wanted to share with you guys. Please look out for more info and more content on the work that Mabure and our institution is doing on healing cycles. Because as I've said before, we need to act. Something needs to be done. It cannot be that the stats show us lots and lots of employees are going through mental health challenges because of bullying. It cannot be. Something has to be done, and we are the people that are supposed to be doing it. And if you or I have any bullying tendencies, I think today, this would be the day we need to stop. Because I think this is the day that we need to really understand how much damage we're doing to other people and also to our institutions, because it does affect performance. It does affect turnover. It is not building anyone, but instead we are killing our nation. Preventative work starts in this room, and what we decide to do with everything that has been said from morning till now. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. I've learned a lot. I've chewed on, a lot is in my mouth, and I'm just taking it all in slowly. Thank you so much.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for the powerful presentation. I think from my side, I just want to touch on the issue of being treated unfairly for a specific reason. So my comment is just really around being treated unfairly for no reason at all. There shouldn't be a reason that you have done something, even if they will do it to you when you have done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
So that too, can that be considered under this to say?
Okay. I guess that is a comment, right? To say there shouldn't be a reason that one gets treated unfairly. There shouldn't be. But I think what in this context I meant to say, getting treatment X because of, like for instance, you've lodged a complaint or you filed a grievance, and now you realize that, okay, this is actually coming from that. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Helen from Kensington. I think we may want to look at the definition, how we define workplace bullying, because from the look of things, it may seem as if we look at it as something that happens or something that is done by people at a higher level, or the bully is the person at a higher level. So I have experience of being bullied by people at lower levels, people who are at junior levels bullying management. Sometimes they masquerade as unions and who will be insulting management, especially if you lead the HR. You will be constantly bullied by unions. So I think there's also a need to look at that to say, how do you deal with that? I know that for managers, when you are experiencing such, it may look like, oh, okay, but you can start a process of discipline. But also for me, when a manager is bullying me, my manager is bullying me, I can lodge a grievance. So that doesn't assist because the bullying is still there. So how do we deal with it when it is experienced from the bottom up?
Thank you for this. And I'm so glad we did touch on it, the fact that it's not just manager to employee, it can be from colleagues in the same level or even in the same department. Bullying is bullying. It doesn't choose. It's just plain bullying. And I think the same steps we would need to follow. Contact your HR to get the process, if you're not familiar with the process, to say, okay, what can be done in this instance? How can I lodge a formal complaint? Make sure you've got something that you've recorded in black and white because it will be needed as evidence to say, surely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually did okay. And I've counseled quite a few people who've gone through that. You'd find that a manager is someone who's very soft-spoken, very calm and soft, and you find that the subordinate is someone who's very dominant, someone with a influence in the office, someone whom the rest of the staff members fear or listen to, and they can get the entire department to be against the manager or the leader. I've seen it, I've also gone through it. When there is just this one person who knows how to be a troublemaker in the department. So it is very much possible. And as I've said, bullying, as with mental health, it doesn't choose sides or it doesn't look at who is involved. It can occur any and everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, we're just taking one more question.
So the approach that we are taking is that we will encourage organizations to refer, and organizations that we work with refer. It's an 8 weeks bullying cycle, 8-week cycle, with people from different organizations. It's just not going to be, from the same organization. And there will be facilitated sessions, and there's a program that the founder for Healers A, referred me to. But at the end of those 8 weeks, then we look at a mediation process to say, you have had time to deal with yourself as a person being bullied, and you as the person that has bullied. Now come together, let's restore this relationship so that you can continue working together. So that's in a nutshell. We will publish in the next week or so on our website, on the social media, and we will also send the people that were in the conference more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabori. And just in closing, the healing cycles, I'm so glad you touched on that, Mabori. It is all about focusing on collective support, because after the process has been done, then what was the next step? And also on promoting emotional healing as well, even for both parties to say restorative justice has to happen. What is the next step? And also to build a community and connection to say what must happen. The previous speaker did touch on the fact that we need to find a way to help the bully as well. And I know that is not famous, but we need to find a way to help the bully as well, because really it can't be that such is allowed to happen. And the support, it is also culturally specific and case specific, because we are helping the individuals involved on the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the valuable dialogue, Pumla. We are going to be taking a break now for lunch, but please, if you could start making your way back into the auditorium, by 13:15, that's 1:15, because our next speaker has lots of case studies and scenarios that he would like to present, and you don't want to miss out on that. Our next session now, and to the podium I bring to you speaker, James van der Westhuizen is the founder of People Power, a consultancy focused on driving organizational change through employee engagement, leadership development, and culture transformation. He is passionate about empowering teams to reach their full potential and fostering workplaces where people thrive. Welcome, James.
Thanks a lot, folks. Apologies to cut short your lunch. I really appreciate it. I'm going to give it a minute or two. Some folks coming into the session. It is a huge honor and privilege to be here. And just to my good friend Mabore, how inspiring to see. First the book, and then all the TV interviews, and now the summit. So well done. I think so wonderful. I'll give folks a couple of minutes to come in. For the folks online joining us, this is going to be an interactive session. So you'll find in front of you a set of voting cards, which I'm going to ask you to hold up from time to time. For those of you online, there will be polls, so you can also tell us what your votes are. Not that there are right answers, but for us to reflect. And just in the short time that I have available, I want to give you a little taste of a simulation that we do on the basis of inclusive leadership. And it's an interesting thing because in some ways, inclusivity is the antidote to bullying, right? And I want to share with you a little bit about our approach. And we're going to look at 4 scenarios, subtle scenarios. And one thing that I want to say up front is that we sometimes think that because of our truly horrific past, that we have the monopoly on exclusion and discrimination in the world, right? And in some ways we don't. In some ways the battle for inclusion is a global phenomenon. My colleague who created this program, Brent Snow in the US, is saying that these days when they want to run these inclusive leader sessions, they have to call it something else. They cannot call it anything around inclusion, diversity, inclusion, equity, because it is just so completely taboo under the new regime. So I think, this is a quote that I want to start with, and I'm going to share this presentation with you afterwards. We're also going to give you at the end a little QR code for a tool that you can use to develop your own approach to inclusive leadership afterwards. And there's only one way to see things until someone shows us how to look at them with different eyes. And for me, that's really the point of this. And if we think of our Inclusive Leader program, we want to maximize the mix. We want to get the most out of the diversity that we have around the table. Once I had an old mentor, Colin Swaby, and he spent a lot of time here, and he once said to me, James, you have such richness and diversity, why are you not richer as a country? And I often said that, we don't leverage that. So an inclusive mindset, very importantly for us, the business case for inclusion. I was so delighted when I came in earlier today to hear people always making the point that business benefits from inclusivity. And I'm going to challenge you with a couple of day-to-day scenarios, a couple of day-to-day opportunities. And hopefully you'll walk away from the session today with your little downloaded app and just get a sense of how you can be a more inclusive leader. So I want to move on quite quickly. I'm not going to go into this too deeply, but I want to quickly just talk to you a little bit about how we define diversity and inclusion. So diversity is obviously what we have. That is the amount of different views. And I think sometimes as South Africans, we overstate the diversity of what we can see. Sometimes people who look the same and have the same gender can be very diverse in their thinking. And then, of course, inclusion in this is using that diversity to create better business results. So it's not just about counting the numbers, but it's about making the numbers count. And for me, that's the big difference. If you have a phenomenally diverse workforce, that gives you no competitive advantage if you do not practice inclusion. And I think we all know that. So I'm going to talk to you today. This is normally a 3 to 4 hour, maybe a full day program. But I want to just talk to you today about a couple of scenarios. For those of you online, we'll run a little poll, and I'd love to see what you vote as well. And from time to time, I'm going to ask you to turn to some people next to you. On every table, there's a little set of blue cards with A, B, C, D. And after a quick 1 to 2 minute conversation, I want you to just hold up in your group which card you believe is the right one. I just want to see, there's no right or wrong answer as far as this is concerned. Just for us to have a little bit of a conversation around this. So, I'm going to give you some scenarios that reflect real life situations. I have specifically filtered out scenarios that would be typically South African, because I want you to understand that this is a global issue. Anywhere in the world, we have challenges of diversity and inclusion. And I want you to have a quick conversation about how you would respond. And we're going to give you 4 options in each case. You pick one, and none of them is perfect. But just to get a bit of a conversation going, just turn to the people next to you and have a bit of a chat. Now, I want to start by just giving you the model that we use in terms of inclusion. And I think it's a very valuable model for me because I'd like you to think about this when you think about responding to these scenarios. The first thing for me, if you are acting as an inclusive leader, is does it take courage? If you are following the path of least resistance, you are probably not being inclusive. It's very easy at a braai or at a coffee station to go to people who look like you and have the same gender and the same skin color and the same political agenda and say, these guys, can't believe it. You know, that will always be easy. Courage is the first element. The second element of our model is relationship. Sometimes by driving inclusiveness, we can actually destroy relationships. What do we want to see at the end of the day? We want to see improved, strengthened relationships. The third element of our little model of inclusive behavior is perspective. Are you actually getting a different and fresh perspective by including? It makes no difference at all if you've got a room full of white middle-aged men to bring in a black young female and subtly explain to her that she should please behave like a white middle-aged male. There is no additional perspective in that position. It doesn't add any value. It helps you look better at the photograph. And maybe it helps you with your BE scorecard. But you get no additional value from that. You need to listen to perspective to help diversity help make a difference. And then lastly, are you building capability? Is what you're doing from an inclusion perspective, is it helping people to do things that they could not do before? And I'd like you, after the session, if you think about inclusive behavior, to think of those 4 elements. Am I acting with courage? Am I building relationships? Am I getting a different perspective? Is someone bringing a different view? And am I actually allowing people to do stuff that they would not otherwise do? Does that make sense? Yes. Can you see there's nothing about race there? There's nothing about culture there. This is about harnessing the value that we have in our organization. Building relationships and helping people to be able to show up without being fearful. Now, there's often trade-offs, and we'll see in each one of these conversations, and we're going to have like little micro 2-3 minute conversations. We don't have a lot of time. In each case, I'm going to put a scenario up. I want you to turn to the people next to you and very quickly decide which one will you vote for, A, B, C, or D. You ready for the game? Yes. And you hold up the blue card. I apologize that I've got to run after the session, but my details are on the back if you want to take the conversation further. So, there's no right answer. You are going to turn to a couple of colleagues. You're going to share your screen if you are in the breakout room so that you can see the scenarios. You just pick on A, B, D, or C, or D. If you're online, you just give us a quick vote. I'd love to hear what the votes say. And you have to choose one option. You can't hold up both cards, right? There's no compromises. And then I'd like 1 or 2 people to just make a quick comment about why they chose that. Does that make sense? Yes. All right, scenario 1. You're in a meeting and there's a female peer, Ava. She's made a couple of really good suggestions. The head of the department who is leading the meeting acknowledges every time Joe makes a similar contribution, but never acknowledges Eva. I'm sure you've experienced that in life, right? You're being your most clever, creative self, and it's like, wow, Pete, that sounds interesting. What do you do? Option A, you intervene by saying, thanks for picking up on that idea, Joe. That's exactly the point Ava was making. I also agree it's a good suggestion. Do you say B, nothing at the time, but you make sure you connect with Ava afterwards and tell her how much you like her ideas? C, you set up a meeting with the leader of the meeting to share what you observed about Ava's ideas being ignored. Or D, you make sure you connect with Ava after the meeting and coach her about how to present her ideas more forcefully. Pick an option, quickly. When you're ready, hold up your card. Wow, that was quick. Let's see, I'd love to see some diversity in the room. Hold up your card. I've got lots of A's at the moment. Oh, wow. Oh, 1B, I love it. 1B. Any others? A, C. Wonderful. Online, what have we got? What are the most? So I've got lots of A's. You are the monoculture of this group.
Online, it's A winning.
Okay, so an A group, that group over there, why did you pick A? Yes, you are. Anybody in that second row group? Yeah. Why did you pick A?
You can go for it. So I would say A because all of the other options, the leader is not necessarily got to acknowledge what you're saying to them or how she does it. But if you say, thank you, I acknowledge that it's your idea, then everybody knows it. And next time, she'll have more courage.
Nice. Courage, perspective. Someone had a different view. You had a different view over here. Which one did you pick? And why? B, why?
I picked B. I'm not sure why.
Anyone with a different answer? Somebody picked C at the back there.
I think I said C.
Yeah, why?
But that's because I can't see properly. My rationale was, because I hadn't actually read it when I chose C, so forgive me, because of my classes and whatnot. But my rationale was that I think that it's important for leadership to be made aware of where they have erred in their process in a professional and non-judgmental manner, whereas it may be misinterpreted and taken negatively by management.
So if we look at our 4 elements, great point. This one is more courage and more perspective. C would be more relationship and capacity building, right? So whenever you have to make that decision, you've got those 4 things to trade off, and you might decide what is most important in that specific moment, right? Okay, ready for the next one? Yeah.
The problem with C.
Yes.
It is a one-on-one conversation between you and the leader. The leader might decide to silence you.
Exactly. Yeah. And you might then decide that what was missing was courage, right?
Yeah.
You need to confront. But I think what I want to say is that there's no right answer, but I think it's important to weigh these 4 elements. Are you ready for the next one?
Yes.
Okay. So, Ramona works hard at blending in with the corporate culture, but doing so means she doesn't reveal much about herself. While everyone in the company has to try to fit into some degree, Ramona feels that as a lesbian woman, she will not be accepted. Despite being a high performer, targeted for promotion, Ramona decides to resign because she can't be herself at work. She comes to tell you she wants to leave the organization. Now, and it's funny, Mabore and I both worked in mining environments. You can quite easily get black and white people to the party, but invite a couple of gay people, everybody across the spectrum starts behaving strangely in that situation. It just shows you we all have our limits, right? So, encourage Ramona to join the LGBT plus employee resource group. As you understand, it's been helpful with other LGBT plus members. Tell Ramona, B, that you understand your team is probably not a good fit for her, and that you think that she might find another possibility in the company. Tell her you don't want to quit and you try and find a different role in the company. C, let her know that you are committed to finding a sponsor for her that can give her another perspective on successfully navigating the organizational culture as a lesbian woman. That's C. And D, tell her you agree that this isn't the right job for her and wish her luck wherever she goes. All right, quick conversation. Hold up your cards when you're ready to vote. When you're ready, ready, when you come to consensus, hold up your cards. I've got A, I've got C, I've got C, I've got A at the back, I've got C here, C. What have we got online?
100% C.
Wow! All right. So, I would like to know, is there any comments? They can text as well online if there's any comments from the online folks. So, someone who voted C, who feels strongly.
For the culture of the company. So making her as comfortable as possible and integrating her into the culture of the company. Also, if you nip it in the bud while it's still soft and mushy, then she'll be strong.
Okay, other C's. Anyone else with a different view? Who says hell no, not C? Yes.
So it wasn't a hell no, not C.
Yeah, tell us your thinking.
It's the navigating part on the C perspective. Yes. We always see really navigating a culture. But if there is an ER, what do you call it, ERG group that is formed in the organization, and you meet with other like-minded people, you might actually see that you're not
exactly. So it's
not
all
different from the rest of the
I mean, you could possibly start leaning in C towards let me help you act straight so that no one actually notices. Let me help you fit in as far as possible. Let's change your behavior so that you're more amenable to the culture. Right? We don't want that. So here we're leaning in our 4 options more towards capacity building and relationship building. Does anybody have a different answer? Anybody have a completely different answer, different perspective?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
I thought of A, but it's and I like. I thought of A and then I withdrew, but of course it's like, no, go ahead.
you all club together. You bunch, you can club together. You people.
It just felt like, and I almost chose A.
Yeah. So there's nothing inherently wrong with this. And I guess then you are leaning more towards relationships and you're leaning more towards potentially supporting courage. You may be leaning more towards creating capacity. Can you see how if you've got those 4 elements in hand at any given time, you can actually start saying, what do we need to weigh up here? I mean, C is a situation of saying, this is quite a tough place to operate. Let me help you. Let me build capacity. Let me mentor you. Let me coach you because we want you to be successful. I think you could even make a rationale for D, right? If it's a hardcore organization where this person is just going to be slapped down for the rest of their life, you might do that person more of a favor to say, you know what, it's not the way it should be, but of course there's a huge lack of courage in that. You are not confronting, you're not bringing additional perspective to the table. That makes sense? Any comments from the online folks? Please feel free to type, post. All right, you ready for another scenario? Yeah, go for it.
Yes. No, man, I just mentioned that option A seems like you're outsourcing.
Yeah.
I think option C, you're more involved in it. And it would be beyond just gender orientation. Because having a sponsor, having a mentor in an organization is a huge career plus for anyone.
Yeah, I love your comment there. I think it's got to do with almost abdicating responsibility. Right? You're saying you go to other folks who've dealt with it, they will empower you, they will help you. This is not my problem, it's not my battle to fight. And that's where courage is always number 1. If you're not, I think it was, I'll try to remember who said it, but somebody said that, the most important value to have is courage. Because if you don't have courage, then none of your other values actually matter.
Yes.
So, ready for another one?
Yes.
Okay. So, you've just learned that Ali, a young female researcher, just started working closely with a particular manager. You've heard through the Whisper network that this manager has a reputation for preying on young female researchers. And also subtly or not so subtly, letting them know he's critical to their future success. You get a sense of where this is leading, right? You get a bit of a feel. Okay. Option A, you make it a point to talk to Ali and warn her about this manager, as it seems that it like all you can really do, right? You don't have any evidence at this point. B, you take it upon yourself to set up a meeting with the manager's leader and share your concerns about Ali working with this manager, right? You go above, you go escalate. C, you send an email to upper management and ask them to address the situation directly, as they are the ones who have to take action, not you. D, you do nothing because only you know of this manager's behavior through the Whisper network, and you don't want to ruin anybody's reputation without hard proof. Here we have an extra one, which is E, which I don't have a card for, but you can call it out. You decide to seek out other women who have worked with this manager, and second, create a safe space forum for them, plus only to come together and share their experiences with the hopes that collectively they can have the courage to do something about this manager. This is the hardest one on the list so far, right? It's not easy. Quick conversation, let me know what you would do in this situation. Turn to each other, have a quick chat. And when you're ready, hold up your card.
Sometimes kindness
We just had a bottle explosion there. Okay, when you're ready, hold up your card. When you've come to a decision. If you want to do E, just hold up your hand, not a card, and I'll know you want E. Right, let's get the votes in. What will you go for? There's one E there. E, D, S, D, E, B, D. Oi, this is going to be A, B, D, E. What have we got online?
Online, we have 33% A, 33% D, 33% E.
All right, let's go through the room. B first. Why do you think B is the way to go?
Okay, so we think B because before going to upper management, we would rather go to the manager and let them speak to address the issue. But I also go for E. If the issue wasn't addressed before, then it's best they address it collectively because they have been solid proof. The other women went through it, so it would make sense.
Great. And you wanted to go E. Why would you go E?
So I'll go E because I'm one of the cultures. So I'll first seek to understand from the other women and because it's hearsay now. And once one has gathered the information, create a safe space for them so that to see is there any weight in what they are saying, and then from there be able to escalate it to management.
Okay. Right, other views? What did you pick? Yeah.
Option E.
Yeah.
Sometimes everybody's judgment towards a person can be different based on their perspectives.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily one person's kindness with the other, especially on opposite gender. Sometimes few clean hearts will interpret as kindness.
Yeah.
Few other perspectives, he's always flirting with her.
Yeah, absolutely. What did you have? You had D, you had a different view?
Yes. My perspective was we're not in agreement.
That's fine, that's diversity, right?
Yes, that's diversity. This is through a Whisper network. That's the first one that I looked at. And number two, there could be a perspective whereby now whomever started the Whisper network is actually bullying this manager. They had done in advance and the manager didn't receive it, you understand, and started this rumor. So now we'll be ruining somebody's reputation over somebody bullying them.
Yeah.
So that is where I'm saying it's up until it is a grievance laid first and something known within the company, then I can step in or speak out.
Yeah. Great. Anyone else with a strong view? Yes.
I would actually not go with any of it.
Nice.
Because exactly what he said. I always try to see something from the other person's perspective. And I've experienced it many times that exactly as you say, some men all think they are nice to a person and then that is interpreted differently, where I would just see it as being kind.
Sorry. So my first step will actually be to go and sit with him and say to him, listen, are you aware that this is what you portray to the women, and this is how they, without naming anybody, telling him, listen, do you know that this is how they perceive you? And if you've done that, then you can go to the other steps. But for me, that would be the first step, is to speak to him directly and say, or her, because remember, it's not only men that is in that position, it's many times it's women that treat men like that. So yeah, that would be my first step.
Beautiful.
I'm there as well.
Yes.
I want to add one point.
Yeah.
In the globalized context of working relationships, right, where the culture comes into picture, every opposite gender interacts is perceived by different culture differently. So one person's opinion cannot define a person through their own eyes, because I'm having an ego where I'm seeing the world through my ego. That does not judge a person like that.
So I love this discussion, because it shows you that if you're going into a situation like that and you put those 4 elements on the table, saying, am I being a coward here? Am I not confronting what I should be confronting? Am I showing courage? Secondly, am I respecting relationships? People still have to work with each other at the end of this process. Am I building relationships, or am I destroying it? Then next we can say, well, to what extent am I actually inviting other perspectives? Because I might not see things in the same way, right? And lastly, how am I building capacity here? How am I helping Ali to stand up better? How do I help this manager to potentially act in a different way? And there's no right or wrong answer, but what I want you to think about is inclusiveness is not just always about saying everything is okay. It's about balancing those things. One last one? Yes? Okay. So, drinks after work. I love this one. This is a very South African one. A friend and a colleague is relating an experience she had a few hours earlier. After she presented at an internal conference, a senior leader approached her and remarked in a tone of surprise, "Wow, you speak so well." Your colleague says to you with great frustration, "I can't believe this has happened to me again." Why are people surprised when a black woman is eloquent, right? The subtle rundown, which is the comment, "Wow, you've such good English, well done," you know? So tell her she needs to go and tell her senior manager how the comment made her feel. That's option A. B, take it upon yourself to speak to the senior leader on her behalf, and how a comment like this could be perceived, and it might reflect unconscious bias. C, you commiserate as a friend and buy another round of drinks. You tell the senior person is a nice person and probably didn't mean anything, and she should give the leader the benefit of the doubt and not be so sensitive. Okay, quick conversation. A, B, C, or D? When you're ready, hold up your card. Yeah, don't be so sensitive. Interesting. A, I've got A, I've got another A over here, I've got an A there. What have we got online? What's leading online?
We have 100% B.
100% B. Okay, so I want to give someone a chance with an A. Why would you pick? Sorry, I'm going to go up to you. You pick A. I'm going to ask you it. Yeah.
Yeah. For us, I think it's important to. Okay. Yeah. At least now you are addressing the person, and the person must know what such comment may make people feel even in the future. So that this person becomes aware, because it may be a question of not being aware and thinking that is a compliment, and you don't take it as a compliment because you can see that as a bias. You know, so this person must be aware so that they learn about things like this.
So there you're like focusing on courage and capacity building and perspective, right? Yes. Someone had a different view. Someone had a different perspective. Yes.
No, I'll go for option B because unconscious bias shapes a lot in terms of looking down on other race, a person from other nation, and person from other ethnicity as a whole. It is very normal in corporations, big corporations. And it's been I've been in the corporations world, so I see this unconscious bias is very standard. And it actually, the truth is, there's no outcome for it.
You need to build. I'd like to ask that team over there, what did you pick? You over there, yeah.
So I thought A,
Yeah.
feel she has the courage, then option B. So first see if you can capacitate the individual, because it's the horse's mouth perspective as opposed to presenting somebody else's opinion, and if not, still provide an opportunity to talk as you.
Nice. So folks, I wanted to share these scenarios. They're only a few of many that's part of our program, but I wanted to share these scenarios to show you how we put this model into action. Yeah, go for it.
I thought you were avoiding typically South African.
Believe it or not, this is a global problem. So, I think one of the most important things is, although there's never a correct answer, you can develop capability in becoming an inclusive leader, but you've got to do it in an agile way, right? There are always trade-offs, there are always competing priorities, and you need to have judgment and context in mind. But what I want to suggest with moving forward, and I'd like to invite you also to use a little tool that we're going to share with you, is when you go into a situation when you start feeling like you need to do something about inclusion, write down those 4 elements. Am I stepping back because I just don't have the guts to confront? Am I possibly going too far and destroying relationships that will be hard to rebuild afterwards? Am I actually bringing in a new perspective, or am I just joining the mainstream on this issue? And am I actually building capability in myself and others? And depending on what you think is the most important, then decide what is the right course of action from this perspective. Balancing these 4 elements is what will make you a great inclusive leader. Now, to wrap up, I would like you to scan this. This is a little tool that you can use called Play Your Winning Hand. You can scan it, and then it's going to ask you to select a couple of self-development activities. You can also pop your email on there and we'll send it back to you. And promise we won't spam you. If you want to contact us, use the little back of the QR code on the front of the card. And this is your own personal action planning about how you are going to develop your capabilities as an inclusive leader. The folks online are also welcome to scan the QR. Is it working? Are you getting in there?
Yes.
Just bookmark the page. We will also share the presentation with you afterwards. Please don't share it outside of this forum. It's obviously something that is licensed and I've requested to share with you, but it's your personal little action plan. And if everybody has scanned it, is anybody still scanning? I want to close and just have a little bit of time for questions or comments. But thank you so much for this. What you're going to do now is you can look at stop, start, continue, consider, and decide which actions you need to take to become a better inclusive leader, and then make a commitment to yourself to start doing these things. Because we don't become inclusive by reading books of philosophy, we become inclusive by actually acting in the organizational domain. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for playing along. And we have about 7 minutes for questions, so please, if anybody's got a question or a comment, I'd love to hear from you. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm asking repeated questions.
No, that's great.
There's one element in multinational corporate world. There's one element in a multinational corporation world that we talk about the unconscious bias. Some companies have excelled it, where ignoring or I don't know how they overcome the unconscious bias, but still going through the cutting edge of leading technologies and excelling it with multicultural environment. And from your experience, I'm limited here at this point of time in this specific context, from your expertise, what is the mantra, or let's say, what is the core element do you think make them successful overcoming these unconscious biases at workplaces?
Such a great question, and I mean today with AI supercharging it on top of it, right? I think there's a lot of studies that showed that if you ask AI for a profile for someone as a manager, it will go with typical Western European names, right? But I would say if I had to give you one success criteria in eradicating unconscious bias, it's curiosity. If you stop being curious about how other people think differently, see differently, react differently, that is when you've settled into the complacency of unconscious bias. And then I would go back to the same thing, have the courage to confront it, bring perspective into that situation, do it in the context of relating, and very importantly, build capacity in that space. But if I see organizations where leaders are not curious, those are typically organizations with very high levels of unconscious bias. Other questions, comments? Somebody wanted to say something. Yeah, I think there was a question there.
It's on. My OCD is struggling to let go on that question where we had employee, what do you call it? Employee resource groups. And the movement is going towards that. Even with your top employer certification, employers are called to create those groups to make sure that there's inclusivity, people feel that they belong, and that there's a sense of community. So I'm struggling with the view that creating an ER group for the LGBT employee would be abdicating responsibility when it's actually created to provide a sense of community and belonging.
I think it's such a great comment, and I think the answer to that is that it could be both. There are definitely organizations that create these forums and so-called safe spaces because they're quite happy with the rest of the organization not being safe. And then it is an application of responsibility. But I think if you speak to Mawari, she would say to you that when those communities or spaces become monocultures in their own right, if there are not people who could act as allies and rather than bystanders, you're also creating something that is not effective. So I think for me, yes, sometimes people need a rallying ground to just share experiences. But if you don't have a sense that it's time limited and that you need to include the other people into that space, then for me it will be an application. But, you know, I've come from a highly privileged background. You know, I'm a white South African middle-aged male. I've never had a need for a space like that. It would be massively arrogant for me to tell a black, young, female, lesbian woman that you don't need a space like that, just grow up. So I think we need to also take our own kind of narrow perspective into consideration and maybe not express ourselves about what happens in those spaces. But where I will want to express myself is how is that space either immunized or integrated into the broader culture of the organization? So I think it's a very thoughtful question. There was one more before we close. Yes, go.
Yeah, that would be a comment from my side. Just to appreciate people power. This session has been very interactive, and I think we learn more when we do than when we are just seated and absorbing in. So it's very informative. The scenarios given, they sound easy, and you think, I don't know how to deal with that. So it's just appreciating the work that you guys do and how much of an eye-opener this has been.
Thank you. Thank you so much, folks. It's been huge fun working with you. Enjoy the rest of the conference. And thank you very much for being here on time so that we have the full-time allocation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, James. Before you go, guys, option A, if James is fun, and option B, if he's super fun. Thank you so much for that very fun and interactive session. Our next speaker is Osborne Malatudi. He's the Managing Director of Malatudi Attorneys, bringing extensive expertise in corporate law and strategic legal advisory. With a background in HR, he is committed to delivering innovative, client-focused solutions while fostering integrity and excellence in the legal profession. Welcome.
at the tough session now. May I please use this because I made some changes? Yeah. I was taught some new skills on how to do a presentation and maintain attention at the same time. So I would appreciate if we can use this one.
Can we plug it at the top?
Or you can plug it there, okay?
Plug it there and then there's the clicker. The clicker is
It's fine. Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, I'm good. So while we're waiting, good afternoon, everyone. The challenge with my session is that there is this perception that when you have a problem and you go to a lawyer, the chances are that you may end up having two problems. One problem being understanding that lawyer's advice. And take a guess, what would be the next problem? Paying his legal fees, isn't that so? So I'm not here for that. This presentation is absolutely free. And all thanks to you, Mabure. I appreciate the collaboration that you are making with all stakeholders. And more importantly, I appreciate the opportunity. So I don't know how many lawyers spoke before me. So I'm the first one or I'm the last one, I'm not sure. Yeah, so please bear with me. I'm an old-fashioned lawyer, so I have asked the team to help me just to sort of, perhaps we can go back. Which one do I press here? My apology. To go back. The green one. The green one. Where do I face it? Here. Okay. So this is the official topic that I've been asked to come and talk about. And from a legal perspective, yes, I did have exposure in HR, like everyone else, for about 8 years, but my passion has always been in law, and particularly labor law, something that I've been doing for the last 27 years or so. So how does the law protect affected employees, and what are the implications for employers? Because more often than not, we always think employers, employers, employers. But in every workplace, we have to accept that there are employees in that workplace, and employees make contribution to a success of a particular company for one reason or the other. But when employees are facing a critical issue of workplace bullying, what does the law say about that? And that is what I'm here to talk to you about. Okay. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, so by way of introduction, the Code of Good Practice on the Prevention and Elimination of Harassment in the Workplace took effect 3 years ago. And what does it say? The intention of the code was to shine light on the various forms of harassment in the workplace and to create positive duty on employers, and it's in bold, to prevent and not react, please, as a belief. To prevent and not react. To prevent and eliminate, not introduce, eliminate harassment if it is based on one or more of the listed grounds of unfair discrimination in terms of Section 6 of the Employment Equity Act. I do not say this point lightly. I think it's about time that employers take proactive steps to prevent and eliminate. That's the key message from this theme. And what appears in the next para is the listed grounds in terms of which the Employment Equity Act says that any form of harassment based on one or more of these will amount to harassment. And you may be wondering, where does bullying fit in? Let's check it out. It is important to note that bullying, it is indeed a form of harassment in terms of this code. And I'll unpack it. By the way, the code is 10 pages. So, because sometimes when lawyers talk certain documents, mention legislation, hey, you think it's 52 pages? No, I'll get my lawyer to read it for me. It's 10 pages. So I invite all of you to go ahead the Code of Good Practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. We can go to the next slide. It doesn't allow me to do it here. So what are the themes? The themes that I'll be covering is what is bullying, what are the different types of harassment, common types of bullying in the workplace, legal landscape regarding bullying, constitutional protection against workplace bullying, legislation on bullying, in other words, labor law legislation, relevant case law. Of course, most of the legislative prescripts and the manner in which employers enact their policies is no doubt influenced by case law. Typical example, back in the days, to winch at a person like this was taken as an ordinary gesture. But I can guarantee you now, today in today's modern labor law, if you do that frequently, in English, I think it's this constant winking. Today, it may be seen as a form of harassment. And case law will support that. And many other forms that back in the days were seen as acceptable norms. But today, because of case law, the way case law has developed, that we now need to make a reference insofar as bullying, workplace bullying is concerned. And of course, one other important theme is the issue of consequences of non-compliance and protection for employees facing workplace bullying and implications for employers. What is bullying? I mean, you spend the whole day here talking about this issue. It's a very serious issue. But what is bullying from a legal perspective? Let's check it out. Bullying in the workplace, ladies and gentlemen, can manifest itself in different forms, including physical, verbal, and non-verbal conduct. For example, bullying by core employees can be in the form of exclusion and gossiping. I mean, this is another problem. Or it may take the form of overloading the victim with work and setting unreasonable goals if, in that instance, the bully is a manager. The interpretation of workplace bullying is encapsulated in the wording of Section 6, subsection 3 of the Employment Equity Act, which stipulates the following. Harassment of an employee is a form of unfair discrimination, and indeed it is prohibited on any one or a combination of grounds of unfair discrimination that are highlighted earlier. I deliberately put this line because Professor Alan Rycroft is my academic mentor. He is the reason why today I passionately practice labor law. He was one of my lecturers at the University of Natal, which is now called UKZN, Howard College. So I even promised him that from time to time, I'll try my best to make reference to some of his writings. So what does he suggest? He's now based at the University of Cape Town. He suggests that workplace bullying could be defined using the definition of harassment in one of the popular legislation called PEPUDA, Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination. Again, it's not a long piece of legislation, and I suggest at a particular time, let's also have a look at it. It binds the state and prohibits hate speech. It defines what harassment is, and so forth. Bekuda. Please keep that in mind. Now, one aspect that we need to look at is coercive power. What is coercive power from a workplace perspective? These are a concept that we often take for granted, that we as line managers, supervisors, when we engage with our subordinates or fellow employees, we don't realize that in that which we are doing, there may be some elements of what I'm about to demonstrate to you. So let's practice what we preach. The code defines bullying in the workplace as follows, where harassment involves the abuse of coercive power by an individual or group of individuals in the workplace. Workplace bullying may involve aggressive behavior in which someone repeatedly causes another person injury or discomfort. And coercive power is the ability to force someone to comply with an order by threatening punishment for non-compliance. And it's in bold. This power relies on fear or actual force rather than persuasion to compel behavior. You can add rather than good leadership, governance, and so forth. An example may include a manager who constantly threatens employees. And I've seen them. You know, when people say I've seen this movie before, they don't say that for the fun of it. They mean it. I've seen this, where some manager seems to thrive on constantly threatening his or her subordinate to say, I will fire you. If you continue doing this, I will demote you. And you can tell that some of this sentiment come from a manager who has not come to terms with the modern labor law legislation and so forth, including the code that really protect employees against that kind of harassment. The next slide looks at the different types of harassment. This is just for information purposes. All right. There are many types of harassment in terms of the code, and they are there, including but not limited to physical, verbal, or psychological conduct. Physical harassment, this is a pretty straightforward one. But the tricky one is the verbal bullying. You know, some people will engage in this form of verbal bullying because there will be no evidence, you know, later on and so forth. And ladies and gentlemen, let's face it, it is for this reason that some employees have become so untrustworthy of their supervisors that even when you call them for an innocent meeting, guess what they do? They immediately press their record buttons on their cell phones and they put it inside, they hide it because of that fear that we've instilled upon them. And precisely because they know that you're going to probably be engaging in this form of bullying, which is verbal, which includes threats, shaming. Shaming. You can't be saying, oh, no wonder why you do this. Look at you. You know, those kind of remarks. Be careful. And here I'm talking to supervisors, managers, of course, HR practitioners, so that you can, when you conduct these sessions, you can guide your relevant team about this kind of aspect that may constitute bullying and lead to what we call vicarious liability. I'll talk about it later. Hostile teasing. You know, and this is, by the way, is not limited to hostile teasing actually in the workplace. Someone in another seminar suggested that you also find this in WhatsApps because there are workplace WhatsApp groups. So you need to alert your managers, you need to alert your clients, those who are you know, in professional services, that you must make sure that whatever form of communication you establish, set the rules down. You can send a voice note if typing them will take your time. You can say, dear everyone, this is a business WhatsApp group and the following shall not be allowed. In fact, I belong to 1 or 2 or 3 of them. And one of the rules is that no posting beyond 5 o'clock. And you can take your guess what happens after 5, especially when Bafana play. People still post. They forgot the rule, you know, that we need to give people space for their families and so forth. So those are some of the rules we can state, especially, I'm talking in the context of workplace, business, WhatsApp group, that Hostile shall not be allowed. Insults, constant negative judgment and criticism or racist, sexist, or phobic language, LGBTQ, IA, phobic language. Don't be another Mkunu who has recently been, I think he has been fined or sentenced or something like that. Don't do that. Psychological harassment, online harassment. This is also vicious. It's become common, the online harassment. Common types of bullying in the workplace. I decided to put the entire slide so that you can have a look and try and fit it in relation to the clients that you service, the workplace you work in, and whether or not you will be able to practice that which you see here. I mean, humiliation is another thing. Don't humiliate your fellow employee. Don't humiliate your subordinates. And you will see why this slide is coming up later on in terms of the implications. Sabotaging work efforts, withholding vital information. Someone gives you a critical assignment at 5 to 3 in the afternoon, and he says, my deadline is 4:30. He doesn't give you all the information. Once financial statements, once this, hey, AGSA is here. Oh, the auditor is here. I need this. But he doesn't give you other vital information. For instance, what you call preliminary findings and so forth. He wants to see how you're going to fix a particular problem that already a finding has been made. I'm just giving a typical example, and so forth. I used to call it booby traps. I'm glad I remember that. Someone sets booby trap for you, sets you up for failure. All I'm saying is that if that is discovered, the employee may raise that as a form of bullying, and consequently, as you'll see later on in the slides, that employee may end up resigning and sue the company for constructive dismissal, or alternatively, sue the company delictually for damages if it results in the employee suffering psychological and so forth, all because of the action of one person, a bully. So therefore, you need to advise your clients, companies where you work, that these forms of or common types of bullying should not be allowed. But not only not allowed, but they must be detected from the point of origin. And that's the message I want to communicate with you. Obstructing chances of promotion or career, giving constant, unsolicited, unfair criticism, sending aggressive or inappropriate emails or notes. I think we're all adults here. I'm glad that I mentioned that. Have you seen those types of employees / managers / executives who are engaged in CYA emails? Can someone just take a guess? What is a CYA email? I'm being deliberate. We are all adults. Kabayo? Who's saying that? Oh, yes. So I think that's the perpetrator. That's why he knows that. Am I correct? Yes. There's this constant paranoid of just copying the whole world when you're talking to Mavore. Why? Yeah? You are criticizing me, but you are copying the whole world. So be mindful. That may amount to aggressive communication because you are constantly engaging in a CYA style of communication. I'm glad you said it softly because I realized that you are on record. Honorable Chair, committee members, we are on record. I'm sure you're getting used to that. You see, so all of this, and in the interest of time, I'm not gonna, look at excessive micromanaging. This is not a myth, it happens. Some of you are getting calls, WhatsApp, where are you? I thought the conference finishes at 1. Where are you? We need you here. Got an important meeting. You see, that may amount to excessive micromanaging because that supervisor, that manager gave you permission to attend this very important summit. It's a very important summit on a very important topic. But you get this constant WhatsApps. You can't even focus. Because he's constantly saying, we need you. There's a meeting. The boss is coming. He's flying all the way from Dubai. He's coming all the way from New York, so forth. If you work for Martina, I've seen this. I'm not giving you, empty examples. I've seen this movie. I've worked for a multinational, and that 5 to 3 instructions and quarter past 4, and I'm used to that. You get them, they need an Excel spreadsheet and so forth and so forth. But coming to the relevant issue, it's a micromanagement. You are here, you were given permission, but you are constantly being asked, where are you? What's the plan for tomorrow? I said, but did you check your email? Oh, sorry, let me check. Oh, I see. Oh, sorry. That story you can even tell is not a genuine one. So I'm giving you live examples, and who has never worked in corporate. I know these things. That is why I'm sharing them with you. Let's move on. So in terms of the legal landscape on bullying, we do have those. So you need to highlight this. Don't be afraid to really highlight them strongly, to say, hey, hold on. Then there's protection that comes from a mix of the following. So no one must say, no, there's no law against bullying in the workplace. There's no definition of bullying, etc. No, you need to call that person to order and say, there's an Employment Equity Act, there's a Code of Good Practice, there's a Labor Relations Act, which provides remedies for conduct relating to, for instance, unfair dismissal, constructive dismissal. We'll unpack that. The most important one that people often overlook, OSHA. It's popularly known as OSHA. What is OSHA saying? You'll see shortly as I unpack the slides. And of course, the common law, insofar as delictual claims for damages in some cases. This is just to share with you that it doesn't stop there. There's also constitutional protection against workplace bullying, because employees are afforded fundamental rights that indirectly but powerfully protect them from workplace bullying. And what do I mean that? Your equality clause. People take this for granted. I don't know how many times we always go to the Constitution. We always go back to Constitution. Someone was saying, Mchana, the way we are so heartful, we don't even care about the Constitution, because it looks like nobody is listening. Let that not be the case with your workplace as a belief. Please, let that not be the case. This company, some people don't even care to read policies. Let that not be the case with your workplace, because Section 9 is there. Now, a workplace bullying that targets an individual based on any of these protected characteristics may constitute harassment. You need to say that to your workplace colleagues, be it HR practitioners, ER practitioners, and so forth. And thus, it may make it unconstitutional. And we also have Section 12, which guarantees freedom and security of the person. It offers another layer of protection. It ensures that everyone has the right to be free from all forms of violence, including emotional and psychological harm. Because back in the days, we say, man, don't be a CC. I was just joking and so forth. Times have changed. We now have this. So at least go to that file and conscientize your colleagues, your clients, insofar as the context of workplace labor law is concerned. So workplace bullying, especially when it involves sustained verbal abuse, intimidation, or psychological harassment, can be seen to violate this right. So in essence, the Constitution forms a solid foundation that ensures bullying is not just morally unacceptable, but that it is a violation of someone's basic human rights. And it's very rare that we make use of this kind of argument. We're always looking at labor law. We've got to grow as a business. We can't be nursing people. People can't just be, they need to grow up, Grow up, man. We're here to make business. We're here to make money. Why are you complaining? Why are you lodging a grievance? So you can't just downplay those aspects. And of course, I spoke about the Employment Equity, the Labor Relations Act also comes in. LRA. LRA is not just there to be known as the LRA. It's there because if bullying renders work intolerable, the employee may resign and claim constructive dismissal under the LRA. You know, some companies take this issue so seriously that if constructive dismissal is proven, and this is one of the real cases that we were involved in, guess what? If it gets proven and the employee succeeds, gets compensation, because constructive dismissal, you can't go back to work because you are saying the workplace has become so intolerable, blah, blah, blah. Unless the employee says, unless if you remove the cause of my intolerable working condition. As you know, in government, they'll then transfer you to Kuruma. They'll transfer to Mhlaba Lingana and all those stuff. No, I'm not talking about the victim. They'll transfer the perpetrator. Right. Nango, Hambile, so are you happy, sir? You see. But where none of those remedies are sought by the employee simply get 12 months compensation. The point I wanted to say is that some companies are so strict that they may even discipline the perpetrator. You see, one, because now you have a record from the bargaining council, from the CCMA, that says Mr. Mlatuli is the reason why we lost this high flyer, high potential employees. Then they can take steps against you. So don't just say, this person is a CZ, there's no constructive dismissal here. And we were involved in a case where the CEO just took it lightly. And guess what? The company lost. That CEO is now history. Because after that case, and I think compensation was 12 months or whatever, but then the company went after the CEO. But when I say went after the CEO, it's not like the following day. They conducted an investigation. And you can take your guess. One of the things they discovered is that there was a high staff turnover of high potential, talented young employees across the board, men and women. You know why? Because he saw them as a threat. Once again, this is a movie we have all seen, I'm sure. So be mindful that that is one of the indirect consequences of you allowing bullying in the workplace. That if the employee resigns and then he succeeds, the perpetrator could be in trouble. But the company may also have a bad name. You can imagine if you are a listed company, or for some reasons, case law gets published. You can imagine your company's name is there. So and so won a constructive dismissal against this company. You don't want that. Where's my friend? We're doing well now. Okay. Yeah, so that's the point that I've already highlighted. Unfair labor practice dispute is when you engage in a conduct that may result in unfairness, like demotion, benefits, and so forth. If the employee is able to prove that happened because of bullying and so forth, that employee is likely to succeed. So the employee is not, I'm not leaving. I actually want you to address this bullying person because I need to be promoted, I need to get this benefit and so forth. But some employees, they say, they use the word hurtful, that's it. That's far no further. After exhausting internal remedies, I don't want to go into that theme, but constructive dismissal, as you all know, an employee must demonstrate that he or she has exhausted internal remedies, unless if he was pushed beyond limit. And that's the section that defines unfair labor practice. And I'm saying to you, persistent bullying by a manager or co-worker that leads to exclusion from opportunities or undue disciplinary action may fall within this category and legally challengeable at the CCMA or a bargaining council. So the next slide deals with protection under the LRA. I've shared them with you. So this is just for your information purposes. This is what I want to talk about. How many of you take OSHA seriously? And I'll give you an example. Okay, here OSHA has been observed. You remember back in the days we used to have wires hanging around in a workplace when you enter and so forth. OSHA got to be amended and amended because they were realizing they were getting many claims for workplace injuries, falling, and so forth. They amended that because why? Employers have a duty to maintain a work environment that is safe and without risk to their health, including psychological health. So this act is also not there just for the fun of it. It's there for serious reasons. So please, when you do your sessions, remind your clients, remind your colleagues, remind your bosses in the workplace that, by the way, we may also fall foul of the OSHA. If someone is constantly harassed and that harassment causes psychological or otherwise, that person may actually institute a claim under OSHA Act. And what are you going to say? It's embarrassing. Because the Department of Employment and Labor will then send inspectors to come investigate and say, you don't want that. Is it worth it? It's not, because failure to address bullying can actually be framed as a breach of the OSH duties and lead to liability. Not just liability, by the way, vicarious liabilities. So these are relevant case law. I don't know, I mean, you own the slides, so I don't want to take you through all the case law, but I think I needed to share them with you for information purposes. You know, I mean, this is one typical case, Kize. This is a 2019 case law, a case of its kind. The employee referred complaint for bullying to the CCMA. But it turned out later that it was actually victimization, because the employee had alleged that the HR manager of the employer was bullying and victimizing her, both inside and outside of the workplace, and that although she had ultimately been dismissed for other reasons, that in fact the employer had actually used that as a convenient method to get rid of her after having lodged a grievance about the bullying allegations. And the CCMA confirmed that where an employee has a dispute about bullying, victimization, or harassment, although the CCMA can always consider the dispute, if the parties fails to agree on a resolution, the next step, arbitration, in other words, the arbitration or resolution of the dispute, must be at the labor court. You know why? Because that dismissal could actually be seen to be automatically unfair dismissal. And you and I, by now, we know that attracts 24 months compensation. This is what you call piercing the corporate veil. In other words, getting to the bottom of it. So don't fake. When an employee lodges a grievance, don't go search for something to get rid of this employee because he or she has lodged a grievance that you don't like. It does happen. And that's what this case dealt with. And the labor court does have jurisdiction, exclusive jurisdiction. You see. So this one is about an two employees who had resigned due to being severely bullied, and they brought a constructive dismissal claim. The court looked at the employer's abusive conduct as a whole and determined that the employees could not be expected. You will hear this more often. I cannot be expected to put up with this. Right? And at that time, because this is a 2020 case, the court recognized bullying in the absence of any legislative definition of the concept. And the employees won. This was a famous case, Grobler case versus Media 24. Here, the employees suffered prolonged sexual and psychological harassment by a manager. The court held that the employer is vicariously, if you type it, you'll see it comes up. It's a 2005 SCA case. So the employer was held to be vicariously liable for damages to its failure to provide a safe working place. There's many other cases. I remember one was involving a banking institution and so forth, where someone was constantly following a female employee. The female employee was screenshotting that constant follow-up to the bank and said, do something about this. The bank kept saying, oh, we're investigating. Meanwhile, the employee is suffering. You know, can we have dinner? Can we do this? You know, come on, you know, this is innocent. And the person says, no. In the end, the court found in favor of that employee. So that is the one aspect that you must raise with your clients, your colleagues, supervisors, and so forth. And I do say in the bullet number 3 as why that is so. The next case is Campbell, resigned citing intolerable bullying and victimization. And the Labour Court confirmed that constructive dismissal, confirmed the constructive dismissal and emphasized that it is the employer's duty, it's in bold, to act once they are aware of the bullying. Failure to act can make continued employment intolerable, justifying constructive dismissal claims. So there's a number of them. Some cases, it may happen that the complainant may be found to be less credible. So what I'm presenting to you mustn't be like it's all or given. It can happen that in some instances, the complainants are less credible. They play along, and when things get bad, then they turn around, they allege bullying. Take, for example, consensual romantic relationship. You know, look what happened to the CEO of this chocolate maker, Nestle. I mean, he had 2 mistresses. His 2 mistresses. One of them followed him when he had a conference in Paris. And as they said, the rest is history. He lost his job, you see. So those are unintended consequences. So be mindful. Don't be shy. Raise it. So say, look, if you are a player, don't complain later. Because some of them, they confide in us. So say, I'm boss, yo. You see, you know, I'm doing this because I want to climb up the ladder. So don't be shy to say, but do you know that, are you aware that this is dangerous? So when things go sour, I don't want to see you lodging a grievance and suddenly accusing the same manager that you were involved in. By the way, it can be the other way around. It can be a female manager with a junior male employee. So I'm not suggesting that it's always females. I'm in no way suggesting that. So keep that in mind. What are the consequences? We're almost towards the end. Employers who fail to meet their legal and ethical obligation risk serious legal and financial consequences, including lawsuits, as I've already highlighted. Additionally, poor handling of workplace bullying can result in low morale. It's a fact, it's given. High turnover and decreased productivity. Something that you need to keep that in mind, that, you know, if you don't address it, you may end up having a decreased productivity in the workplace. Issues that directly impact business, sustainability, and performance. What protection does an employee have? And I shared that on the slide with you. Internal grievance, referral to the CCMA bargaining council, claims under the Employment Equity Act if the harassment is tied to the prohibited grounds, possible civil claims, as I've already highlighted. In some instances, even criminal complaints in severe cases. Let's not be shy about it. Rape, where you don't give consent, and you know the bully now pushes beyond the limit, rapes you. That's a criminal offense. Assault you. You know, you get a protection order, breaches it. Jump into your property. That's trespassing. It's a criminal offense, and so forth and so. And let's not be shy to really indicate to our colleagues and so forth these consequences. And in terms of the employers, I've already highlighted those. But the most important one is this one, the loss of talent. Toxic work environment. Don't allow it. What about the reputational damage? And what about the inspectors coming to our workplace? If it's alleged that you have breached OSH Act. And then you ended up having this. You know, some companies, you can go to the Labour Court, High Court. You just wonder, when do they get time to do business? Especially public sector departments and so. They are in and out of court. They've been sued left, right, and center. And these days, you come across that it is because of their inability or effectiveness to address workplace bullying. So these are the practical steps for employees so that it doesn't become a one-sided presentation. Speak up, stay civil, avoid retaliation, document everything, keep accounts factual, be honest, note credible witness that will support your claim, write chronologically, everything. It's not a booby trap. You just realize that no, things are not going to be well in the end. I've said no from the point of origin, but it keeps going, keeps going. So that's when you start putting together your evidence. And obviously you have to make a formal report. Talk to your manager. Take care of yourself. Employers, please do that. Just to wrap it up. And obviously the last point is that apply disciplinary action where misconduct is proved and be consistent. In summary, that's what I share with you, dames and years, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for overtaking my time.
Thank you, Osman. I'm not going to take questions on the floor because you can engage with him after his session. However, there is one question online from Colleen, and she says, in many cases, the perpetrators don't need to face the victims or CCMA hearings. If a victim of workplace bullying is dismissed, often the case, goes to the CCMA and wins, there is unprocessed trauma by the victim, and the perpetrator is off the hook and can continue to cause harm. What can be done in this case?
The victim definitely must lodge another grievance, and amongst others seeking the removal of the perpetrator where the victim is going to be based. That's the most common form of remedy that we see. Why should you be subjected to the same traumatic environment where the perpetrator, and after his conduct or her conduct is being proven at the CCMA or bargaining council, why should he remain in the same workplace? So sensitive, empathetic employers will make sure that that perpetrator is removed, as I've also highlighted in my presentation.
Perfect, thank you. I'm sure that answers that question.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to take a part.
The host is tempted. Yeah, not a difficult one. My apologies. Yeah.
So my question is, there is a view that the code of good practice on prevention of and elimination of harassment, it's a code of good practice. It's not law, therefore it's not enforceable.
It can be. It has been promulgated in terms of the Employment Equity Act. So when an employee lodges a claim, he or she will make reference to the Employment Equity Act and the code itself. It's 10 pages. Go have a look at it. It can really change the mindset of all of us on how we approach workplace bullying in the workplace. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that very informative conversation.
Yes, it was tough. My appreciation. Yeah.
Our next speaker is Bokang Pilepa. He is the Chief Growth Officer at Baletsima Holdings. Sustainable growth and creating value for stakeholders through transformative leadership. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bokang Pilepa. Like the lady just introduced me there. I'm a husband and a father. My wife unfortunately couldn't make it to the event today. My career runs over 20 years in the media industry. Maybe like how's this guy? How has he been in the mines for 20 years when he already looks so young? So I started my industry, I started my career at the tender age of 18, doing my blasting certificate at 18. We studied through the Technicon, which was called TWR at the time, Technicon Witwatersrand. So I got to have my blasting at the tender age of 18 and then immediately started mining. Quite a shock in my career, if I have to tell you. Because now automatically when you're a minor, now all of a sudden now you have to give somebody that you've been regarding as a father and a mother, then you have to tell them and give them instructions. It was very difficult. I mean, I had just done my matric last year, the previous year, for that matter. So I did my degree, completed it, did my manager certificate, my manubacium, did my honors with the University of Pretoria. Because there's this always this edge that a University of Science is better than a technical. I'm not sure why. And people who studied at Wits, every chance that they get, they'll be like, when I was at Wits, what's with this thing, So I continued afterwards. I did my honors. After honors, then I continued with my MSc with Wits University, still wanting to understand what is this thing, I grew quite well in the industry. That actually I was fortunate that at some point, Mawere, when she was an executive HR, it's one of the people that really paid attention to me, that they wanted me to come and head their mining technology. But at the time I had already exited. John C. Maxwell, speaker and a coach. I love speaking, I love coaching. Just that time doesn't always allow you to be able to do all of those things that you rather consider as passion. But I believe that I am impacting value in a different manner. 2018, we established a company called Balitsima. The company, actually, the idea was born in maybe 2010, if I can call it that. But then 2018, then it was time to move, and then we jumped out. I jumped out, rather, to go and start the company Balitsima. Standing at about 287 employees at the moment, still counting. We are a diversified company. We are in hard rock, we are also in coal, so it's multiple commodities. Very diversified. I think everyone is represented. My wife has just taken over as a CEO, or rather it's actually over here now, it's not just taken over. Then I stepped aside to be a chief growth officer, which just basically looks at the overall strategy and the growth of the company. So we're very diversified. If you go there, white, black, women, old, men, everything, basically you will find us there. And all that we value there is that we work in unity towards a common vision. Yeah, so that's it about me, if there's anything that hasn't been told about me. I just got recognized 2 days back by the University of Pretoria for the contribution that I make in mining. It's something that I was quite chuffed about. So when Mabure sent me this, if Mabure hasn't told you, if you look at the forward or one of the people who opened the book there, Bokang is also there. And when she approached me with this, it was actually it makes you emotional when you think about all the times that you have been bullied, And when I wrote it, every word that I said there, I zoned out. It was word by word, and I meant exactly what I said. And I think each and every person, when they tell their story, there's either a villain or a hero. I think all of us, we've got a story, but all of us, and for me, today it's a pity that when we talk about bullying, it's a villain. And one of those, unfortunately, he's late. I took it so personal that I didn't even go to his funeral. That's how bad it was, I guess I need healing, and I guess that is why we are here today, to come heal. And they said, no, okay, it's fine. But maybe when I, as a previous mine manager for that big organization, you can go, or maybe as a member in whatever committees that you have in mining, or board members and everything, go. I said, I don't care. In whatever capacity, I'm not there. They say online. I said, no, even online, I'm not there. So that's how bad it was, because that's the pains and the scars. I love when you said it leaves scars. It's not just wounds, it's deep scars, and I don't know what it takes for them to heal. And I said, no, count me out on that one. So I hope that we're going to be heroes when we move out here. We're going to change our stories to be heroes to all organizations and anybody else that we impact. So my story starts, I get a promotion. I work for a big corporate company, same as Marlboro over there. And I had been doing very well, and I think I struggled to define between
bullying and racism and everything, because the background that I grew in Rustenburg. Rustenburg is Mangope. Mangope, we didn't experience all the things, German Shepherd chasing you. I don't know those things, you know. So it was very difficult for me. I could just see a person who's just not nice, you know. So it was quite difficult to say, is this racism? Is this apartheid? Is it bullying? It was quite a difficult one for me. I wasn't sure about it, but then so I was able to overlook it based on that to say, okay, this is a personal problem. And I think I still prefer to look at life at that lens to say, this one here is a personal problem. I wouldn't want to paint the whole white people to say they're racist, or all black people they are really. I still actually deep inside I still feel like it's a personal problem, because I've really met amazing people from different races. You know, recently I traveled to the US because of work, and I went to Utah, Salt Lake City, and they were very nice to me, and I took pictures and I didn't see anything wrong. Then we were doing various mind trips, and then when we went down to Alabama, the guy who was driving with me says, no, you'll see the difference. When you get to Alabama, there's a lot of black people. So I wasn't sure exactly what he was talking about. He said, if you are aware, then you will see that in Utah, there were a lot of white people. And I started thinking, I'm sure you didn't see any black person. I'm not even aware of that. I'm not even conscious whether a person is black or white. You know, and for that matter, we've got a problem. Our kids only speak English at home, which is a mess as well. So you really now you don't feel any difference to say, hey, now I've changed the language. Now I'm no longer speaking my African language. Now you are speaking English. So yeah, I got there and then they said that, and then when I reviewed, I realized I actually only saw 2 black people in Utah. One at the restaurant, and the other one at the golf course. That was it. That's when I realized, and that's how basically it has been entrenched in me to say how much I do not really see color. And even when I talk to my employees or my colleagues, all of them basically, I don't see color. So I moved to one of the mines where there were quite sophistications. When I moved there on a promotion. Boka, you're going to be a shop manager now. You're moving from being a mine overseer. And as well, because of you doing well, I had been growing well in terms of my career. Like all those honors, there were still other courses in between, your leadership development program, being in accelerated growth, all those kind of things that comes with it. And I get to this one and I hit a stop block, and I have to be doing my postgraduate at Gibbs. So when I get there already, they said, okay, you go in there on a promotion. Number 2, you're going to continue studying, going up with this thing. And so this GM was just so frustrated that this guy comes and already this is what he's coming with. And he didn't know how to stop me. But then he still had the appointment letter that he had to sign for me to be a manager. And I remember the question that he asked, he said, Minir, do you want to be a student or do you want to be a manager? The course has already started, guys. I mean, you've now come to Sentin. You from the mines are not the most nicest place ever, especially those small towns. It's not the nicest. I mean, if you see a Mercedes coupe there, it's like the biggest thing ever. And you come into Sentin, you see a Ferrari, you're like, this is the life that I'm dreaming of. You see a Porsche or a Porsche, like they call it now, the kids. You see all of those things and you're like, yo, this is like a dream that I've been having in my life for long. So literally when this person says to me, you either choose whether you want to be a manager or you want to be a student. Not that he's even trying to make it sound make sense to me. No. It's just that to say you choose. That was the first time really I realized that now I've made a different one now. This is where I can say my bullying story started in the industry and that started being aware of it. Okay, I dropped the course. After dropping off the course, this guy is still holding my appointment. He doesn't appoint me. He says, no, you're going to hold the 261. The 261 is a level above in terms of the Mine Health and Safety Act. You're still going to hold the 261, but you remain at the position where you are. Why? I've already pissed him off, so it's like we're already fighting. And I'm not fighting him, I'm just a young, sweet guy, graduated not so long ago with my GTI. Listen, I'm okay, you know what I mean? I don't get what's your problem. Eventually, until I reported it to the head office and said, what's going on here? This is what has happened up to this far. And somebody from the head office basically intervened. That's when I decided to now defect to my MSc, and then from there the promotion happened. But don't think it ended there. Unfortunately, it did not end there, You get into the boardroom. I was a smart. I used to be a net. I don't know what happened, but I used to be a net. So you come there and you come with all these technical slides because of one of the things that I was managing was an open pit, an open cast mine, and I had even managed bigger ones for that matter. Very fond of education. I love knowledge so much. It's not funny. And that time is when I was doing my honors, and I did blasting engineering, and I would design. I like applying what I'm studying. That's the better way to actually learn. And you come and you show him, this is how we're going to change this. And it's a room full of people, management, band 6, we used to call it band 6 and above. Ooh, guys, you get embarrassed for doing the hard work to say you think you're smart. Oh, what is that? Huh? What are you trying to do? You understand? And that's exactly like he did exactly like, you feel like wapapa. I got my wapapa then. You are too forward. Yeah. And that time you just want to show them the presentations. It's your time now to shine and say, how are you going to run your open cast? How are you going to turn it around? It hasn't made its 4 million tons target up to this point and everything. And you come and you say, the thing that I've identified is that our blasting efficiencies are not good. Fragmentation is like this and then it's affecting your whole loading cycle. You name it, it goes on. And he was pissed off. When somebody's looking at you with that disgust. And I'm like, am I doing anything wrong? This is not the culture that I grew in the very same organization. So police, I wouldn't say we should actually put a whole blanket to say the whole company is a bully. No. It started just right there at that moment, Then the other time I come with the fancy slides and they're doing brick walls, slides. Come forward, all those things. Others are flying from the left, from the right, and he says, no. Where did you get this from? And that time I had had it with him and I said to him, from Microsoft PowerPoint. Then he looked at me, but he laughed. He says, when somebody is so sarcastic towards me, I don't know what to do. They just, they make me just not have anything to say to them anymore. So the ultimate one is when he paid me a visit at my pit. I'm very proud. I turned that pit around. It met the volumes and the tons that it had never met before. I was a man with a plan. When I'm entrenched into something and I love it, I just go all in and I give it my all. But then you get there, you find somebody who's just, you call it witch hunting. They're really looking for something wrong to say, how can I make sure that I pull this person down? Their morale, their spirit and everything. And it starts at the parking lot and the person is shouting, why are you shouting? You're still at the parking lot. You haven't even gone to the pit. What's your problem? He comes and he's already up there, And that's I don't know, that's mining. Somewhere, somehow they had taught us that in mining, shouting the loudest, it's like the leadership trait. That's what they will say. Father says 12, And that make you feel like when you're doing that, it's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. I mean, with our kids now that go to all this Hilton boys, your Crawfords and your Sahetis of this world, don't try that with them. They will leave you alone. They do not have the problems that we had. Our problems were from poverty. We knew what it meant for us to succeed. And most probably they also knew because they know that you've got nowhere to go. Yeah. And so this happened that I'm at the pit and, I had been taking it all the way from the parking lot and then got inside and the pit was just perfect. And this guy, you can see, he just wants something to piss him off. And we had, sorry, I'm making you guys a bit technical. So high wall, you put the red pipes. So it's a sort of a red barricade to say now you're looking at the wall that is much higher. Low wall, it's less safety risks there, then you put wide pipes. I don't know what one guy did. I think he was short of one pipe and he decided to put that red down there. Because I was very particular. I mean, the spacing in terms of those pipes, you don't just put them the way you like. So I was very, very particular on how I want things to be happening. And that guy, you can see, was just improvising and he decided to put that red pipe there. Yes, guys. He got his moment, right? He took everything out that was in his chest, even some things that were not even related to the incident, and I realized, what's going on? And when he was done, he said, you hear me, Bokang? And I looked at him. In my head, in my mind, and everything. I was like, you know what? If I was a trust fund baby, this is where I drive out of the pit and leave this man. Pack my stuff and go home. Unfortunately, I'm not a trust fund baby. So do we abuse those powerless ones? I think that's one of the questions that we really need to ask ourselves here in this room. Do we abuse them? If you are, you need to really reconsider. The pain still remains in me so many years later. I mean, this happened in around 2014. It's over 10 years ago, baby. 2011, 2012. It's over a good quite 10 years. But it still lives rent-free in me, like they would say. Those moments, I don't forget them. And on that day, that's when Baletima was born. It's your choice. Do you make the best out of the moment, or are you going to be crying about the shirt that I'm wearing today? It's blue. The company that I used to work for, the shirts used to be blue as well. But the name has changed. Baletima was born on that day. And I said, for me, this means freedom. For me, this means changing the values and applying things that I believe that are worth value. That's what Baletima meant for me. You are in mining, you'll meet a lot of those people who are like that, who don't embody the company values. They don't last. They did not last in the company. Because this bullying and the whole culture in the company, whether you like it or not, yourself as a leader here, you're the one who's setting the tone. Whatever that your people are doing down there, it's what you accepted. It's a reflection of you. I like the saying that everything rises and falls on leadership. That's what John C. Maxwell would say. You can't say they. It's you. So, you know what, it's amazing when you look at the mining, and I think as a miner, I check that we really have a lot to do as miners in terms of changing the culture, because all these examples that I've made, I've got like a list of examples that I can go the whole day on them, just telling you the experiences that I had from when I met my late colleague to eventually when I exited. It's just a line of them. Because of somehow we would think that being a bully, it means you're a good leader. It means you are assertive, and hence my topic was very clear to say, do not confuse assertiveness for bullying. Those two things are not the same. You can push your message through with assertiveness. You've got systems as well to help you. You don't need to be shouting at anyone or even belittling them, not even a bit. So when I left my company, I was an operational readiness manager. Almost at that level at the time, it was also regarded at the GM level, where basically I was leading a capital project. And then when the capital project was coming to an end, now it was at the implementation stage, they said to me, you're going back to operations. And that's where a lot of abuse happens. That's where you've seen some of the trends on what do you call TikTok. You will trend these days. The kids these days, they don't play. Where you find a man overseer or a manager there telling people nonsense and swearing at them. That's the culture. That used to be the culture in production. I said, there's no way I'm going back there. I wasn't ready to really go to entrepreneurship. It's not an easy one to do, especially when you're used to security, your salary and everything, and now you're going into the unknown. The scariest thing ever. So the stories that I tell people, I never tell them that one of the things that made me leave is that I didn't want to go be told that I'm useless. I wasn't ready for that conversation. You know, one of the examples that I had when I was at the corporate office, like I said, I did a lot of things that I was when I was quite young, and it happened that I was the only black and I was the youngest in the room. And these guys, they say, if Vogan can understand the concept, everybody else can understand it. Yeah, the miner in me came out, guys. Said, follow me. And I gave them a piece of my mind. So as much as I really choose peace. But if you take me there, it doesn't get nice at all. I've got one of my guys here who's leading he's an ops manager. and he came with a bullying culture, and even bullying us. Do you understand that bullying is also reverse, guys? I'm sure a lot of speakers, they also told you. So you get here, especially with us, where we're going into new areas. Myself as an entrepreneur, I believe that I can have just a little understanding of something, hire someone, and that someone basically will drive this whole thing, who's an expert. But then you find this expert who's start now holding you ransom to what he knows versus what you don't know. He start now even giving you instruction and disrespecting you, and you hold back, and people say he doesn't know Bokan. Bokan knows abuse. He knows how to receive and also how to abuse as well, because I've been at the mine since I was 18 years old. So I've been seeing all of these things. All I can say is that when I went for him, he unfortunately got hospitalized, chest issues and all that. All I'm saying is, reverse bullying is not allowed. That's all that I can say to you. It's not allowed. I don't live like that. No one sees that in me. I changed drastically. Initially, when I started the company, people used to be scared. So this person took me there. It's not allowed, guys. The reverse bullying is not allowed. I'm not saying if you are here and you're a follower and then you think now you're going to reverse this thing. It's not allowed. We know how to do it. We just choose not to do it. We choose peace. All right. Thank you. I hope I've cleared myself. I can see everyone is scared to say, Bokan is a ho-ho. No, I just said to deal with the man and put him in his place. All right, I think a lot of things have been shared, and let's just maybe get in the solution mode. Let's get to the definition. What is assertiveness? It is expressing your thoughts, your needs, or boundaries respectively and confidently. Bullying is using power or intimidation to control, belittle, or harm others. Assertiveness builds communication, and bullying breaks trust. You know, on the slides that I had, I unfortunately have about 5 minutes left with you guys. I wish I had the whole day. In one of the slides that I have, and you know, they were talking about how bullying affects the companies and even the public perception, especially if you're a public company. And we just now recently, not so long ago, we've got 2 leaders who are leading big organizations, CEOs, who don't even see that they are bullies. I keep my ear on the ground. I'm in the mining space. I know a lot. And there's a particular figure at the moment who still, I mean, the media was very clear that she was dismissed for what? For bullying. Sometimes women think shouting and bullying at people, it means I'm strong and I'm matching these men who are in the industry. That's not the case. Bullying is not allowed. And at some point, you really have to do this self-assessment to say, am I being a bully? Yes, my employee who went to the hospital, I bullied him. I'm very aware of that. I hadn't done it in a while. I knew it was there parked somewhere, side parking, there. If I don't need to pull it, I won't pull it. We do what you have to do, that's it, and I do what I have to do. With respect, we get our results, we've got systems in place. I think it's a pity when you as an individual, you don't see the wrong that you're doing, that you are a bully yourself. You really need to heal yourself and identify all of these things to say you are a bully. Okay, I won't take you through this much information that I had. So still on the solutions, let's talk about the intent versus impact. Assertiveness aims to solve problems and improve understanding, while bullying intends to dominate, embarrass, or punish others. Then the difference lies in motivation and respect behind the action. The tone and the delivery. Assertive people will speak firmly but calmly, maintaining professionalism, while bullies will often shout, mock, or even use sarcasm to assert dominance. I mean, whoever thought that sarcasm is actually bullying? These are well-researched definitions. They don't come from my head, you know? So it says the message may be similar, but the delivery defines the behavior. Respect others' rights. You know, assertive communication respects both your own rights and others. Bullying ignores or violates others' boundaries or dignity. And then focus on the issue, not the person. I'm sure that has been spoken about a lot. Create a healthy culture. Like I said, those who are leaders in here, please do know that if they say this company here is toxic, they're talking to you. Remove that toxicity. That's what I'm currently doing. Gender and cultural bias. I'm very clear, I'm very aligned. Balitema has got women leadership in so many ways. Even at the helm, it's women. And then even in the middle management, you've got women as well. Cultural bias as well. Training and awareness, teach employees emotional intelligence and communication skills. Encourage feedback culture where people can express assertiveness without fear. And this prevents misinterpretation and also promotes mutual respect. And the leader's responsibility is that you should model assertiveness, not aggression. Assertiveness, but not aggression. And you must intervene early when assertiveness crosses into bullying. And leadership tone will set the workplace climate. I think I like the bottom line where it says assertiveness is about standing up for yourself and others. Bullying is about pushing others down.
Yes.
That's bullying. It's about pushing others down. So a healthy workplace knows the difference and celebrates confidence and respectful voices. So I think, guys, with that, there's just so much that I would have liked to share with you here. There's a lot. I haven't even touched 50% of it. And like I was saying, all of us here, we have a sad story to tell. All of us. And I'm hoping in this room here, we are here to heal each other and continue to go also heal others outside of this room. With that, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Are there any questions? Perfect. Thank you so much for that wise words right there. Okay, we will be taking a 20-minute break. It's a short refreshment break, and we will reconvene at 3:30.
There's a lot of nuggets that have been left for us, and we can only take the learnings and go further with that. So my role really is just to further on that solution-focused conversation, so that we can land this plane and bring everything that we have learned this from this morning well. So we have learned from various speakers as we started this morning that this is an important topic, and it does not just affect individuals, right? And as it affects individuals, we know the severe physical, emotional, and psychological scars that bullying leaves on people. And it does not also end there, because it gets into the organizations. It affects culture, trust, as well as issues of performance. And I really, this is my wish that one day, for those that have not yet smelled the coffee, they can get to understand that organizations are not necessarily bricks and mortar on 14th Avenue somewhere, but organizations are people. And once we get to that realization, maybe we'll one day wake up and treat people well. So in this session, really, we will not only explore the impact that bullying has got on people, but also what it has got on employees. And I'm not alone to explore that journey. And I have with me Lihle, Sipile, Radi, and Kate. And before we get into the conversation, I'm going to ask them just to be brief in terms of just giving a brief background of, high-level background of who you are. And maybe I can start with you, Kate.
Of course, throw me in the deep end, why don't you? I couldn't see, so now I'm going to remove my glasses because I have a cameraman over there. Hi guys, I know the graveyard shift is tough, right? So are we all awake, excited, pumped to get this beautiful session rounded off with some great wisdom? A panel discussion is always fun because there's so much beautiful exchange. So my name is Kate Moya. I'll jump straight into who I am.
I am an human energy alchemist, transforming workplaces and people, and how I do that is quite radical and quite different. I'm actually an advocate by profession, but I've spent my whole life in the employee wellness space. I started out at ICAS when it was just 4 employees and grew to 80, part of the executive team at that stage. I also sat on the board prior to you joining and headed up the Ethics and Standards Committee at IAPA. And then I went on to start my own business, which initially specialized in life management, wellness, and financial and credit well-being, and grew that business into a member base of over 1 million employees and managers, which is all through an app that we created, a proprietary app to render those services. And I think over the course of my time and really fitting into the EAP model that the Matrix designed initially, we understood that it was psychosocial centric, and we understood that labor and legal and life management services became an ancillary to that, and then ergonomics and health kind of joined. Health and wellness and nutrition became the latest fad, and then we had wellness days with yoga and mindfulness starting to creep into the woodworks as a very beautiful complement to what we're doing in terms of wellness. My work at the moment really is a combination of what I started doing in practice personally as a traditional and energy practitioner. While I have this whole corporate facade and personality running on the one side, I always had the spiritual transformation growing in me, a need to understand who am I, what am I made up of, what are all these different parts of myself. And so that journey led to me alchemizing myself through my own bullying experiences, and really bullying falls under abuse in the broader spectrum of things. And we know that South Africa really is struggling with abuse issues across the board, and bullying is intrinsic in our culture. So overcoming those issues of having been abused myself, all kinds of abuse that I had been throughout my life, overcoming my issues in my relationship with money, overcoming my issues in relationship with grief and loss, and overcoming 2 robberies at gunpoint. So the personal journey, as we all are here, for the love of people and for the love of healing and shifting people, we all have personal stories that we can share. And we've come, the wounded healer becomes the healer. And I actually posted about that on my socials yesterday to say that we really need to heal ourselves if we want to be powerful healers in the workplace. And so for me, at this juncture, I'm offering businesses a really strategic ROI-based model for looking at indigenous forms of energy wellness through the HEQ model, which is the human energy quotient, and understanding the energy aspects of our being, and really shifting and transforming business from a more central place. And that really is delivering great results. At the moment, I'm already seeing between 16 and 17% improvement on absenteeism and productivity. So I'll talk more about that when you ask the questions.
Okay. Thank you. I heard you to be saying traditional, and you had spoken about healing. Then I thought you will combine the 2 words as a traditional healer. Over to you, Raji.
I think many people
Briefly
met me earlier, so I'm not going to be too long. Owner of True Vision Consulting, so coaching, training, that type of thing. President of IFA South Africa, so looking after the practitioners in South Africa and representing South Africa on the international board, which I just came back from, but also MBA student tutor. So I look after, from a coaching perspective, MBA students. So passionate about training, coaching, and empowering people.
Wow. Thank you. Over to you, Lisa.
Thank you. My name is Tembelihle, shortly Mbata. I'm a chartered accountant by profession. I'm sure you're wondering what she do in the HR space. I'm passionate about people. So I'm an independent consultant at the moment, but I've worn various hats. Specific focus in the public sector. So I'm an independent consultant for various state-owned entities. In public sector, you almost have to wear a bulletproof vest over and above in the hands of being a CFO, being a CEO, being young, being black, being female. So the whole shebang, the bullying, all of it I can write a book.
Wow.
Maybe the next book might be for us for that. A feature for that. But other than that, I'm also a philanthropist. I'm the CEO of Mjaji Mbata Foundation, which is an educational-based foundation. So I believe that when we get to the top, we have to give back. So I do the educational programs, mentoring, coaching for the young learners in high school, so they know what they get into after high school, because we live the dream, right? But I'd love to share my experiences in the workplace and be part of this platform. I'm quite excited when I had energy. I'm like, oh, I have my notes.
Thanks, Lishe. Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm extremely extraordinary resumes to me here. My name is Sipile. I'm an attorney by profession. I'm at ENS, which is Academy in Sonnenbergs. I've been there for roughly 8 years now. I'm an employment lawyer specifically. I specialize in employment law, and we typically act for employers. And in my experience, we have assisted employers with many workplace-involved investigations, harassment and bullying. So I think today will be a good experience for me to share my experiences and some insights that I've learned over the years. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the four of you for introducing yourselves. And let's get into the conversation. And really, throughout the morning, throughout the day, there are a lot of things, as I said, that have been shared. So I would just like you to condense this into actionable stuff that every one of us will take away with. So the different speakers have indicated that, and we also know through our lived experiences, that bullying does not have authority levels, right? It happens from the top, it happens with peers, it happens bottom up, right? Even some of our children, they bully us these days, isn't it? So, having said that, I would like to start at the top, and this question is for you. The reason why I want to start at the top is to say, there's a saying that organizations are a reflection of the personal consciousness of the leaders. So leaders set the tone for what is happening in our organizations. So I would just like you to reflect on your journey as having occupied CEO, CFO roles, to say, is there an opportunity to change the agenda at an executive level to give this a space, the discussion around bullying, but not only the discussion, but carrying the flag and saying this will not be done in our name, so that we change the trajectory of psychological safety for employees?
Thank you for that. 100%. Definitely, I think there's a case for it starts at the top. As a leader, you certainly do set the tone. And quite interestingly, I'm sure all of those that have been in management positions, executive positions at ESCO, there is bullying as well. And there's different age gaps, right? You know, there's your baby boomers, it's all the shouting that was meant to show the authority that we're talking about.
Yes.
And there's people that are just holding on to their jobs for dear life, that anything flies. Whether I am belittled, I'm doing anything, I'll take it because I have to be in the job. And then there's the Gen Z's us, me, that, you know, we've gone through that, we've learned from the others, and we're quite assertive, we're finding our space in the room. And now you hear a CEO, and you're speaking to all these generational gaps, and there's different ways to address them. And there are bullies. There still are bullies even today, and there's people that are also not aware that they are bullies. But I found that when you bring terms like trust, you know, and psychological safety into the boardroom, it might be new terms, but from what I've seen is that trust is something that will bring people into the room. That will get the employees to come to work because they know the company is still there. I'll still get my salary. The color that we wear is blue, and you know this company will still be standing in 10 years' time.
Yeah.
But then the psychological safety element is people, now that they're in the room, can they speak when they're in the room? And then there's silence. No one wants to bring ideas because they'll be shut down. And even at executive level. I've had an experience where there was an older gentleman who was an executive and didn't speak in the room, and I said, but why? He said, but yeah, you're not addressing me as in that this man.
But I'm sure we all executives say, you can't call me by my name. I'm Lishe. I can call you Mabulu by your name. So what is this thing? It's like, no, I feel very belittled. And people come with different cultural aspects into the boardroom, and you don't really, get to understand. So that's where the trust and the building the relationship comes from. And I think with engaging the leaders separately, just to try and understand where everyone is at, is how I could open up the conversation in the room. And in some instances, you find executives over and above the workload that you have all these things going on. You're also mentally, physically unwell. They're unable to speak up because it's a form of shame. Unable to speak up because they'll say, oh, this one has started, now I must take over their work. So it comes in different forms and shapes. But as a leader, if you live the example of I'm open, my door is open, I'm also a leader, I can also struggle. I've got my own issues. Once you open up, I think it invites other people to then open up into the space.
I really like what you said, because much as all the responses are important, I hear you saying the foundation is set by trust. Before we can talk policies and any other thing, trust, modeling trust in the organization. And I would still like to stay with the top leadership, and Kate, I'll come to you, because the very people who sit in the boardroom are the ones that should be driving numbers, should be driving productivity. But we know that bullying eats into production. There's a huge deficit. Would you like to talk about that deficit as far as how bullying eats into productivity, and what can be done to be able to shift the trajectory?
That's a brilliant question, a very deep and complex question, and I think one that isn't easy to answer, because I think for all of us sitting in this room, we are constantly looking for the solution. And whether it's training or wellness interventions or capacity building, I think we have a good sense about what the issues are. So the solution is really something that needs the 19 billion rand productivity deficit in South Africa per annum. And this is really a conservative estimate of what absenteeism over and above your allowable absenteeism rate is costing employers that are related to well-being issues. Okay? This doesn't even account for the further billions that companies are spending on a lack of presenteeism, and then this wonderful term called resenteeism, which is the one that you mentioned at the moment, where you might be present but you don't feel like participating because you feel belittled. The cost of the lack of participation, and you just sitting there being a tick box because you know that you have to, you need a salary at the end of the month, is costing businesses a massive amount of money. And if you look at employee wellness programs, which by the way are doing a phenomenal job within their sector and within their field, but we have to understand that it's limited because it's born from psychology. And while I love psychology, and my mother's a clinical psychologist, and I've been for therapy many, many times myself, there is a place for traditional Western clinical therapy that makes sense for shifting productivity-related issues, conduct-related and personal wellness issues, and it may be in conjunction with other modalities of healing as well, or, as in South Africa's case, where 60 to 70% of our South African workforce opt to go outside of the business EAP, opt to go outside of psychosocial interventions to seek traditional healing. And I really want to chat about traditional healing for a moment, because the stigma that's associated with it needs to be seriously addressed. The stigma which is born out of colonialism and misrepresentation needs to be understood. If we really understand what is taking the world by storm in terms of wellness from the West at the moment, if you look at Dr. Tara Swart's new book, The Source, and all of these wonderful studies that are being put out from the West about wellness, it is about the neuroscientific substantiation of what indigenous cultures have known all along. Okay? So this is a question of now, at this juncture, we understand that EAPs are there but cannot address the whole issue. If we know that, and if we are prepared to be honest enough with ourselves to self-reflect, and I call self-awareness in business is to do that audit, is to actually look internally, do the audit, which is what I do for businesses, understand where your EAPs are failing, and also just understand that the employee wellness model is a business. It's a profit-making business like any other, and it's designed for non-utilization in terms of per capita pricing model. So it disincentivizes utilization in some senses so that it can make a profit, much like insurance, because if it was overutilized, they would run at a loss. So understand how that paradigm has an effect on the actual impact of well-being on your organization. I would say that that's one thing that comes up quite often in my audits. And then if we really want to tackle the board and the executive team, it's about illuminating the cost of this problem. Because they only understand things in rands and cents, and then it's about presenting the solution, like mine and many others that were presented here today, that can flip that narrative and bring about meaningful transformation. So I don't know if you'd like to talk about that just yet, or you can come back to me in a moment where I can go into more detail, but I think others need to chime in there.
No, definitely. Do you want to extend on that, or do you got any point that you want to add, or can we go to the next subject?
Yeah, I can actually. I mean, like I said, traditionally EAPs have been looked upon negatively from a stigma perspective, but also they have died, in terms of the lack of margins involved in the industry. So until business actually realizes that to get a bigger change in whatever you want from an impact perspective, you have to invest in your people so that companies like EAPs or Extended can look at impactful delivery rather than ticking the boxes.
No, you're so right. I would like us to shift a little bit from the role of executives and now start to speak about employees. But before we can go to the legal side of it, I would just like us to touch on the issues of technology. We know that even in our families, children, everyone is using technology now, and that can also be a source of bullying. So, I just wanted to find out from your perspective, what is your sense of how technology changes or impacts the whole landscape of bullying, and what can be done to minimize if the impact is huge, or what can be done to leverage technology to change the landscape?
Yeah. I think technology is a great enabler, good and bad. Bad in terms of enabling people to have access to our kids, for example, or enabling bad behavior, which is cyberbullying. But we should be flipping that script. We should be using technology to educate our kids and the workplace, that type of thing. So I think technology in itself is not a bad thing. It's how we use technology that's important. So if you look at, just from COVID, from a workplace perspective, cyberbullying increased phenomenally. Don't have the statistic now, my jet lag brain is not working. But essentially, if we look at microaggressions that would usually happen in the workplace, it phenomenally increased in online interactions because we're speaking to a screen, not to a person anymore. So the psychology of that is we lack the basic respect. So that has phenomenally increased, and people don't know how to deal with that because it's most of our policies, in fact, are based for in-person work environments. So we need to almost relook at our policies in terms of addressing that type of cyberbullying.
Yeah, that's an opportunity for HR practitioners in here and consultants to start influencing the workplace as far as that piece is concerned. Sipilia, we have heard the presentation by Osborne, and he has laid out what the law says around bullying. He mentioned prevention and elimination of harassment code, the integration into the employment equity section 6.3 and the like. So we are covered as far as the law is concerned. Also, it seems. Yeah. So what I would just like to find out from you is, when you look at the cases that employees put forward, what could be some of those things that they miss in reporting bullying? What are the things that they should take into cognizance to make sure that whatever that they report on proves quite tangible to deal with?
Thank you. Yeah, so from my experience, there are challenges at different phases in a harassment or bullying investigation, specifically for complainants. And we need to be cognizant of the fact that complainants don't always come out as soon as possible or immediately. And although that is some cognizant of it, it's a common mistake that sometimes a complainant may delay or act too long to take action against the perpetrator. And there could be various reasons for that. It could be wrong, for example. But the downside of that is that delaying things does lead to evidence becoming lost over time. Witnesses start disappearing. You're not taking contemporaneous notes of what happened when, with who, what was said. And those things sometimes may affect the credibility of what the complainant is saying. Although the fact that they are still being truthful about what they're saying, but their evidence can be tainted in terms of credibility or reliability. And these things don't happen intentionally, but it is the ultimate consequence of not taking contemporaneous notes of what is happening when. Because when you lodge the complaint, the investigators, remember, were not there. So they need to have a full scope of what the issues are, who said what, to be able to conduct their investigation effectively. And in some cases where once they have reported the complaint, you will find that they will over-include or under-include incidents, because maybe a single incident might be so serious to result in the picture getting filed or something along those lines, but then they omit the small details which might be relevant to establishing a pattern of conduct. So you should, as a complainant, think about what has happened from the start to the end, and not just that one trigger event that made you lodge the complaint. Other incidents from my experience is following the investigation, complainants tend not to give a desired outcome. And I think that's very important, because if you're a complainant and you have lodged this complaint for bullying, I think that you're the only person who wants a resolution. You know that you want to be moved or you want the person to be fired. Sometimes they will just lodge the complaint and say, well, you guys can do what you want with it. I mean, it puts the company in a difficult position not to know how to implement what the complainant wants. And in some instances, the complainants will just choose not to participate in the investigation. And that kind of hampers the employer's efforts to take action against the perpetrator. So I think those are, from my experience on a high level, the sort of things that I've come across in bullying investigations.
So there's an opportunity there as far as education and awareness creation.
Absolutely.
With employees once they lodge, maybe from an HR department to say, to educate just people to articulate what a good outcome for them would look like. I guess that's what you are saying.
Yes, perfectly. So although I missed Osborne's chat earlier, and he mentioned the code of good practice, and I think I heard, well, I've just come to the end, I think the lady here said there's been concerns around the code in that it is not a law and that it is not enforceable. And that is a sentiment shared by many in South Africa. The code is indeed not a piece of legislation. It is what we call soft law, which, as Osborne had pointed out, it was promulgated under the Equity Act. But what the code requires of all employers is that all employers must make sure that their internal policies substantially comply with the provisions of the code. For instance, for example, the code has begun now to expand, including cyberbullying, something which was in the past. And employers still have the traditionally old policies for harassment, which don't take into account ethnic or racial harassment. So, and employers need to take steps to make their policies look or mirror the code insofar as moving from a culture of compliance to culture, essentially.
No, thank you, thank you. Maybe I can stay with you just for a little while. The responsibility of employers when it comes to bullying, because, just like many other things, when it comes to abuse, we put the burden on the abused, right? And sometimes it's like we put the burden on this employee that is being bullied. What are some of the responsibilities of the employers when bullying is concerned? And it does not only have to be a legal perspective. Anyone of you can add after Sipila's
that's a good question, and the EA deals with that as well. The first thing you must do is to investigate. You should not be questioning if the complaint has come 3 years from the incident. The first thing you must do is to investigate. And another obligation you have is to eliminate the alleged conduct by the perpetrator. That could mean suspending them in an investigation. That could mean dismissing them in the event that they're guilty. Because if you don't take these actions, the employer can be held vicariously liable, where the employer will be held to be the person who is deemed to have committed the conduct which was done by the perpetrator. And I have seen cases where employees have succeeded in these claims and they won these cases, but it's typically a damages claim. And for some employers, it might not be a tough lesson because the amounts will range from 50,000 to 200,000. It's not a lot of money for most big corporates. And I think the courts need to take a more firm and stronger approach and increase these damages claims so that employers can take these things seriously. Otherwise, employers will just keep pushing things under the carpet and not taking these complaints seriously. But they do have obligations to investigate, most certainly.
No, thank you, thank you. So maybe you can hand over to your neighbor there. And Lihle, what I just want to explore with you, having occupied or being at the leadership level that you are, probably your support staff, whether it was HR, whoever, they suggested EAP, implement it in your team. So maybe can you share the successes, if any, that you had seen with that model from your perspective? And from there, we'll hand over to Kate to tell us how to shift from a human energy wellness model to ensure that we go beyond EAP.
Yes, I think that's quite interesting what Kate will share. I'm excited because the EAP, like you say, after what you've shared, it makes sense. The numbers, I'm a numbers person, right? The monthly payments are quite low for the value that we want to get, right? Mostly ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 rand a month for a staff of 200. And you think, are these people even using the sports? And you find that out of the 200 odd staff, maybe 5 people, they'll classify for you. And the nice thing about EAP is that they don't share the personal information about what you had reached out to the providers for, but they'll certainly give you the statistics. 1, managerial consultation, 2, maybe at a lower junior level. And then I decided to use it myself. I was like, why are you spending so much money? What are they doing? So I called, and to figure out the model, it's actually, the way it's done now, I think it's actually really meant to save costs, because the first thing they'll give you the telephonic consultant or the telephonic psychologist. You have to push a bit more to get a in-person, face-to-face, after really exerting a lot of energy to get a face-to-face consultation. And if it's a family kind of situation, and you say, but my child might be affected by this because of, it's another red tape, another paper thing, then it ends up fizzling, and when you're saying that the employees must then use that, it ends up not being used because it gets to a wall, and the effort of actually getting through to these services ends up being diminished. And I find it's effective up to a point.
So I think other services or extended branches that Kate has touched on would be more effective, and not the one so your wellness day. You know how we're always so stingy on budgets. It's therefore, why is it costing so much? Why do people need to do yoga and stretch? I mean, surely it could be a quarter of the day after lunch, everyone must get back to the office and attend to emails. But really, I think the impact of employee wellness is quite huge. I think they really would be interesting to see if there's returns. You know, like you said, the productivity, versus people being engaged and being present in some of these services. So it's quite important. And just touching on what you had shared, I think in the leadership positions we have to lead by example. You have to, there's no other way than being in the forefront, right? When there's an allegation, most of the time when I've seen in the finance space, someone would want to report fraud or procurement issues. And if nothing has been done in the organization about it, they'll just keep quiet because they end up being silently threatened and it just fizzles out. But I once, if I can share an experience as part of an organization where I will blacklist that service provider. If they're doing funny things and they're creeping up on my SCN stuff, you'll get blacklisted at treasury level. And with that being seen and being done for the first time, it actually gave confidence to the others to say, here's an incident, please don't tell them it's me. So that protection, you know, becomes important.
Wow.
But I wish the EAP programs can somehow have a way of channeling some of these areas to us as management, because they don't really give you much. You know, someone will end up using it for whistleblowing. It's not meant for that, right? But it can assist the organization. So it's somewhat effective, but there's more that can be done.
Okay.
Can I just
Yes, please.
Sorry, I think it's a passion of mine to reinvent EAP, as you can see. So
You read my mind.
Yeah,
Continue.
so, I mean,
that we are not bashing EAP. It's about getting feedback.
That's
Yes.
why I came this morning is EAP is getting a bad rap, and it's because, and I represent the members that actually do the counseling. So not the service providers that actually create the models. Let's put it that way. And I mean, if you look at who actually studies psychology, social work, all of that, their heart is for the people. So it does become an ethical dilemma for them, because you have to fit in a box. The matrix. And if you have to fit in the box, it means that I'm only allowed 4 sessions. But who is actually instructing that? It's us as leadership. Because we are actually buying a model that says I can only give 6 sessions, I can only give 3 sessions. So we have to work with the providers, whoever they are, to say, this is my people, this is what I want, and we need to customize to our needs, not have this cookie cutter approach. Because there are professionals like Kate and myself that want to go out of the box, but people are still employing the small thinking of I can only give 3 sessions, I can only give. So we need to break that barrier. Sorry.
Hila said you're listening. Thank you. You can carry on,
No,
Kate.
1,000%.
Yeah.
She's absolutely right. There's no pause. It's all and, right? So EAP serves its purpose, and I think yes, there may be room for you to negotiate with your service provider to evolve their offering and to expand it to make it more impactful. But there are other new births of things that are happening from consultants like ourselves who are really thinking outside of the box. And sometimes it takes a younger, more nimble organization to think laterally, to be able to bring new fresh, energies and perspectives and wisdom to the table. And I want to just talk briefly about what we are talking about is huge. I mean, we resolve this crisis in the workplace and we have a recipe for South Africa and Africa. We are talking about really transforming people's level of consciousness. And when we talk about EAPs and how they are structured, one of the reasons why they fail is because people are resistant to transforming themselves. People lack self-awareness. People don't want to go to a therapist and talk about their issues because they don't think they have any, because they're in denial. So there's a myriad of challenges to transforming ourselves that really, we need to understand the nature of the beast. We are human beings. So if we just take that concept concept of we are mental beings, we are emotional beings, we are physical beings, and then we are spirit beings, okay? Energy beings, which I, in my organization, place at the forefront of everything else, because it's from that center that all other wellness then, starts to become affected. You will manifest illness if you have a spiritual frequency of a certain nature. So let's talk about frequency and how my model works. I think that was going to be your next question. If you don't mind preempting.
Can you do it in 2 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
So look, with the human energy quotient, I am looking at all of those different energy bodies, and I am flipping the whole model on its head to look at the human being holistically. I'm not just looking at you as a number that's coming in presenting this bullying conduct issue in the workplace and you're just having a conflict issue with your boss, because actually you're suffering with serious anxiety and abuse, and you've got a nervous system that's shot to hell, and you are stressed, and you are probably getting into conflicts at home with your family members, your kids. So it's about how do you raise the frequency of fear into a frequency of courage. So we talked about courage and building those relationships. The will to do that sometimes does not necessarily come from a therapy session. The will, the courage, where does that energy come from to want to transform? Whether we're dealing with the change of a leader and a manager and board, or whether we're dealing with an employee who's got some kind of workplace crisis. Where's that energy coming from? And I think if we understand that not everything is sometimes verbal, sometimes nature therapy will heal you faster than opening your mouth, because the reality is that when you're speaking, you're using the mind, and the ego mind can manipulate anything to get whatever it wants, including the EAP service provider, so I can get a free counseling session with somebody I can go and create conflict with in the office, right? So how do we bypass that, and how do we start to develop strength from the individual? Because I want to build, and my passion is to create self-sustaining human beings who can heal themselves. So here's the reality, and neuroscience backs this up. We all have the ability to transform and heal ourselves, and even remember empathy, not learn empathy because we were born with it. We forgot it because of trauma. And so what is the path to that system? And can it be cost effective enough for the organization to embrace? And how do we then lead that? These are the kinds of tactics that we need to deploy. And they come from lots of ancient indigenous wisdom that I've been studying for over 20 years, from India to China to Chile, where I spent a month in the mountains of Peru, really, and in South Africa, mastering a culmination of the common thread of energy transformation in all these indigenous cultures. And there is a common thread, and it does yield results, and it will improve the bottom line better than any traditional EAP. So if anybody's interested in that, please come speak to me. I only have 2 minutes. Please come find me. If it resonates with you, you can find me after. Thank you.
I've got just 2 questions, and please pardon me that I don't include you. I looked at your resumes, and I'm saying that deliberately. I've got a last question for you, Vali, but this one I leave it to Sipile or Lihle. That hiring, we take it as an HR process, but we support. At the end of the day, you business leaders make choices of who you want in the organization. And even if we tell you to say, hey, there's a red flag here, you disregard us. So I want to put it back to you as business leaders to say, how can we use hiring practices to stop at that level to say, hey, Lobuntu is not coming into this organization?
Well, I think it's a challenge because, like you say, it is the management that hires.
Yeah.
And if the change doesn't start from the top, as you had mentioned, we cannot overcome the problem. If the top management wants a certain caliber of people, they will get that. And I think if the change doesn't happen from the top, there is not a solution in my view. Yeah, because they get who they want.
Yeah, I think I've learned that the hard way. We do want to hire those that we want, that we know, that we believe there's credibility. You look at CVs and you insist. And I think as leaders, we need to trust the process. We need to trust the HR process. You know, when I tell the practitioners, this is the kind of person I want, I must be able to trust that the process and them sifting through the CVs, doing those preliminary interviews, interpreting those psychometric assessments, they are getting me the person that I want, regardless of me having a preference of so and so. I think as leaders, if we start trusting the process and the fit, because there's models that are there, we should be able to then change the trajectory and get the people that we want. I think I'm more keen, I'm going to definitely come to you on the energy. I think the energy also, some people come into the room and the energy is off. You start a conversation and it's not even flowing. And now you're stuck with this team member. And there's a blockage, right? There's people in finance that certainly will tell you this can't be done, treasury says so, that's it. And that's a mindset issue. And they might be brilliant, they might come with all the accolades, but they will be a stumbling block for the team. And I think the softer skills and all the other things that we as line managers, which have our own views, don't identify, if we trust the process, hopefully we can trust the process, we'll be able to get the right people in the team.
Great. I think we've got a minute, but still I would like to push something to you, Rani. I watch these programs around trucks and stuff, and I ask myself, are we fighting a losing battle? And now taking from what you presented earlier about the coaching, how you get bullies on the coaching seat, what are some of the insights that you can advise corporates to deal with bullying, so that maybe we can, we say we touch one person at a time, it is like touching millions.
So I'm going to reiterate that you can't deal with it on a one-on-one basis. It's a systemic thing. So if we're going to get rid of it in our organizations, we need to look at the whole system. And when we look at the whole system, there's the legal aspect, there's the onboarding aspect, in terms of our people. But if you are looking at the system, it's what is it in that system, and not just the whole organization. Remember, the system has subsystems. So where is that coming from? And that is a relationship between culture, change management, because we change and then we bring other people in, or we let go of talent, and people that might have worked. That person might not be talent in terms of competence, but they might have been a major influencer in the department, and an influencer in terms of good behaviors, good culture, all of those things. So we need to take that into account. But also at the team level, what do we do with the dysfunctional teams? Early, not when it's dysfunctional. And then lastly, the individuals, like the actual coachee that I'm going to see from a victim perspective, but also from a perpetrator.
So thank you for all of you for your inputs and level of engagement. So I would just like to close this on this note that, I don't know if you agree, but change starts with self, right? But most of us, and I use, and excuse me if you don't go to church, I use this metaphor of a church, that sometimes we go to a church and the preacher will be on fire. And as the preacher is on fire, taking down the roof, I'll be looking at Kate and say, Kate, I wish my neighbor was the preacher is saying. But at that time, the preacher is talking to me. So let's look at ourselves to say, am I a bully? Because sometimes these things happen to us, but we go and then do on other people. Because, I don't know, as human beings, sometimes it's like we are selfish. But I hope that the lessons and the learnings that happen today will touch one person at a time. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I can see that. Okay, before I say that, I wished that when this conversation was going on, I wished it was 10 o'clock in the morning because it was just on fire. And we need to create holding spaces to have these conversations. Yeah, amazing. Guys, I hope we still have people online, but we're going to have a demonstration. And I'm not sure how to do it. Okay. I will still come back. I didn't want to come back for the vote of thanks, but maybe I'll come back. Let me introduce Hidu Kif. Hidu from Afri Industrial System, we've partnered with them in terms of developing the app on your digital bully ally. And maybe let me not go into the details. This is the first demonstration that we are doing, and we almost like a soft launch of some sort, and then after that we want to take the app into the market maybe in 3 months or so, because we believe that, and part of why we have the app is that. And also on the conversation on EAP, we're using methods that were developed, I don't know how many years ago. It's almost like the CETA learning, not CETA, the unit standards. I think the framework is fine. But the unit standard, when were they developed? Yeah, but we want a training program that's unit standard aligned, and I'm thinking leadership development are solving for. Who are the people we are solving for when we talk about workplace bullying? Of course, for now, it's baby boomers who are still there. It's Generation Y who have maybe 9 years to go in their workplace, or at the most 15 years. But by 2030, who will be the workforce? The methods that we use to communicate, to solve for them, are not going to be the methods that we're using today. I mean, I have young kids. The television is on, the laptop is on, and the Nintendo Switch is also on. And I'm thinking, my God, how are you not going to get mad? But that is the people we are solving for. So that's one of the reasons why we came up with this app. But also there are other, blockages that we are trying to, unlock with this app. So, Hidu, I'm going to hand over to you. I'm not going to say anything about the app. I leave it all to you.
Okay, good evening, people. Beautiful people, wonderful people, lovely people. This is something, the new terms which I learned 4 years back, of really connecting myself with nature and the Mother Earth. Okay. Since born, was very spiritually oriented, drifting to the shore, going back to ocean. That was a cycle. Very entrepreneurial spirit since young ages. Started working in the grade 10, studying and working, and running business in parallel. Came to South Africa 2013. I have a family here, so that's how it's all started. Settled down, beautiful country, and rainbow nation, equality nation, and I don't know what other words I can use to appreciate the nation. From the painful past to the prosperous future, that's how I see South Africa and Africa, the mother of the whole world, where it started. So it's just my generous words, not to impress anyone, but it's from the heart. Okay, through the journey of meeting people, I landed up meeting Mabore, a great person. When I see the full potential, I understand, this is what the full potential the humanity is trying to achieve. That's the first spark I picked it up when I looked at the company. Then, of course, the multiple thoughts do arise in life. And then Mabore being the architect,
approached us like, I have also been through the bullying phase of life. Being a victim, gone through the process. Then when I presented this idea, I thought, whoa, you being the architect with what you want, and I can read it exactly what she wants. And beautifully, some basic plantation has been started that you can see at this point of time. So we're going to try to use how the AI technology is going to leverage this platform. We have been intensively working on OpenAI, on LLM models, which is really links with your MBIT, NLP, all the processes, and also taking few content of the Collier, all other masters, understanding how our body and the neurons work. So AI knows this story. It's just that our human ability is limited to read a person by tiniest cues. Hence, we are inheriting the AI model, powering up this engine. And this is a prototype. Don't get diverged into it because the production release is going to be a bumper for South Africa, the whole market. We expect to see more than 1 billion users in less than a year. Okay, so let's get into the topic of what does your digital bullying alive will do. Let's go back to your organizations. The biggest hurdle that we face in the organization is communication. We can't be vulnerable. We are so scared to be vulnerable with people because we lost the trust factor. So, bringing a platform, because everybody has mobile phone and Android. But in Africa, we still need to push more digital phones. Because still a few of the people I see, majority of them have the old phones, keypad. But there is a very intense digital push is needed in the whole of African continent, which we want to do it and achieve it. So pushing this app onto the digital platform, we will be releasing the web-based, Android and iOS. Then everybody got the access to the internet. And now you got an app launch. Now let's assume I'm a person working in a company going through a form of silent treatment. They want to take me off board. So first phase is isolation, then silent treatment, avoidance. They're trying to tell me that take your bags with me, but I'm not willing to leave because I don't see a problem with you. Then the labeling happens. And all these emotions goes within you, but you don't know, you can't even trust your HR to go and tell what is happening to you. Because humans, you can be CEO, but still you're a human, with human programming and human conditioning. Now you can at least trust the app in your phone. Now you got the app in your phone, you ask, I'm going through something. I don't know how. Now you open the app, let's say, I'm just doing a quick test. Today your daily check-ins. What is your emotions like? Like a live journal. You open the app, today I'm feeling good, okay, difficult, struggling. So now you click struggling, but now what are you struggling with? Okay, now let's say you can write some stories like the talk to AI coach. Now let's say this is just as a demo, prototype once. I have, so we all can read. I just wrote, I have a problem with the manager for some working issues with very intimidating response. So now we have plugged in a demo AI. Now what happens is, as we change the AI engines, it automatically takes you to the whole patterns. What are the responses that you can expect? It's taking a bit delay, but it'll come back. Okay, perfect. Now you see, now it's giving you a story. I'm really sorry you're dealing with an intimidating response from a manager. I hear that this is a stressful and unsettling, and it makes sense to feel shaken when It's a purely LLM model. A person who knows English can definitely deliver an immediate assistance, an immediate compelling response from a digital ally to give you feedback that, hey, this is what you're going through. Okay? Now what the next action is. It guides you. You don't have to run to your HR or any of your other models. We're not denying those systems and the protocols, but we're saying that the first immediate model is openness, vulnerability. Okay, now you go through this and you read through all the information. Okay, now the employee is sitting at the other end, now trying to think, what can I do next? Now he thinks this app is going to empower him. So he starts conversing with AI. But make no mistake, there's a lot of myth about AI behind the scenes, like, it's going to lead, mislead. We trying to leverage this technology, how it benefits the collective. So how we do it is, make sure all the transaction happens in the AI is highly encrypted, stored. We're going to use a Web3 modern technology where switching between the devices, tampering is impossible. We're going to use blockchain as a method for making sure safe end-to-end encryption. So there is no way it can leak the information of the one-on-one chat that is doing with it. Even though, let's say, for example, if you're using OpenAI, even OpenAI wouldn't know what the end user is actually doing. OpenAI thinks some agent is there who's talking to them, that's it. Okay, but the whole hosting is done in South Africa, and every data sits here. Okay, it's going to be very powerful and transformative tool. I have been watching since morning, all the challenges that we have been facing, and this is one. Okay, now let's say now you've gone through this. Now you write journal as well. Okay, let's say there's that journal. Click journal. So write your first entry. So now you create a scenario that today had a problem with the manager. Now the next sequences are like the manager is going to integrate more targeting. So the next 2 weeks is going to be difficult for him to be facing because he's going to be in red. We all gone through this, the corporate systems. Now he records every element of what he goes through. Now I don't have to pick up a HR team, HR board, making this employee so vulnerable. But as the person be open and transparent in all the journals, it's all recorded in the system with this unique ID. So there's no way even the employer can tamper that unique ID of that specific user. So what we do is, only when there's a legal case arises, let's say that specific person attempted suicide. Okay, but how can we prevent them attempting suicide before we have preventive mechanisms? Now, at a higher level, when it goes to the suicidal level, and looking into all the journals that we have, the suicidal thoughts, when the moment it triggers the suicidal thoughts, it alerts a specific channel with a network of people, anonymous, to support. Can be a voice support, can be a chat support. Okay, 100% discretion is available. These are the next level of features that we want to include in the platform. Okay, from there we're going to look into learning. The moment you tap the person who is having such a thought, then you really care them. Give them empathy. But these are the preventative methods. But currently, we are struggling to read his mind, his internal thoughts. The HR can never do it. But an app can understand and be vulnerable to him. And it is open. He can type whatever he wants. And he started talking to him. And the good thing is, within the AI architecture, it gives you prompts. And you can generate prompts purely based on emotional intelligence. So the AI will never touch any corridors of commanding. Don't do it. It will never say it. It will always empathize. Those are the beautiful AI models that people use in this engine. Then once he is okay, then we start learning the patterns of recovery. Is he feeling confident? And then we take him to different learning models within that. Building your emotional resilience, assertive communication, we had some discussions about that. Understanding healthy boundaries, standing up for yourself in front of your boss or manager, and understanding your emotions. If he doesn't know him, how do you know his boss, So going through, then goes the learning phase. I think this is very critical in terms of using the digital tool to help the employees or whoever, the school students, education, university, works everywhere because the model is one. Then it talks about emotional regulation, conflict resolution, and also self-leadership context. Okay, I think becoming your own advocate is a very interesting topic. Now let's go back. Now we have a dashboard. So this dashboard, let's keep it like what is the strengths of toxicity thoughts. So we take the verbal cues. I'm not good enough to look at this company. I'm not the self-worth start to deteriorate. I'm not good enough. I'm not well enough. I think I'm the most useless person in the world. I don't deserve this life. All these negative patterns. The AI starts to become collective, Then it starts a new ledger of all this of the candidate information, and it will use the NLP models, neuro-linguistic processing, programming, and it can use the NLP scale to fit exactly where this person's verbal cues are fitting, and based on that, it will start giving him recommendations or a human intervention. And the next phase of the dashboard is giving an anonymous reporting of the organization's climate, the emotional climate of every individual working in the organization. For example, let's say be it a big companies or let's say 100,000 people are working, okay, making some 20 billion or 30 billion pounds. 100,000 people, how many HRs will you can manage and deploy? So with this app, 100,000 people will be there. Let's say you have 20 different departments, from purchasing to retail and this and that. How do you check each and every department's internal emotions? Okay, let's say you take purchasing department. Something is going wrong with their purchasing. Okay, there is a lot of KPIs are the same. The boss is giving one information, and other one is giving another information. Now, how do you take it over? Now, it gives an anonymous reporting to the top management, not giving the exact person who is doing it. And collective department feedback goes to the top, being true anonymous. So those are the advanced features. It's already developing in production level. So I hope this is going to be a next platform which can help us collectively rolling out in first South Africa, then Africa, then global. And I thank you everyone for listening to this conversation, for my presentation. I'm grateful for today's session. It was very informative, and thanks for the invitation. And I know how you pulled it off. You're really great. And, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Edu, for that wonderful presentation on the app. Lots of work still needs to happen in that space, but they say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And yeah, thank you so much. I'd just like to take the moment. We've contracted for 16:30, it's 16:39. I'm not going to go through a long vote of thanks, but I think it's befitting for for me to say as we bring this powerful gathering to a close, because I think it was powerful. I just want to pause and extend gratitude to all the speakers. I can't name you one by one. To all the panelists, oh my God, the panels. What do you think? They were so exceptional. All panels were exceptional. But the moderators, wow. Yeah. I know that before you go to speak, you do research, you invest yourself in the content. Some of you really sacrificed. We know that the name is gone now. Okay. Radi was traveling from the US yesterday, landed very late at night, twisted her ankle in the US, and she still made a point to show up for the whole day today. So we thank you so much. And I know everyone's circumstance is different, everyone has sacrificed. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I've got people that are always there for me, that we always support each other. I won't mention them by name, but they know each other. In this life, it's a team effort, it's a collaboration effort, and we all need each other. To the delegates, the participants, thank you, thank you, thank you. I cannot believe how you put yourself there. Because sometimes when we curate these things, we don't know, that the lineup, the way is it going to be interesting, is it going to work? But the way the engagement, it was amazing, the online, thank you so much. And the date for next year is already out. When is it, Linda? The date for next year. What is the date for our date for next year? We already have a date. We're not going to leave it to chance. We're going to start marketing it very early. This is going to be an annual conversation. At Full Potential, we are not into conferencing, but this is the one conference that we will have every year to make sure that this conversation continues. We are holding the space for everyone, that is going through the bullying, everyone that needs the healing, anyone that needs to pause and say, reflect. I'm sure we will work on it, and we had Lutando kept saying discrimination, broadening it up. That's what we're going to do as well. To my partners in crime, let me start with the eventful people, the organization that helped us put this together. Okay, before I go to the eventful people, let me talk to the partners here. Thank you for jumping into the opportunity. I know we're still going to work out the modalities, but this conversation without the solutions, guys, it means nothing. And that's the type of a person I am, and I'm very action-oriented. So I would like us to take the success forward, because my own healing journey, I didn't have anyone to walk with me. And I like what Kate has said, because I have gone through counseling. Raji, I love EAP. But yeah, I think we need more. We need more. I mean, I did, in my healing journey, I did breath work. I did, what is this other one? Emotional body coaching. There's so much that we can expose, it's not alternative, but it's, I don't know how you call it, but it's other, over and above the EAP. There's so much that we can do. So we want next year, when we are here, we have an emotional body coder. You can go sit with them, and it's just that, because we want to heal from this pandemic. So thank you. Eventful people, you are beyond excellence. I've never seen efficient people like these ones, guys. Since we started, I don't know when we started, but it's not so long ago. We have 2 meetings a week. They are so efficient. How many minutes are our meetings? To put this event together, 15 minutes. 8:30, by 9 o'clock we are done, we finish. And look at the amount of the work that they did. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know at some point they will put me in the comments saying, you have options, Mabala. I don't think you don't have options. You can postpone, you can move it to online, because they are seeing the tickets are not coming. And I said, I'm doing it. I am doing it. And they said, okay, it's your decision. If you're doing it, we are doing it with you. So thank you so much. To Tinzwala and Unati, Tinzwala is not here. It's my PA that has been working on the event. My ears, my eyes, my hands, my feet, my everything. I've never met her. We work only online. I see her through the lens, but she's just been exceptional, effective, exceptional. And when I asked her, how many other people do you support? She says, I support 4 people. You're the 4th one. I'm like, what? It feels like I'm the only one, So she's been so amazing. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here. She's in Bali for a holiday that was booked a long time ago. But even when she left on Friday, the WhatsApps and the messages were still coming. So thank you. And Unati standing in for her, it's just almost like an extension of Tinzwala. So thank you so much. To my team at Full Potential, thank you for holding the space, for being in the office when I'm not there, for making things happen. Yananela and Bolan at the back, thank you so much. And to my friend who's so supportive, it's like it's his event. He will say, this event is going to happen. So thank you so much. Right now, when I go outside, he tells me we have a date for next year. So 14th of October, 2026 is our second summit. Please diarize it. We are coming back full force. Thank you. I hope you are not in a rush to leave. We can network outside. It's just a few of us. But 5 years from now, we'll be saying, look at us. So thank you. Love you so much. And to all people online, thank you for sticking it and continuing with the conversation. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you.